Yeah, and Trump says it's great. The dollar is down over 10% since he took office. But if you zoom out, it's still in very stable territory, and a weak dollar actually has some benefits. This is the foreign exchange market, of course, so it's the US dollar compared to other currencies. It doesn't directly affect US purchasing power at home. Well, we'll get into that. The value of the dollar, though, goes down when foreign countries and investors lose trust in the American economy, so they sell their dollar-denominated assets and exchange them for other currencies. Well, the dollar's value also goes down when US interest rates come down, which is happening right now, as it lowers the return on dollar-denominated assets, and you'll realize countries like China for years have been devaluing their currency on purpose as it has global advantages. A weak currency makes your exports cheaper to the world. Yeah, so it's great if you're an export-heavy country with a high trade surplus, but the U.S. is an import-heavy country with the highest trade deficit in the world, so devaluing the dollar causes imports to be more expensive, which causes inflation at home. Well, Trump's big promise is to reduce the U.S. trade deficit, and a weak dollar is good for that. It makes exports cheaper to the world, which increases demand for U.S. products and helps U.S. industry, which is good for job growth. Look at our trade deficit since Trump took office. It also makes it more expensive for Americans to travel abroad. Yeah, and it makes it cheaper for foreigners to travel to America, good for industry. Well, foreign tourists were down 6% in 2025. A weak dollar is also good for U.S. companies that already do business overseas, as when they convert foreign earnings to dollars, it's higher. But it's bad for U.S. companies and consumers who are dependent on foreign imports. That makes U.S. built products more attractive. Plus, it's good for borrowers with a lot of debt, like the U.S. government, as that debt can be paid off in cheaper dollars. But it's also bad for debt holders, and if you're looking to issue new debt, as the U.S. government will have to do a lot of, as those investors will demand higher returns. And this can also have a cascading effect. If foreign investors think the dollar will continue to fail, they will deleverage, and we can lose our reserve currency status. Well, we're still in a historically stable range, but a slight decrease combined with tariffs and deregulation should lead to great growth domestically, or isolate ourselves, cause inflation, and lose our reserve currency status. We will see, won't we? Surely.
And all right, guys, we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to get into Trump's interview on the Will Cain Show, and then we're going to get into an interview that Tim Walz did with CNN, and then we're going to get into a whole lot more after that. So let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it.
Welcome back to the Will Cain Show, live from Iowa, and now we're here. We're here with President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President, great to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for doing this.
Well, you know, you do have great ratings.
Well, thank you.
We check the ratings, but even if you had lousy ratings, I would do your show. You are terrific. You've been a terrific guy.
I anticipate they should do very well today with this type of guest today here on the Will Cain Show. Welcome back to the campaign trail. Welcome back to Iowa. How does it feel?
Well, I love Iowa. We've won it 3 times conclusively. There wasn't like any late night voting or anything. We just won it right at the beginning. The doors closed and they said Trump won. And I love the people. You know, I just get along with the people.
I was watching the other room. You look back in your element. You're back with the people. What do you like better? Do you like this, standing on the stage at a rally, or do you like making a deal, maybe for Greenland?
I think I like maybe the rallies better. Deals are fun, but we're making a lot of good deals. We've made record-setting deals. We have $18 trillion coming into the country. That's why they're building auto plants, AI. They're building everything. With thousands of businesses are being built all over the country. And you're going to have a beautiful, very positive explosion.
And I like how Trump is talking about what's happening, you know, domestically, because, yeah, it does seem like Trump has been preoccupied with what's been happening overseas, especially when it went down with Venezuela, then Greenland. It seems like all of his focus has been outside of America. So hopefully this rallying, one, it does believe like he's doing this rallying because it does seem like the Republicans are in danger for midterms. So he's doing some rallying to help out those Republicans. And also just to let the American people know that we will start focusing on domestic policy. Now, we'll see where that goes from there, because you never know what conflict might pop up that diverts Trump attention. But right now, his attention do seem to be what's going on in Minnesota, and rightfully so.
Sometime during the year when these things start opening up. But there's never been no country has done what we've done.
That explosion, that anticipated economic explosion, that's going to be important, because you also need to do something that someone has done very rarely. You acknowledged this a couple of days ago with Maria Bartiromo, and that is for the president in power to win the midterms. I think it's been only twice since 1938 that the sitting president, the president in power, has won the midterms. Are you concerned?
Well, nobody can explain why. You know, even when we've had an amazing year, there's been a record-setting year in every way, and nobody can explain. Even presidents, whether it's Republican or Democrat, when they win, it doesn't make any difference. They seem to lose the midterm. So That's the only thing I worry about. I said, why? There's some psychological factor out there.
What do you think that is?
But I think it's like 2 in more than 50 years. Well, I don't know. Maybe they want to put up a guard fence. Maybe that, you just don't know. It doesn't make sense. Even if a president did well, they seem to lose the midterms. But hopefully we're going to change that around. We're doing great. We have the best polling numbers we've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, look, man, the curse of the midterms is real. So if there's a Republican president in, the Democrats win the midterm. If the Democrat president is in, the Republicans win the midterm, just like you've seen with Joe Biden, George Bush, Barack Obama. It's just like a curse that none of the presidents can seem to escape. But let's see if Trump can do it. And right now, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, it's not looking likely. But hey, man, wishful thinking.
We have the best numbers in the country, lowest crime numbers in the history of our country. You know, Minnesota's in the news a lot, but what they don't say is that Minnesota has low numbers because of the fact that we took thousands of hardened criminals out of Minnesota. So they had good crime numbers, believe it or not. And that's all working out. You know, we have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. And they met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else, and we're going to de-escalate a little bit. But I will tell you, you look at the—
Yeah, they took Bovino out, which was the chief border patrol officer. They took him out and his officers out. I'm pretty sure they probably sent them either to another state to provide backup for ICE or just brought them back to the border. But yes, they have been pulled out of Minnesota, well, Minneapolis. And ICE is also about to do a retreat as well, or a tactical retreat as well, to come back in on a later date. You know, once Tom Homan works things out with these Minnesota politicians.
The numbers, they're doing better than they've done in many years because we took thousands of criminals out of Minnesota. You look at Washington, D.C., it was a very dangerous place a year and a half ago. Now it's as safe as you can get. You can walk your family down the middle of the street. Nothing's going to happen. You know, it's right. We got rid of over 2,000 hardened criminals, many of them let in through the open border policy of Sleepy Joe Biden. It was not a good policy, Will.
I want to come back to Minnesota in just one moment, but let's go to those guardrails. I'd imagine you do not feel like you need guardrails in this moment. You talk about the investment.
No, I don't need guardrails. I don't want guardrails. Guardrails would hurt us because, you know, we're free enterprise people. The people in this room, the people of Iowa, are free enterprise. That's why we want it so big 3 times in a row.
I would have to imagine that guardrails would be an understatement of what would happen should you lose the House or the Senate. There's been talk of impeachment. You've been through this before. Yeah. You've been through it multiple times.
I'm a professional.
What will happen? What will happen if Democrats take the House?
They'll probably try and impeach me. They'll say,
I mean, bro, not just try to impeach you. They'll try to bring charges on Hegseth. They'll try to lock up all ICE officers involved in Minneapolis. I mean, Trump, it ain't just you. I mean, if they win the midterms, yes, they will be pushing for impeachment. Yes, they will be pushing for charges against ICE officers and the military men who were doing the military strikes in the Caribbean Sea. I mean, they're going after everybody.
To Iowa, and he spoke unfairly to people, and he's not supposed to do that. Let's impeach him, okay? And the people in Iowa would say, how did he get impeached? He just did an interview with Will, who has very good ratings, okay? But they just did an interview with, well, now, they'll find something. There'll be something, I made the wrong turn at an exit, and let's impeach him. No, they did that before. They impeached me on a perfect phone call. Turned out they impeached me twice. And by the way, I won the impeachments very easily and quickly. But they impeach. They're very nasty people. You know, they have bad policy, really bad, but they do 2 things. They stick together, not stupid. Some are, because, you know, that's true with everything, right? But they stick together, but they have really bad policy. Men and women's sports, transgender for everybody. So many things are so bad. They're horrible to the farmers. And by the way, I just gave the farmers $12 billion because they were treated unfairly. We're taking in a fortune with tariffs. And I wrote them a little check about 2 weeks ago for $12 billion. Anybody in this room get any of it yet? Yes, yeah, a lot of people. It's a lot of money. And you know what? You deserved it. But we're taking in so much money from the tariffs that we can do that.
I want to talk about the point of view.
I mean, yeah, pretty much Trump just redid his strategy from the last administration. What did he do with the tariffs from China that he imposed on China? Yeah, he used it to, well, give subsidies to the farmers. And he pretty much used the same strategy again, especially with the amount of money that's coming in from tariffs. We're now able to, well, I guess, use these as subsidies for our industries, especially the farmers.
from some of these farmers, some of these people in this room a little bit later. But now I want to take you up on your invitation to talk about Minnesota. Listen, the entire country is talking about what happened this past weekend in Minnesota. You've already spoken about it. Everyone watching has seen the video. Everyone has an opinion. I'm curious what you thought when you first saw that video.
Well, I think the whole thing is terrible. I don't like the fact that he was carrying a gun that was fully loaded and he had 2 magazines with him, and it's pretty unusual. But nobody knows when they saw the gun, how they saw the gun, everything else. Bottom line, it was terrible. Both of them were terrible. The other was terrible too. And I'm not sure about his parents, but I know her parents were big Trump fans. Makes me feel bad anyway. But I mean, I guess you could say even worse. They were tremendous Trump people, Trump fans. And, you know, the daughter was, she was, I don't know if you could say radicalized, maybe not. I don't know. But I hate to see it. I hate to see that.
You bring up the term radicalized. What do you think is happening? You see these people in these videos, they feel very emboldened to step in and interfere with law enforcement.
Because, I mean, there's supposed to be law enforcement stopping them to do that. They shouldn't be getting involved with law enforcement because the local police or the National Guard should be stopping the protesters from doing so. It's called crowd control, which for some reason Jacob Fry don't want to try to do. Tim Walz don't want to try to do. I mean, hopefully his meeting with Tom Homan, you know, has some type of, I mean, honestly, have some type of results to where we can see like, all right, yeah, they're actually going to start using the National Guard to help with crowd control instead of having these guys protect federal buildings and handing out coffee, which is, I mean, it's nice. I ain't mad at it, but I mean, I'll be real with you. I'll be so happy if you could just put them towards crowd control.
Yeah. I'm not talking about protest, holding signs. I'm talking about people physically interfering with immigration enforcement. Why? Why do they feel so emboldened?
You know, you have to go throughout the whole country. You know, we have done so much work throughout the whole country. We don't have any problem. The only one we have is Minnesota. We're in a lot of different places. New Orleans, we're in the governor of Louisiana called they have a big problem in New Orleans. And we went there. We've cut the crime by 67% in 4 weeks. It'll be down to practically nothing soon. Washington, D.C., we don't have problems. Like, you know, we've cut it down from a lot. It was very bad. It was terrible. People.
Yeah, well, the difference is, I mean, Tim Walz. Like, guys, the problem is Tim Walz. Like, have you heard Tim Walz rhetoric towards ICE? He literally said they're going to disappear people and take them to foreign torture dungeons. I mean, bro, Gestapo, Nazis, unmasked people who just disappearing people, like the craziest rhetoric about law enforcement or federal agents you've ever heard. And then we're shocked when people like Renee Good overreact when they see ICE. I mean, come on now.
Go to Washington to look at the Lincoln Monument and they end up getting whacked or whatever, killed in some cases. Numerous killings. That's a beautiful, safe place now. Memphis, Tennessee, one of the worst in the whole country. And now it's got very little crime.
But it's gone very differently in Minneapolis.
Well, it has. It's the only place.
And now the message is out that Tom Homan is in.
Yeah.
Commander Bovino is supposedly leaving Minneapolis along with some CBP agents. Is this a pullback?
I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Everybody in this room that has a business, you know, you make little changes. You know, Bovino is very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy. And in some cases, that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here. But you have to understand, when I watch some of the people that I've been watching over the last few weeks, these are paid insurrectionists. These are paid agitators. These people aren't normal, like, oh, gee, that, you know, they're incensed about anything. How do you get incensed when you go into a state and you're taking criminals out? You're taking monsters out, murderers. You know, we had 11,888 murderers let into our country by other countries, by Biden with his open border stupid policy. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
This is something that somebody need to tell these is like protesters. Like, you know, you're like, I'll be real with you. If your goal, if I was to talk to them right now, I would say, if your goal right now is to what? Protect these undocumented immigrants who haven't committed no crime. Well, yeah, you are doing that. But guess what you're also doing? You're also protecting the undocumented immigrant who has sexual offenses against children. Sexual assault charges, battery charges, robbery, murder. It's like, yeah, you're protecting them as well because ICE goes after both of them. Of course, they put these guys with high crime at the top of the list and they work their way down. But yeah, by going out there and impeding ICE, you're stopping the arrest of these dangerous people from being taken off your street. And I mean, if you're telling me that, okay, you'll protect the pedophile to protect the undocumented immigrant, I mean, like I said, I never want to hear you try to say Trump's a pedophile protector ever again, because look at you.
About bad policy. Open borders where people were coming, so the whole world, the Congo, Venezuela, all over the world, they're letting people in from their prisons and they're feeding them into the United States. And they're murderers and they're drug dealers and they're everything else you can think of, every bad name you can think of. And they let them in by the millions. We closed the border. You know, we have nobody coming into our country anymore. Literally.
It just shows how hard it is to clean up, even after you close it. It shows the price that we paid under Joe Biden.
It's the hardest thing when you think of it. You know, inflation we've solved. It's done. We have it good where prices are coming way down. They were just saying in Iowa, the fuel is $1.95. Did you hear that? Somebody said $1.85, but it was $3.50, $4.50 just a year ago, a year and a half ago. You look at eggs, you look at groceries, it's all down. Everything's come down. Do you notice they don't mention affordability anymore? That's like an old-fashioned word. No. They brought up affordability.
I have a video to react to y'all with, bro. Speaking of affordability, Abigail Spanberger, you deceitful mother. Bro, hey, that's one devious ass woman right there. Can you imagine running on affordability, right? This is what Abigail Spanberger did. She ran on affordability, then won on affordability. And then you know what she goes in there and does? Make things more unaffordable by raising taxes and adding these little petty taxes to things. Like, bro, it's all one big money grab on the backs of the Virginian taxpayer. Y'all have been duped, played, and deceived. And I told you, man, I told you. Like, if you're going to go out there and vote for a Democrat on the grounds of affordability and you're a common day Democrat, I mean, God bless your heart, man. God bless you.
But they were the ones that caused it. I didn't cause it. I came in. Prices were way too high. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say. I say the history. But we had the highest, let's say in 48 years, the highest inflation. Prices were way high. Now I've got the prices down, and they're going down still further. But think of it. We brought fuel from $4, $3.50, $3.75 down to $1.99, $1.08. I was just told in Iowa, $1.85.
Yeah.
A gallon.
No doubt. But that leaves that problem, like you said, the hardest one to solve. People say they want our immigration laws
enforced. The hardest one to solve is.
You know, I remember a conversation that you and I had a year and a half ago with your Secretary of War, our friend Rachel Campos Duffy, and you said to me, you looked at me and said, it's going to be difficult.
Oh, guys, you know, we're still fighting the shadow ban. So let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. If you're on the horizontal, make sure you just like the video and make sure to send a gift or a super chat to let YouTube know that, yes, we still got engagement. We still got support, even though you guys are being assholes about it. But it's all good, though. It's all good. You got to get through the storm, I guess.
Difficult when the New York Times runs a picture of a little kid being taken away from their mother. It's going to be difficult. And by the way, that basically happened to you a week ago. It was propaganda and it was false about a 5-year-old.
By the way, it was a totally false story.
Totally
about the
fake story.
Yeah, I mean, totally fake. I mean, they had to take him to Child Protective Services because the mother was refusing to take the child because she was afraid that she might get deported along with the father. And I mean, they were trying to tell, like, no, look, we won't even touch you. Just take your kid. We might come back for you for another day, but it won't be today. And sadly, the mother did not want to take her child. And the way CNN framed it was as if ICE is just kidnapping little boys. I know. Wow. Kidnapping 5-year-old little boys.
But you're now dealing with the difficulty of the propaganda in the face of enforcing.
And I knew
illegal
that. Well, I mean,
you did know.
It's always tough.
Are you still
we
committed?
take out 25 murderers. We take out drug dealers. We take out a whole group of people by the thousands. And if we get one person a little bit wrong, headlines. But they don't talk about all the tremendous, you know, the reason that we have Minnesota crime down. I talk about that because it's only down for one reason. We took out so many criminals. But other states are way down. So the report came out, think of it. In the history of this country, we have the lowest number of murders. We have the lowest crime, the best crime numbers. That's despite the fact that millions, I say 25 million people, millions of people were let in through the border by Biden. And many of those people were not people you want to have in the country.
So what's going to change? You put in Tom Homan. Have you spoken today to Tom Homan?
I mean, here's the thing. The Dems always like to be like, whoa, what about the ones that haven't committed crime? I mean, here's the thing. They all have a negative effect. Of course, the ones that are violent offenders, of course, we know the negative effect with them. But even the undocumented ones that come here and don't commit any crime besides being here illegally. But even those guys, they undermine American citizens. They keep the minimum wage from being raised. I mean, it's actually funny how Dems love to complain about that, but you want to bring in these illegals that keep the minimum wage from being raised, because guess what? These companies can hire illegals and they can underpay them. And I'm gonna be real with you. Why are we going after these companies again, bro? Barack Obama talked about this, never done. Trump never really talked about it, but it should be done. I mean, since we're going after the illegals.
Well, yeah, I have. Tom is fantastic. Tom is a tough guy, but I've watched over the years, and he's gotten along with governors, and he gets along with mayors. Some people don't. Some people just.
Oh, and shout out to my man Cap Hunter for starting us off. He says still waiting to be unbanned. Paul, wait, hold on. Now, is that how is that your or is that like your actual profile name? There's my like Set Media Reacts, and then there's just the actual name of my channel. So make sure you let me know, because the way it's designed in my studio is that it goes off there. It goes after, what you see on your profile, not your @
Just want to do their job and
leave
me alone.
I've been looking.
And that's sort of okay, too. That's generally been okay. Most of them are happy. Memphis, Tennessee, very tough, very straightforward. We're taking the criminal out. We're getting them out, either putting them in jail, because some are so bad that you don't want to send them to where they came from, because you're afraid they're going to come back. They're murderers. So some are very down and straight, and others, Tom, I've noticed, as tough as he is, he gets along very good with governors and mayors. Now, I spoke to the mayor and to the governor yesterday, and they want to see it cleared up.
I'm so fascinated by your conversation with Governor Tim Walz. This man has suggested that this is a modern-day Gettysburg. He has likened his situation to Anne Frank in the Holocaust. He has said that ICE is your Gestapo army. And then you guys speak on the phone. I'm fascinated by that conversation.
It couldn't have been a nicer conversation.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, Tom Homan, he has a history with Dems. He was he was basically borders under Obama. I mean, part of Obama's success on immigration is attributed to Tom Homan. So, yeah, I mean, he's actually used to talking to these Dems, to be quite honest with you. And I'm be real with you, it's kind of hard to sit there and not listen to what Tom Homan says on immigration due to how much experience, what he's seen, all this crazy stuff. I mean, so Tim Walz tried to tell them about, my neighbor. He gonna be like, these child rapists and serial killers. It's like, bro, are you serious? So let's see how that works out. I do think Tom Homan getting in there is going to be way better than Bovino, even though, honestly, I like Bovino. He was no nonsense, no BS, but things were getting out of hand, especially with the last shooting.
In fact, I said to my people, I said,
it's
hard to believe that's the same guy I watch on television, or I watch in the debate not doing so well, or because we had a very reasonable conversation, very good conversation. If you believe the conversation, he'd like to get this thing over with. But think of it, in the whole country, we've done this so much. We have the crime down to a level that nobody ever, I campaigned a little bit on crime, a lot on the border. The problem is I gave you the best border in the history of our country. Nobody wants to talk about it anymore. I did it a long time ago. I was able to do it within 3 months of taking office. I had that border locked and closed. And, nobody even tries to come up anymore. It's easy now. Nobody even tries to come up. Before, they were coming up by the millions. But nobody wants to talk about that. They only want to talk about whatever the last thing is. But we're taking out thousands and thousands of criminals. And the worst thing that Biden did to this country, because, again, inflation, I can solve. All this stuff. The hardest thing to solve is when you have people brought into the country and you have to take those people. We have a very unfriendly court system, frankly, especially at the lower levels. Take those people and you have to say, I'm sorry, but you're going out. And in many cases, they're murderers. And, they shoot you. They kill you. You've seen that, where they kill you. You're after a murderer. Sir, you're going to have to come with me. And they end up shooting you.
Which is crazy.
It's a very tough job.
Here's the thing. Obama said the exact same thing. Obama said, look, I know all these guys aren't criminals, but we're a country of laws. They got to go. Trump saying the same thing and Dems lose their mind. Obama said the exact same thing. Dude did the exact same thing. And these guys, excuse me, sorry, but these guys just can't contain themselves. For some reason, they sat by and watched the immigration efforts and crackdowns of Democrat presidents and just said, oh, it's all good. Trump comes out and does it, and they lose their effing mind. This is how you know it's complete TDS. Because this is why Pierce Morgan's point stands so strong, is because, oh yes, Barack Obama was the deporter in chief. He did everything Trump's doing, said everything Trump's saying. They're using the same rhetoric, and you guys are losing your mind. All right, of course, Trump didn't say it as, he didn't speak as well as Obama did, but they're basically saying the same thing.
They have.
I know you addressed it this morning. You talked about the incredible success, and it is an incredible success at the southern border. But you were asked, with the shift in Minneapolis and Tom Homan going to Minnesota, do you still have confidence in DHS Secretary Kristi Noem? You brought up the success at the border.
Look,
you do.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaiman. He said, "What's the word, my guy?" Shout out to the Rumble Rant. And Gaming came in with another Rumble rant. He says, Negro, I'm on Rumble, where you can actually super chat that in or Rumble rant that in. That is crazy. Shout out to Rumble.
Who was there with the border? Who closed up the border? She did, with Tom Homan, with the whole group. I mean, they closed up the border. The border is a tremendous success, one of the most secure borders in the entire world. We were a laughing stock 1.5 years ago for the whole world. The whole world laughed at us. I had friends that said, is that real? You know, they'd look at a picture. You've been down to the border. They'd look at a picture of the border with hundreds of thousands of people pouring in like it was water. And they said, is that really taken? They can't believe it. They think it's one of these crazy movies that they make. The border was horrible. It was horrible. You know, I did the border twice. First time I won, 2016, I won on the border. But that border was nothing. And I fixed it immediately. It was great. We had great years. And we had a great economy. We had the best economy in history in 2016, my first term. And we rebuilt the military, and we get the largest regulation cuts. We had the best job number. We had a great first term. This term seems to be blowing it away. I mean, the only thing we have is a Minnesota situation, and that is, I believe, easily resolved.
Okay. You're about to take the stage here in Iowa. I imagine you're going to talk about the economy.
And here's the problem, though. Like, the way Trump handled immigration, that's what truly embarrassed the Biden administration. Like I said, over here crying about a bill to be pushed that was actually a foreign aid bill. And then Trump comes in with no bill needed, just upholding the laws that we already have, using the policies we've already got on paper, and closing down the border. I mean, it was as simple as that. Like, he did it so easy, it really didn't make the Dems look stupid.
I'm curious what your plan is if the Supreme Court rules negatively on your tariffs. You talk about the tariffs.
We'll have to find another way. Look,
is there a plan B?
Yeah, the tariffs have been indispensable towards success. We've taken in $600 billion in tariffs. I gave the farmers $12 billion last week. I took them out of tariff money. It's kept the unfair competition out of our country. Now, they can build their auto plant here, but they can't build a plant in some place with, labor costs for a penny and then sell it into this country and then charge people a lot of money for a car. So the only way they can do that, they have to build the plants here. So the big auto companies from Germany, from Mexico, from Canada, Mexico and Canada are literally, their plants are closing down. They're moving into this country. So we have more activity than we've ever had. We have thousands of businesses. I'm
gonna be real with you. The way Trump throw around these tariffs and the way these countries react to it, it kind of goes to show that, the way the Dems will propose tariffs or their argument for it was completely wrong. They made it seem like it was only a negative on the American consumer, the supplier that don't see anything, the importer don't see anything. Oh no, it all gets passed down to the consumer. And you see how wrong that is. Because if that was the truth about tariffs, then why does everybody shaking their boots over 25% tariff if it just goes to us? Like, I'm not even going to lay down the argument, the complete argument for tariffs again, but just think about that. If tariffs really did go straight to the consumers, not their problem and it's ours, then why are they all shaking their boots every time we propose something over 20%?
All over the country being built. We have hundreds of big major factories between AI, autos, and many other things being built. We've never had a thing like this.
And you use them as a tool for world peace.
For world peace, yeah. We have to use it for world peace.
But what happens if the Supreme Court strikes down the tariffs?
We will find some other way of doing a similar thing.
You know,
but it'll be more inconvenient. It
I
won't
was
be
just
as
speaking
easy.
to some of the diners here today. Right. David Ullman, he's lived in Iowa for a long time. He's in agriculture. He does express concern about the tariffs and the effect it's had on farmers in Iowa.
Well, it's going to be don't forget, they just kicked in. And we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And we've kept a lot of people out that want to come in and rip off for years, it was the reverse. China would charge us tariffs. Other countries would charge us tariffs. I've totally reversed it. Japan gave us $550 billion. South Korea is supposed to give us $350 billion. Yep. But what happens is they're coming in, they're building.
This is why I say the Dems like argument on tariffs and to say that straight down goes to the consumer had no logic. Because then as soon as you ask them, okay, well, why is it okay for them to put, protect their domestic market by imposing tariffs? And that's not going directly to them. But as soon as we do it, y'all have this whole new like belief of what a tariff is. Oh, it's a tax on the consumer. I mean, when they're doing it to us, y'all wasn't making that argument. I mean, when these tariffs were hurting us, keeping us out of their markets and all that, y'all wasn't saying anything. Y'all wasn't talking about unfair trade practices or anything. Now, all of a sudden, we impose tariffs and everybody crying. It's like, it's crazy. As soon as we start caring about our domestic industry, everybody's going like, oh, no, how could you do this to the world? It's like, please, please, save it.
Building plants, they don't have to pay tariffs. If they don't do that, so what's happening is we're getting a tremendous amount of business coming to this country, and they're coming in fast and sharp. I think the farmers are going to be the biggest beneficiary, because when you used to have people coming in and dumping their crops into the United States, and you guys were hurt, they're not allowed to do that because we're tariffing those crops.
Just a couple of more questions.
I think the farmers, in a way, and it's going to take a little while to kick in, and the farmers stuck with me the first time, and I was right with China. When China did a little bit of a number, we gave you $28 billion then, because it was a help because they were taken advantage of for years. We gave them 28. Now we gave them 12, sort of a minimal payment, $12 billion for the farmers. Nobody else would be able to do that. Nobody else would even think of doing that. But the tariffs are going to be phenomenal for the farmers, but they just kicked in.
I just see some nods here as you're talking.
A lot of nodding.
A couple of more questions. A couple of quick more questions, Mr. President. One serious one. This whole Minnesota thing, it started because of a focus on fraud. It started because of illegal immigration. And
all right, so I actually like how Trump actually did take care of these farmers. And trust me, that $12 billion, I'm pretty sure a decent amount of it went to the soybean farmers who were facing a crazy hit to their sales during the China trade war, or actually, during the highest point of the trade war we were having with China. We're still in it, but it's de-escalated quite a bit to the point where China has started buying soybeans from us again, like about 12 metric tons. We're going to increase that to 25 metric tons this year. But to help these guys out, helping them out with this, no, not all of them, not the soybean farmers are not getting the whole 12 billion, but to get a decent portion out of this 12 billion is actually going to help them out.
Welfare fraud. Yeah. The question is, will there be accountability in Minnesota and beyond?
There's got to be.
Other states, California.
Minnesota is one state. If you look at California, so in Minnesota, they think it's $19 billion. If they think it's $19 billion, triple it or quadruple it. And if we catch a lot of this fraud, and I felt it for a long time, but now we know what's happening. And the answer is, yeah, there will be accountability. It's one of the little problems. I happen to think, and I've said it from the beginning, that a lot of what's going on with respect to Minneapolis, with what's happening with all the hoopla, is so people don't talk about.
You think it's a distraction?
I've said it from day one. It's a distraction, because what you don't see is that we have hundreds of accountants from Todd and from all of the different people. We have hundreds of accountants going over everything that's happening, and we're finding fraud on top of fraud on top of fraud. And I think that they don't want that to happen. You're talking about $19 billion. Probably that's a minimal number. Now, you take that and you go to California. You think California is better? I would say California is worse. It's totally out of control. They don't know what they're doing out there. The governor is, I actually thought he was a pretty nice guy, but he has no clue what he's doing. Look at a railroad. He builds a railroad. It's like 20 times more expensive than it was supposed to be.
Actually, what's so funny about our guy Gavin Newsom is that he's more concerned about following Trump around the world to talk shit about him than actually helping out his constituents in California. I mean, that's one of the main problems about Gavin Newsom. He actually is obsessed with Trump. I mean, damn near mimicking the man while mocking him at the same time.
What they did to get down the cost, they made it shorter, so it doesn't go to San Francisco.
You saw what he said, right? He's claiming victory in Minnesota, by the way. He has posted that you have retreated in Minnesota, Governor Gavin Newsom, and he is encouraging people to keep the pressure up.
See, I haven't heard that at all because it's just the opposite. I was called by the governor yesterday. I was called by the mayor yesterday. How do we do something? Please, how do we do something? I think it's bad for them. I don't think it's bad for us. I think it's bad for them.
Yeah, you'll have to see what
But it's not a question of retreat. We want safe cities, whether it's, if we took a lot of the crime out of there. We want safe cities and states. We want a safe country. And again, we just got a report done by Democrats that the country is the safest ever recorded right now.
Right. Along with a secure border. I'm just looking around, who's here today. There's a lot of people, but one guy who is not here is your Secretary of State. And I'm afraid he made a very big mistake. He gave an interview where he said that one of his tricks with you is on Air Force One. Marco Rubio goes into a room and covers himself up with blankets so that you won't see him sleeping, that you'll think it's a staffer. And so I think there's only one of two ways you go with this. You give him yet another job, or you pull the blankets back.
That's what he wants. Let me tell you, he's doing a fantastic job. But he's a tough cookie.
That boy being overworked.
He's a tough cookie. He's going to go down as the best Secretary of State we've ever had. You see what we're doing. Just today we solved a tremendous problem in conjunction with Syria, saved many lives.
I mean, I'll be real with you. He's doing pretty good juggling the jobs. He done some sketchy things. Like, what was it? I think he was signing off on the deportations of those college students that was protesting Israel. Yeah, that was a bit wild. But other than that, he's been doing pretty well.
I mean, we're saving a lot of lives.
You can't get mad.
Ended 8 wars. I'm very proud of that because it's not tough for me. We're trying to end one more, by the way, Russia, Ukraine. And I think we're going to get that done too. But we ended 8 wars and saved tens of millions of lives. And I'm happy about that.
You should be proud.
Thank you.
I know you're a big sports fan, so we'll end here. We now have the Super Bowl set. New England Patriots, Seattle Seahawks. Now, usually when someone asks you these questions, you answer with, which of these two teams have a greater affiliation in fandom of President Donald Trump?
That's true. In those
so
cases,
I'm curious. Have you already done the analysis?
Well, I tell you what, no, but
who's going to win the Super Bowl?
Bob Kraft is a friend of mine, and I've watched that team. You got to hand it to him. He had the great team, and now he's got the great team again. They made a fantastic draft pick. The quarterback is great, but it's going to be I think it's going to be a tremendous game. I hope it's going to be a tremendous game.
Yeah. Mr. President, I know you got to take the stage. I really appreciate all the time you've given us and joining us live. We called a lot of audibles right here at the last moment. We really appreciate you joining us.
Well, you've done a tremendous job, and you've really been very fair to me. I don't even say nice. I just want to be fair, and you've been fair, and you've also been nice. And so it was an honor to do it. When I heard it was you, I said, let's do it.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the next video. Guys, let's not forget to like the video. Appreciate the support, guys. And if you're at the Vertical Live, make sure to double tap that screen and like the video. And if you're on Rumble, I mean, bruh, Rumble, y'all the worst offenders. Like the video. Appreciate y'all.
To tell the truth, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
But all right, let's go get over here to our guy, Tim Walz on CNN. Speaks out after his meeting with Tom Homan. Let's see how that went.
Governor Walz met with the White House border czar Tom Homan today, who was dispatched to Minneapolis in the wake of Saturday's fatal shooting. It's the governor's first television interview since Alex Purdy was killed. I appreciate you being here. I'm sorry to make you stand out in the cold, but I guess you're used to it.
Minnesota.
Yeah. First of all, the meeting with Tom Homan, how did that go? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Tom Homan's a professional, which is a lot more than Bovino and Kristi Noem. But look, I think the thing we said is we're very clear about this, that we need these folks out of Minnesota, and we need justice for Renee Good and for Alex, and those were things that we came with. I think the thing that I'm most concerned about is the tone was different. There was a tone shift. I wish it was because of the horrific, shooting that somebody saw some morality, but I think it's probably the press. But with that being said, I'm not interested in a more efficient metro surge. I'm ready for them to get out of here, and I think that's what Minnesotans are talking about. So it was progress. Look, I never got a call from Bovino or Noem,
Never.
Nothing. No, nothing. When they're coming here, and Tom Homan landed last night, and he called.
I mean, you didn't get a call. I'll be real with you, because you weren't trying to help them. Actually, you made it explicitly clear that you wasn't trying to help them. You made it really clear that you see ICE as a bunch of Gestapos and Nazis. So, like, how do you talk to somebody like that who's already pretty much saying that the guys that you work with are a bunch of Nazis? Like, how do you approach somebody like that? I'm glad Tom Homan's actually was able to, walk over there and do so, because, well, Tom Homan has a history of working with Democrats.
Last night and asked if he could have a meeting, and he was there at 9 o'clock. So, look, I think that's progress, but they started this fire, so we're not giving anybody credit for putting it out. But right now, what we need is a return to normalcy by these ICE agents out of here. And you talked about this in all those meetings with the White House and with Tom Homan and his team. Nobody asked about Alex or his family, so I appreciate you bringing that up. This family going through the horror of losing their son, and then also to see him slandered like that. It's just
not only slandered. I'm slandered by the top officials
in the world, the most powerful people in the world, and not taking it back. And look, for one whole day, certain news stations, that's all they were running, and that's one of the problems here. Look, Minnesota, they came here. We don't have near the undocumented folks that many other states do. Minnesota's a well-run state. Minnesota's a place where people get along. We welcome immigrant community, and they brought this down on us. And I think you're here, Anderson. You're telling your folks it's a siege. It's a siege in all respects. We have children being pulled from their parents. We have elderly people being drug out in this type of cold with no clothes. It's just absolute cruelty.
I mean, is it in your mind political that they came here to Minnesota?
Yes. There's no other facts for it. They've changed why they're here. Donald Trump himself said, I won that state 3 times. He didn't. And then I get a letter the other day from Pan Bondi demanding our voting records in this. And kind of like, well, we'll send these people out of here if you do that.
But there was an implication, quid pro quo.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. Amateurish, but that's what they're doing, and they're never going to.
Well, actually, okay. See, that's actually misinformation, and it's kind of funny because I remember Sid came in here saying that, but when we read out the letter that Pam Bondi sent, no, she didn't actually say, "Oh, well, if you give us the welfare data and the voter registration data, we'll pull out ICE." No, she said we need you to work with ICE, give up your welfare data so we can look into this fraud, and your voter registration data so we can look into how well you guys are practicing, voting integrity. That's it. She actually made 3 demands, and for some reason, left-wing media, because I'm be real with you, they know that the guys on the left is not going to read any type of letter by Pam Bondi, and they're just going to take what the left-wing pundits say. So I get it.
No, quid pro quo.
Oh, exactly. Amateurish, but that's what they're doing, and they're never going to get those. And states control that. 10th Amendment. You're seeing all the contradictions. I appreciate you saying this. 2nd Amendment, 10th Amendment, everything else that is no longer there. But the one thing I can say is that come out of this, and you've seen it.
I'm sorry, but we're talking about upholding federal law. You can't really say, oh, state law. I'm just like, yeah, buddy. We're talking about removing illegal immigrants that are not supposed to be in this country that broke well, be real with you, they're here undocumented. Yeah, and depending on how much times they did it, they're breaking a law. They have a criminal offense. I'm not going to say a felony, but it is a criminal offense or a criminal violation. So to sit there and just try to make it seem like, oh, no, these are just peaceful people who just live here and we love our immigrants. Dog, we love our immigrants too. The legal ones. That's the difference between, I guess, us and the Democrats. It's like, bro, you act like we don't like immigrants too. Yeah, we do. The legal ones. The naturalized ones. The ones that come over here for vacation and take their ass back home. I love them. But not the illegals so much. I don't have no hatred for them, but I'll be real with you. It is basically disrespecting our laws, and I don't stand for that.
The strength of the people of Minnesota, the decency of Americans, the ability to care for their neighbors, to be out there, that will last a lot longer than this administration. But I just say right now, it's very disheartening to me to see the president say Kristi Noem's doing a great job. I'm not sure there's been anybody more incompetent or cruel that's ever served in a cabinet position than her. And this is on her. And look, we need to know who these people were. We need these guys brought back here.
That's the thing. I mean,
we showed up to do an investigation, and we're not allowed onto the site.
in any normal situation, your state investigators,
the best
would be on the scene, would be working the crime scene, would be in charge of this, or at least working with federal law enforcement.
They've developed the trust of the people here, and what they come up with, they don't make any judgments on it. They turn it over. A grand jury will then bring indictments.
Has Tom Homan made any indication that that'd be something?
He said he would call Kash Patel about it. I asked him. I said that's one of our demands that this happen. I also said, insult to injury. It's just like there's a cruelty that runs so deep it's hard to understand. They opened a federal investigation into Renee Good's wife, and that's still ongoing. And I said, look, you want to send some goodwill to the people of Minnesota, you need to drop that. But he indicated he would do that. I see the president say he might.
She did basically tell her wife to drive off from the police when she was told to exit the vehicle. Yeah, I'm not really sure if that can be a charge brought upon her, but I mean, that is a bit crazy. And then also, why did they decide to come out there and honk the horn? Are they part of this organized ICE watcher, like who's going out there to try to obstruct ICE? I mean, that does need to be investigated and looked into. It is what it is.
Peel down a little bit. When you deal with the president, and I said, I'm in a situation where people say, well, you got to give him something, you got to do something, don't anger him or whatever. It's pretty hard not to be angry when your citizens are being shot. It's pretty hard to be angry when you see the amateurs out here, wreaking havoc. And there's no purpose to this. And I think what's really important to tell Americans, Minnesotans believe in law and order. Minnesotans believe that we should have border control. Minnesotans believe in due process, though. And Minnesotans want to.
I mean, yeah, this is due process, my brother. A lot of these guys have already been asked to leave and they just haven't. I mean, a lot of these, a decent amount of them are criminals and they need to be removed. I mean, shoot, even if they were legal, we would still have to put them in jail. So I'm not really understanding where he's going with this. He's really trying to sensationalize it to the best of his ability. But then, I mean, here's the thing, though. I do agree with Walls on the way Kristi Noem's rhetoric was about it, trying to call them domestic terrorists without no proof of their intentions, without no investigation being done into it. Yeah, that wasn't it.
Minnesotans believe that we should have border control. Minnesotans believe in due process, though. And Minnesotans want to know, if you say you're going to get the worst of the worst, quit lying about who you're arresting. Tell us who you're arresting.
It is shocking just to see. I mean, we've known for a long time these guys are wearing masks, but it is now just an army of masked men who seem to be acting with impunity and seem to be. I mean, I can't tell you how many
acting with impunity. I mean, bro, that's the protesters who are acting with impunity. If anybody's acting with impunity, it's the protesters who you guys refuse to control. You guys refuse to do any type of crowd control, do any type of force to push these guys back. These are the guys acting with impunity, not ICE. They're over there having to do crowd control, what they're not trained to do. Even when they brought in border agents, they're border agents. They're not meant to do crowd control. But look what happened because we got them out there doing it instead of the local police or the National Guard in Minnesota. It's like, here's the thing. They brought this upon themselves and now they're trying to blame it on ICE. It's like, no, you put them in this position.
Videos are of them like cursing out people.
Look at the cruelty of it. And up at the Whipple building, if you went up there, the federal building where they're stationed, they come out to get in their car and they taunt these folks. And we finally got to the point where we have to keep order. And it's very difficult when they're undermining order. They create this chaos and we have to come in and clean it up. So we took over the security of that building. When I say we, the state and the National Guard. So instead of those scenes up there, you saw just chaos.
Because you wasn't providing crowd control. And the only reason you came out to that building is because a business owner's property, private property was being destroyed and you had to respond. That's the only reason they were out there. You wasn't out there to protect ICE. There wasn't no mess that ICE created. It's the mess that you created with your mouth and with your inflammatory rhetoric towards ICE. It's the reason why those protesters was out there harassing them, trying to make sure they don't get no sleep and trying to break into private property and destroy it. That's why they came out there. Not because of any mess that ICE made. It's the mess that you made with your mouth.
Smoke grenades, whatever. You saw National Guard with uniforms on with their names, no mask, handing out donuts, hot chocolate, and coffee. And today I got a request from the protesters up there if they could deliver homemade food to the National Guard who are away from their homes. That's the way this is supposed to work. These are your neighbors. We have a group of folks here, mercenaries, who are told we're the enemy. They're kitted up like they're in Afghanistan to do these things. They take 7.
Yo, and shout out to my man Game, and he says the news reporter needs to ask him on what's going on with the fraud case. Yeah, that as well. And what's going on with bro? Ilhan Omar, man, I knew I was right. I was right, bro. When I told you guys that this whole her marrying her brother was like just all one big distraction. You know how she never like got flustered about or anything. And I told you, it was like, bro, one, not only is it not true, but it's a distraction from the real story in front of us. And I told you guys, it's something about that third husband that's like, there's an alarm on there. Like, you should have some type of ring going off in your head when you hear about the whole, third husband. She cheated on her second husband with the third husband. Husband runs a political consulting company and owns a winery. Husband has a shady past of business, scamming dudes. And now all of a sudden he gets with Ilhan Omar. Ilhan Omar gets with him. And now they're running a winery that, well, doesn't really have any real business. I told you, man, ignore the whole, she married her brother lie and focus on the third husband. I was trying to tell y'all.
People to throw Alex on the ground and then shoot him. It's insane.
But and on that note as well, I'm actually glad Ilhan Omar is okay. And there wasn't anything in that, wasn't any harmful chemicals or anything that could have hurt her that she got sprayed with. So I'm actually happy she's okay. Like, as much as I disagree with the young lady and her lifestyle and what she's doing, I don't want nobody to get hurt.
And I appreciate all the news media that here is telling it, and tell the rest of the country, stand with us on this. This is a stand we have to hold on. They have to leave here. They have to bring these folks to justice, and they have to be some accountability to the top levels. Kristi Noem still having a job today is absolutely outrageous.
The administration seemingly in cleanup mode over the killing of ICU nurse Alex Preddy. To people here, though, the cleanup is not what's wanted. Coming clean is, and signaling a course correction, if that's what the president is in fact now doing, is not the same as doing the right thing. With that in mind, here's the president in neighboring Iowa this evening talking about the new official he sent here and the change he expects to see.
We have Tom Homan there now. We put him in there. He's great. And they met with the governor, the mayor, everybody else, and we're going to de-escalate a little bit.
De-escalate a little bit, he said. That's the president talking to a Fox host about bringing in his border czar Tom Homan to oversee the federal operation here and removing border official Gregory Bovino. The host, Will Kane, followed up with this.
Is this a pullback?
I don't think it's a pullback. It's a little bit of a change. Everybody in this room that has a business, you make.
I say it's a tactical retreat. That's what I said. They're going to pull back, gain some reconnaissance on the ground, some intelligence, because like I said, they were blindsided by this. Nobody expected this whole Ice Watcher thing to be as organized as it is. They're organized through Signal Chat, Discords. They're tracking these guys, doxing them, finding ways to entrap them. Yeah, these guys walked in and got blindsided by this organized effort to obstruct ICE. So they got to pull out, do some intelligence, and then come back in with a plan. Because, yeah, when they hit Minneapolis, they got blindsided by all that cooperation against them.
Changes. Bovino is very good, but he's a pretty out there kind of a guy. And in some cases, that's good. Maybe it wasn't good here.
At least he admitted.
So Bovino is out and out there, according to the president, a little bit, and Homan is in. And before leaving for Iowa, the president also seemed to promise answers and accountability in the wake of what Bovino's men did to Alex Preddy just a few blocks from here just days ago.
We're doing a big investigation. I want to see the investigation. I'm going to be watching over it. I want a very honorable and honest investigation. I have to see it myself.
Well, keeping them honest, though, we've already learned that the investigation will be solely in the hands of the Department of Homeland Security. Neither the Justice Department nor the FBI will be involved, and no one from the state. When asked about DHS, Secretary Kristi Noem, the president today, said she was doing a, quote, very good job. Tonight, though, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries is calling for her firing. Republican senators Lisa Murkowski and Tom Tillis are also calling for her departure. They're the first senators from their party to do so.
I mean, it's kind of crazy how they're blaming this on Noem's and not the leadership of the Minneapolis politicians. I mean, they could have organized their police to go out there and provide crowd control, and Renee Good would still be alive. They would stop with the inflammatory rhetoric because, yes, Renee Good would still be alive. I mean, there's a lot of things that they could have done to prevent all of this happening with ICE and Border Patrol. But it's kind of funny how they let it all happen. Now that it's got to its pinnacle at its worst, where two people have died. Now they want to be, oh, well, it's all your fault. You need to step down. No, bro. Y'all need to actually do y'all job, protect y'all constituents. Instead of like, bro, and let me real with you, letting them act with impunity. I mean, y'all said ISIS acting with impunity. No, they are. They're acting with enough impunity to think that it's okay to get involved in a law enforcement scene. They're acting with so much impunity that they think it's okay to drive off on a law enforcement, on a federal agent. If that ain't moving with impunity, I don't know what is.
Murkowski is saying it was, quote, probably time for her to go. Senator Tillis, when asked if he had confidence in Secretary Noem, said, quote, no, not at all. I think she...
But I ain't gonna lie, no. Like, I just seen Cap, I just seen your chat that you sent through, bro. You're right. You're right. They cooked themselves. I don't know why, but yeah, she cooked herself. I'm talking about Kristi Noem. She cooked herself when she went out there and tried to call him a domestic terrorist. Bro, Bombino, bro, this man just dug himself a grave when he said, oh, he was gonna come over there and this was an assassination plot and wah. And I'm just like, bruh, what? No proof, and you're just coming out here saying whatever because you know it looks bad. Now you just made it 10 times worse. And then of course Stephen Miller carrying on the same rhetoric of assassination, domestic terrorism, wah with no proof. Like, it's just a bad look now.
You should go. He later softened his remarks, but only slightly.
Senator, do you have confidence in Secretary Noem?
None at all.
But do you think Noem should step down?
I think Noem needs to decide what. I think if Noem looks at her body of work, I could not be. If I were in her position, I can't think of any point in pride over the last year. She's got to make her own decision, or the president does. But she has taken this administration into the ground on an issue that we should own.
Senator Tillis also laid into the president's deputy chief of staff and ultimate point man on immigration and deportation.
Stephen Miller never fails to live up to my expectations of incompetence. I can tell you, if I were president, neither one of them would be in Washington right now.
Well, Stephen Miller, for his part, is weighing in as well tonight, in part about the basis for this inaccurate statement, which both Secretary Noem and Gregory Bovino read.
And like I said, they're both going to look stupid if they won. I mean, they're going to look stupid, one, if they don't walk it back, and then they're going to look stupid while walking it back. So it's best to just rip the Band-Aid off and get it done, admit that they called it, they were just talking too soon, or maybe they're working with information that we don't have. All right, maybe they just said this information we don't have and we've yet to see, and they're just going to wait to roll it out to us. But I'm be real with you, even if that was the case, I still wouldn't have said anything like that. Even if I had prior knowledge or like hidden knowledge that nobody else knows, I wouldn't have said that. And without releasing it publicly, so people don't just think I'm trying to, well, make this lady or make this man look bad. Like, to be quite honest with you, that's what they should have done. But, well, hey, man. I guess people's emotions get the best of them.
Just hours after Alex Preddy's killing.
An individual approached
U.S. Border Patrol officers
with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
The officers attempted to disarm this individual,
but the armed suspect he violently resisted, fearing for his life.
Bro, are you serious? The exact same script. Like, oof.
Ed, just hours after Alex Preddy's killing.
Not a good look.
An individual
approached U.S. Border Patrol officers
with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
Can y'all clean that up a bit? He approached a ICE officer or a basic Border Patrol agent with a gun on his person, not in his hand. Oh, y'all gotta be real specific here, because the way they framed that made it sound like bro was walking up with the strap, just waving around, talking about you better back the F up. That's not what happened. I think we all seen that in the video. He walked up with a belt on his person, because we couldn't even see it, to be honest with you, when he walked up and got in the way of that or got involved in that law enforcement scene, thus getting in the way of the ICE officer or Border Patrol agent. Like, we didn't see that. So he walked up with a gun on his person that we didn't know until later. If they really wanted to be truthful about that, but for some reason, it's like they're trying to create a story out of it. But it's like, bro, why are y'all trying to create a story out of this? It's like it's right there in front of our face.
The officers attempted to
The agents
disarm this
attempted to
individual,
disarm the
but the
individual,
armed suspect
but he
reacted
violently resisted, fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers.
I would say this. He was resisting arrest, but I think that was just, I mean, a reasonable reaction to being pepper sprayed in the face. It looked like he was trying to stand up as the officers were trying to put him down, which was honestly another mistake, but a reasonable reaction. Now, they heard a gunshot. Now, we're not sure. Now, it most likely, you know, I doubt Petty would just had a gun under him just shooting it. And here's the thing, I don't even think it was the ICE officer that made the first shot. I think when they took his gun off him and they rushed it off him, an accidental shot got let off, a negligent discharge happened, and they thought it was Petty, and they ended up unloading on him. That just seems to be what it is until further information comes out. Well, of course, I'm talking about the body cams.
An agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately.
Delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage.
Where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
Bro.
This individual went and impeded their law enforcement operations, attacked those officers, had a weapon.
Impeded law enforcement for sure. Got in the way for sure. But I mean, if he was trying to go out there with like the intention to hurt ICE officers, I mean, let's be real. He had the advantage to do so. He could have like just walked up and just started open firing on them at any point, but no, he went over there to try to help a woman up who got pushed down by ICE, and he shouldn't have did that. He shouldn't have did that with a gun on him, especially without proper identification. If you're going like Will said, how shit he did it, he should have walked over there, lifted up his waist, or let the officer know, look, I'm armed. I just want to help this lady up. And the officer can just say, you back the fuck up, all right, go ahead. I'm about to back off anyway.
On him and dozens of rounds of ammunition, wishing to inflict harm on these officers coming brandishing like that and impeding their work that they were doing.
If either of these public officials had an ounce of decency, they would call up Alex Pretty's parents and apologize. Stephen Miller, for his part, called Alex Pretty a would-be assassin, also domestic terrorist. Tonight, though, he is saying this, quoting now, the initial statement from DHS was based on reports from CBP on the ground. Additionally, the White House provided clear guidance to DHS that the extra personnel that have been sent to Minnesota for force protection should be used for conducting fugitive operations to create a physical barrier between the arrest teams and the disruptors. We are evaluating why the CBP team may not have been following that protocol. The words...
Yeah, I mean, damn. Well, let's go back and let's see what he said again.
Would-be assassin, also domestic terrorist. Tonight, though, he is saying this, quoting now, the initial statement from DHS was based on reports from CBP on the ground. Additionally, the White House provided clear guidance to DHS that the extra personnel that have been sent to Minnesota for force protection should be used for conducting fugitive operations to create a physical barrier between the arrest teams and the disruptors. We are evaluating why the CBP team may not have been following that protocol. The words, I'm sorry and I was wrong, were not included.
I mean, yeah, he could have just said they're supposed to be there providing crowd control. He was going off of, you know, what the CBP officers were saying at that moment. They, in their eyes, they were like, oh, well, we thought he was trying to shoot us. We heard a shot come out of nowhere. We pretty much assumed that it came from him. So we unloaded. And Stephen Miller said, that terrorist. And then he just went and made himself look stupid. I mean, it happens. I'm gonna be real with you. It happens when you just go too quick with a story, man. That's what I always say. When you're doing stuff like what I'm doing, you just can't be so quick to just run off the cliff with a story. It's like, bruh, especially with no proof on it, none at all. I mean, unless you want to sit there and say, I believe, or it looks to me. But bro, they both came out there and just said, oh, this is a domestic terrorist. He was going out there to hurt them, assassination, all that wild stuff. Cooked themselves. Like, I don't even know why they did it, but I don't know. I could see Kristi Noem getting cooked for this. But Stephen Miller got a bit more pull within the administration. A bit more.
Inside the Trump administration, while the president says things in the blame game inside the Trump administration, while the president says things in Minneapolis are going to, quote, de-escalate a bit, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem and Stephen Miller, the president's powerful advisor, are taking heat over the deadly shooting of Alex Pretty and their statements after it. Miller described Pretty as a would-be assassin. Noem described him as a domestic terrorist. The videos clearly refuted those claims, and now Noem is facing growing bipartisan calls to resign. And Miller, in a rare retreat, is acknowledging agents may have breached protocol that he set or the White House set before the shooting. With us now, CNN's Betsy Klein and Jeff Zeleny. And first, I just want to hold up a flow chart, friend, of my understanding of the blame game here. There you can see, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is blaming Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller seems to be blaming Customs and Border Protection. Betsy, you're at the White House. Do I have that flow chart
hilarious? Wait, I'm sorry, but all right, no, I ain't gonna lie though. That's extremely incompetent for her to try to blame Miller. The Miller's over here like, yo, whoa, domestic policy, sis. Like, whoa. I mean, you're Mrs. Ice Queen, Ice Baby. Like, I thought you was supposed to go out there and handle these ICE operations. Director of DHS. I mean, it's kind of weird how you're trying to point towards Stephen Miller, and as you got Stephen Miller scrambling to point to Custom Border Patrol, who was only brought in because they didn't have anybody to provide crowd control. And once again, you could pretty much say that they were there because, well, Mayor Jacob Fry and Tim Walz.
Stephen Miller seems to be blaming
Couture.
Customs and Border Protection. Betsy, you're at the White House. Do I have that flow chart correct?
I think that's about an accurate assessment, John. And I just want to point to you to this very remarkable statement to our colleague Kristen Holmes from Stephen Miller yesterday. As you said, in the immediate aftermath of federal agents' killing of Alex Pretty on Saturday, we heard Stephen Miller go to social media almost immediately. He referred to Pretty as, quote, a domestic terrorist, also a would-be assassin. And you can believe that he was behind a lot of the messaging that was coming from this White House. But then yet last night in this statement to our colleague Kristen Holmes, he says, quote, the White House had provided clear guidance to DHS that the extra personnel that had been sent to Minnesota for force protection should be used for conducting fugitive operations to create a physical barrier between the arrest teams and the disruptors. He goes on to
say, and that's what they're supposed to be there for. They're supposed to be the crowd control that Tim Walz or Jacob Fry was supposed to bring in. They left it to the federal government, and they had to bring in people who had no training in crowd control, don't even have the gear for it, but they're doing it because of the laziness of Minnesota politicians. I mean, it is what it is. But to sit here, I'm gonna be honest with you, if I was them at this point, like I said, I wouldn't have said that inflammatory rhetoric towards Alex Petty or Renee Good. And I'd have just been like, look, what do you want us to do? They're not literally giving us support. We got to bring in people who are not really trained to do crowd control. We got to use them for crowd control because it's starting to get too much. The obstruction is getting out of hand. And, well, the protesters actually with impunity. They don't care. They think that this is like a lawful way to do a protest by being able to instruct law enforcement, track them down, have networks to dox them. And then here's the thing, they're complaining about a mask when you're doxing these guys and threatening their family members. And you expect them not to start wearing masks? Are you dumb? They're riding around in unmarked cars because you're tracking their license plate. So they're just they're just supposed to let you keep doing that? Are you dumb?
Say we are evaluating why the CBP team may not have been following that protocol. He also says that some of the original statements that were coming from the Department of Homeland Security were, quote, based on reports from CBP on the ground. So clearly shifting blame there and notably not disputing that he was involved in those statements.
But not apologizing for them either, correct, Betsy?
Nope.
Absolutely right.
Okay, and that's important because he said those things. He's blaming now CBP for giving him the information that led to those statements, but he is not apologizing. Jeff, bigger picture here, when you take a step back, this is very unusual from this Trump administration or any Trump administration for that matter. They have really conducted now about 3 retreats in the last week by my count. First on Greenland, first the idea, no military action, definitely going to own it. Now, maybe not so much.
Well, actually, no, they kind of gave us what we wanted. They said, well, we could put more military bases on there. We could start building the Golden Dome, and we have access to certain mining rare earth minerals. Well, according to Trump, forever. So, yeah, we pretty much got what we want without having to use force, but just by threatening it. It's kind of funny. It's like, hey, yo, give me your money, I'm gonna punch you. And they give you your money, and they give but now, and here's the thing, the beautiful thing about that is you never have to punch the guy. You just have to threaten them to use force, and he gave you what you wanted. That's pretty much what we did with Greenland. We said, look, we're gonna punch your ass. They said, oh, please don't. Here you go. And we're like, all right, cool. We ain't gonna punch you no more. Thank you for giving me what we wanted. Well, what I wanted. Really, America.
The president had to backtrack on saying NATO troops weren't on the front lines in Afghanistan, and now clearly backing off a little bit in Minneapolis. That's a lot different than we've seen before.
Hey, and shout out Couture Leotard. Appreciate the support, sis. She sent the thumbs up for 10 jewels. Appreciate that. Help me fighting this shadow ban. One support at a time, or one gift at a time. It is what it is.
Or from this administration, Jeff.
Appreciate it, sis.
John, it absolutely is. It's not only unusual, it just hasn't happened, particularly on immigration. Look, this was intended to be a strength for President Trump. It always has been. It's one of the things that's helped get him elected in the first place back in 2016 and certainly reelected in 2024. Now immigration is viewed by Republicans as a weakness for this administration. That explains the flow chart that you were pointing out earlier. Stephen Miller isn't doing this simply because he's suddenly had a change of heart. He's doing this because even a few Republicans, a small but growing number of Republicans, are beginning to confront and challenge and question this administration. It is all coming, of course, as the very emission in Minnesota is being reviewed. And it's a funding review from ICE, of course. It could lead to a government shutdown at the end of the week. We shall see. But Stephen Miller knows the president is unhappy about this. That's why he is sort of backpedaling here. But the bigger picture, it's not just optics here. Is policy actually going to change? And that is very much unclear. One huge difference from this administration versus the first Trump administration, he's very reluctant to fire anyone. In the first administration, people were being fired all the time, week by week. That has not happened. So I do not expect any firings here, but this is a dramatic change of a position here. And keep your eye on Stephen Miller. He's viewed as
unless you want to count like Mike Walls, he got demoted. So that's pretty much what Trump doing. I think he changed from firing people because of how much media attention that was getting to demoting people and be like, all right, well, we'll take you from here and move you somewhere else. Like Mike Walls. He wasn't really working in our interests as a national security advisor. So we sent him to speak for us as a UN ambassador. There you go.
The liability in some circles here. He's very close to the president. I don't expect him to go anywhere. But that statement that Betsy was reading is extraordinary because we have never seen a retreat like that from him.
Yeah. And Betsy, just, I'll hold up the flow chart once again, since Jeff just celebrated it here. Where's the president in this flow chart? Who exactly does the president blame among these three choices?
Don't matter.
Well, I think the president's message here is that he's trying to de-escalate. He is trying to, we've seen him even talk to Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Fry in the aftermath. And the president now is essentially saying that those calls are cordial and constructive. But when we ask if this is a substantive or a symbolic change, the White House is still actively blaming Democrats. We heard from Caroline Leavitt saying that this is...
is it not y'all fault? Hold on now. Come on now. Yes, we could sit there and hold Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem accountable for that inflammatory rhetoric towards Alex Petty with no proof. Yes, we will hold them accountable. But let's not sit there and pretend like because of the lack of leadership from Tim Walz and Jacob Fry that this is I'm sorry. Sorry, guys, lost train of thought almost. But let's not sit there and act like this is not their fault. Like they have nothing to do with this. I keep saying this. If they would just provide crowd control, bring the National Guard, local police, bring in local police from other areas that are more peaceful, that have, less obstruction going on. Bring them over, let them help out local law enforcement, provide crowd control, then bring the National Guard, help them provide crowd control, keep these people back so they aren't obstructing and putting themselves in danger. The problem is these protesters are acting emboldenedly with impunity as if they're allowed to obstruct police. And why? Because nobody's stopping them. And if anything, their politicians, their leadership is cheering them on. So how is this not their fault? How did their rhetoric not put Renee Good in that situation? How did them not putting out crowd guard? Like, how does that not relate to Alex Petty getting shooting? If they had those crowd patrol, Alex Petty wouldn't be able to get close. So how is it not their fault?
Deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat officials, blaming the Preti killing on Democrats. But the question is going to be, what is the change on the ground in Minneapolis here? And President Trump is appearing to indicate that there might be some more substantive changes. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, based on how Tom Homan has described the conversations with Tim Walz and the mayor there, and they both have described it, there is a bit of substantive difference there, merely in the dialogue. And very quickly, Jeff, while I still have you here, Republicans on Capitol Hill, how far do you think they're willing to take their criticism?
Well, we will see. I mean, it's a growing number, but it's still a very small number of people. But I think the Senate Majority Leader John Thune was interesting yesterday. He called this an inflection point. So everyone is calling for an investigation and more oversight into ICE. Again, that is not something we saw after the Renee Good shooting. So this is a different moment. There is no doubt about it. But again, to Betsy's point, will policies change on the ground? Again, what was a strength for the administration is now a political weakness.
A lot of fingers being pointed over the Trump administration's false claim that Alex Preddy, the man fatally shot in Minneapolis, was out to massacre federal agents, an accusation just not supported by the video we've all seen. Multiple sources suggested to Axios that the language
gave these they gave these bastards a lifeline. Like, bro, Kristi Noem, bro, Stephen Miller, y'all gave them a lifeline. If y'all had never said that, we didn't been able to hammer down on the fact that the Dems have done nothing to make this situation better. We didn't be able to hammer down on that. Now you gave CNN fuel to sit here and talk about inflammatory rhetoric all day. Like, thanks for doing that. You gave them something to talk about when all you had to do was shut the F up, man. That's all you had to do. That's all. And this is why they're calling this the administration of bimbos. Why? Because we got Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem saying dumb shit. That's why. And I'm not saying that like women in these important positions are all failing. No. But I mean, when you got when you got the biggest critics, I'll say the people who get the most criticism in the administration being the women, says a lot, does it not? And the top performers in the administration are the men, says a lot, does it not? This is why we don't want a female president. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is it right here.
Came from the president's hardline advisor, Stephen Miller, with one source saying, quote, Miller gun and knew what the narrative would be. Preddy came to massacre cops. Miller, for his part, said, quote, any early comments made were based on information sent to the White House through Customs and Border Protection. With us now is Mark Caputo, the senior politics reporter for Axios, who really broke this story yesterday. Mark, as always, I'm really excited to talk to you since you were out so far in front of this story. I put together a little flow chart based on your reporting here of who is being blamed and how inside the White House and inside the administration. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem is blaming Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller appears to be blaming Customs and Border Protection. Do I have that correct?
He's childish with it. He's like, now look at the graph and tell me. So is this really going on? Is this the blame game that they're playing right here? Is like, bruh. I mean, look, man, if anybody's I know I'm MAGA. Yes, I voted for Trump, but you won't catch me defending this. You will not catch me defending this crazy rhetoric that decided to come out of their mouths. I will sit there and defend what ICE is doing out there in Minnesota, but what those guys said, absolutely unacceptable. And all it did was give these guys a lifeline because they really had no argument until now.
I mean, generally, what I do know is that Noem is feeling the heat, obviously on Capitol Hill and elsewhere. And she's told people, and I'm told she also told the president, look, everything I've said is because of what I've been told to say and do by the president and Stephen Miller. And as you pointed out, Miller is saying that statement that was released came because of on-the-ground reports from CBP. And specifically, what you're hearing more people in the White House start to say is the bad guy in all of this, and I'm putting bad guy in air quotes, is Greg Bovino, who was the commander, the cowboy, in the words of one person, who was in charge of this, let's call it a shambolic operation that resulted in the deaths of 2 people and the shooting of a total of 3 in a month.
Yeah, there are 2 separate things I think we should point out here that Miller now seems to be saying to you and others. Number one, that CBP, that the officers on the ground broke some kind of protocol, some kind of instructions they've been given by the White House about how they were supposed to behave, actually enforce the law. But also Miller is saying that he was told perhaps misleading stuff by CBP. Those are 2 things, but are those both directionally what Stephen Miller is saying now?
Yeah, that's correct. According to the White House, according to Miller, there is a protocol that they had developed where these teams, these squads that would go on these immigration raids or to execute these warrants or find, in their words, these criminal aliens, would be divided in 2. One group would do crowd control to stop what they called the disruptors, and the other would go and do the arrests.
Yep.
And according to them, on this fateful day, on Saturday, that just sort of devolved into chaos, and none of that took place. Now, obviously, in the background of this, there have been other videos, other cases of pretty egregious policing that had happened under Bovino. Specifically, there was the young man at Target, the Target worker who was pushing around grocery store carts, got in some sort of jawboning incident with these agents. They tackled him, they kind of beat him, they shoved him in a van, and they dropped him off nearby. Stuff like that did start to really rankle at the president, and finally the president made his change on Monday.
Yeah, I was going to say, so based on your reporting, if we have this chart.
No, I think it was the shootings that actually, kind of that's where the president kind of put his foot down, was like, okay, yeah, we need some new leadership over there. I'm not sure what's going on. Maybe we need a little leadership, but he's like pretty much pulling out and trying to tackle it a different way, new leadership, all that. Because, yeah, it's obviously something ain't going down and something ain't being carried out right, especially after the Alex Petty shooting, because that one looked terrible, especially with one of the, what was it? The Border Patrol agents just smacking the guy with the, with the paint can. I mean, that was ridiculous. Like, why are you doing that? Like, obviously, I don't think that's protocol, especially when you're holding a man down, but we'll see what comes of that.
Of the blame game, where does the president fit here? As far as you can tell, who is the president blaming for all this?
He's not really blaming anyone. It's just one of those sort of, hey, things sort of happen and let's move on. One of the things the president doesn't want to do is communicate a weakness that he's backing off. And in that, under that umbrella, is the idea that he needs to make a change. So let's just be very clear. Kristi Noem, from all of the information we're getting and from all the observations that we've made collectively as the news media and those of us who cover the White House specifically, Kristi Noem is staying, and so is Stephen Miller, his longest-serving political advisor, from Trump 1, architect of the immigration plan, a guy with encyclopedic knowledge of immigration law, who really sort of represents a lot of the hardline policies that Trump at heart really does enjoy.
And then just very quickly, any bit of reporting that you've done that indicates that Noem or Miller or anyone might apologize for the statements that they made just after this incident happened on Saturday?
I have gotten no indication of that. We've asked if, hey, do you want to issue at least some sort of correcting information? And so far, the answer to that has been no.
Mark Caputo, as I said, great reporting on this. You're out in front.
Not they double down. Well, they didn't really double down. They just pretty much ignored the fact that they said something wrong or unprovable and kind of just skirted past it. Well, all right, now let's get over here. Let's have ourselves a little laugh with Lefties Losing It.
Losing it, and I regret to it's time for Lefties Losing It, and I regret to inform you that the world's unfunniest man, Jimmy Kimmel, is crying again. He's usually crying for himself and his imagined victimhood, but now he's deeply moved by leftist agitators being shot in Minneapolis. This is a man who did not shed a single tear for Laken Riley, Ruby Garcia, Rachel Marine, Kayla Hamilton. The list is tragically long. He didn't shed a tear for Charlie Kirk. Indeed, he used Charlie's murder to push lies, blaming MAGA for leftist violence. But now Jimmy is crying.
Bro, and here's the wild part, talking about my freedom of speech is like, dog. I'm sorry, but if CBS decided to fire you or ABC decided to fire you because their affiliates no longer wanted to play you, that's not against your freedom of speech, bro. I mean, you could still go on here on YouTube and do your show. It's to get hella views. I'm pretty sure people still watch you even if you went independent. So no, that wasn't against your freedom of speech. The FCC had nothing to do with why this man got suspended. Had everything to do with the people he works for, affiliates. They're affiliates. So if you want to get mad, man, get mad at St. Clair Media Group. Get mad at those guys.
If our leaders are intentionally creating and encouraging violence and fear, then I hope you will also agree we need new leaders, because these are not leaders. And to the people of Minneapolis, to the Freddie.
You're right. We do need new leaders in Minneapolis. We need a new mayor of Minneapolis. We need a new governor of Minnesota, preferably Republican. But I mean, hey, a man can dream, right? But preferably them with some common sense. That'd be nice. And we'll be good.
Family and the good family. And these people who were looking out for their neighbors. We want you to know that we are with you and you are not alone.
The politicians intentionally creating and encouraging violence and fear are Democrats, Jimmy. You cannot be so dim that you don't understand that. You may support it, you may think it's for the greater good, but if you don't know who is whipping up hysteria and inciting violence in America in 2026, then you're beyond help. And sadly, more violence is inevitable. This is an insurrection, and some of these activists are not hiding their intentions.
Here's the thing that I need for protesters and everyone to start realizing, okay? We're at war. The protests are over.
Oh, no, the hell we ain't. That's what you saying. No, we not. You guys are at war with yourselves. I'll tell you that right now. I bet see you guys are about to turn your state, your city into a police state. And then blame Trump. I mean, when you guys are walking yourselves right into it. No. We're not at war. There's no civil war going on. We're not fighting for immigrants to stay here. Like, bruh, for real? Like, I'm gonna be real with you. It's kind of fucked up, guys. I mean, you know, these undocumented immigrants are basically modern day slaves, right? So we would basically be fighting to free slaves and send them back to their country, and you're fighting to keep y'all slaves here to have them abused by the corporations. Are y'all sure y'all want to take on that side?
There's no more protesting.
Sure.
This is combat now. So when I come onto the field, I'm not screaming at people that are going to assault me or pepper spray me. Like, no, this is combat. I'm going to engage them in combat because we have that needs to be done. This is how we get shit done. Okay? We're not protesting anymore. We're fighting. You understand? Like, I need for you to stop with the signs, and I need for you to get shields and swords of the pew-pew kind. Like, I need for you to wake up. We're at war. It's wartime. It's time to go to war.
These soy boys think they're in a war. This next nerd has...
And Antifa has spoken. And let me real with you, bro. Most liberals, most Democrats aren't feeling that. They're not. They just want to go out there and peacefully protest. But it is always Antifa that's always trying to push these people into war. I mean, it's always Antifa that's in these guys' face talk about you ain't doing enough. And due to this situation, look at them again, trying to come in their face, going like, you're not doing enough. You need to go out there and risk your life. I don't care about your family or none of that. Go out there and risk your life and be a dumbass. For what? Oh, what? For the government to double down on what you're going to die for? I don't know, man. I don't know if that's the way. Especially when people actually voted for this. You know, 77 million people voted for this, right? If you actually cared about this democracy, you guys really wouldn't be doing this.
He's added some cool maritime music to his performative little act. Pitiful.
When's the time?
All hands, hoist the colors.
After today. What? The song has been sung. It's time.
I mock but we have to take these threats seriously. The Minneapolis-led uprising has seen the left getting those Summer of Love BLM vibes. Remember that violent uprising that caused $2 billion in damage across the country, saw around 24 people killed, many more assaulted and terrorized, all by leftist agitators that many in the media called peaceful protesters. And Antifa has been activated, including this dude.
Miss Kyle, I'm Antifa, and there's so much rage in me that I've had to record this like 15 times trying to get the message out. Okay, show up ready to go. Okay, not talking about peaceful protests anymore. We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore.
Oh, we're not even.
I mean, does this look like a guy that you'd want to listen to and want to walk into battle with? I don't know. This guy right here. Are you sure, guys? Like them. You sure about this?
We're not talking about having polite conversations anymore.
Oh, we're not even going to pretend to be peaceful, Kyle. Surely you're not advocating for your Antifa.
And that's one of my main points when it comes to these Minnesota protesters. Like, yeah, most of them are peaceful, but there's a good amount of them as well. Not bigger than the peaceful ones, but there's a good amount of them that are actually out there to try to obstruct ICE, actually trying to follow them around, block their cars in, try to dox them, harass their family members. They're out there to try to hurt these guys. Like, we got to understand that, yeah, these guys are hiding behind the peaceful protesters, but for some reason, left-wing media want to frame these guys as all peaceful protesters for some strange reason. And they're not even willing to acknowledge the existence that there's any of these protesters that are crossing over into obstruction.
Please, to come armed with guns.
Welcome to America 2026, where Second Amendment is the only thing that's going to keep you protected from literal Nazi gunmen that are killing innocent people in the street with impunity. This is not a joke. There's nothing fun to chant about it. Get your guns and stop these people.
Oh dear, that's the sort of talk that could see Kyle end up in Gitmo or somewhere similar. I prefer these Antifa agitators when they're pursuing their other passions. Kyle loves a dress up.
I do this.
Whoa!
All year.
Whoa! No, okay, that was all right. Hold on. Okay, yep. I mean, like I said, I knew it, bro. I knew it. I was like, yeah, this guy don't seem mentally stable, and you want to follow this guy into battle? Like, bro, out here wearing a dress. I mean, I don't know if he's gonna stand beside you, but Lord knows he's gonna stand behind your ass. Like, boy, with the color beard. Oh shit. Oh wow. He was talking so tough to do this.
Kyle loves a dress up.
I do this all year, all the time. I'm out and about like this because I do it for me all year.
Yes, the great unhinging continues, and it's important to note it's not just random sad men and women attention-seeking on social media, though it's mainly that, but some of these sad characters posting their breakdowns online are also given a platform on leftist media outlets like CNN. They have normalized and mainstreamed lunacy. Here is CNN regular Lee McGowan.
The United States Senate is voting on ICE's funding next week, and this is a group that does not deserve to be funded. Any senator who votes to...
Oh, yeah, if you don't know, yeah, the Dems are planning to shut the government down over ICE funding. I know, right? They're going to shut the government down over ICE funding that, honestly, Lord knows the Republicans not going to give in to that. And I mean, let's be real. I don't think the Dems are going to get that same support they did for the last shutdown, because what happened last shutdown? They shut down over Obamacare subsidies, cuts in Medicaid, and they got none of them. None of them. So I don't know if the Dems or the Democratic base is going to rally behind them like last time. Let's see, because even if they did, I don't think these guys are defunding ICE.
Continue to pay for this.
And are you serious? So you're gonna let what? Once again, people go without food stamps, no military pay, no government pay because of this? All right.
Mob of unhinged murderers is out of their in mind, because this cannot be retrained. This has to be stopped. So if you are a U.S. Senator right now, do not write a tweet. Do not write a tweet. Write a bill. Write a bill that abolishes this heinous department.
I mean,
Yep, that woman is given a platform on CNN where she spews her crazy delusions, conspiracy theories, and unless Scott Jennings is around, they pretty much go unchecked.
ICE agents have been known to kill people because people are disappearing in custody, because we're missing 1,200 people in Alligator Alcatraz.
This is the political
because
vigilantism.
This is not political vigilantism.
I mean, can you prove any of this? That's what, and they cannot prove any of this. People listen to women like this, and this is why people will come up on my platform and be like, "Oh, well, did you know? Well, you know, ICE is a bunch of untrained guys." No, they're not. Like most of them are veterans and ex-law enforcement. Oh, ICE is disappearing people. Name one, please. Name one person that's been disappeared by ICE that we've never seen again. They can't. They cannot. So, yeah, it's all these lies about ICE that's being said on CNN that a lot of people watch, sadly. So, this is where it comes from. Yes, this is where it comes from. And let's be real. It don't even got to come from, somebody don't even got to hear from CNN. Your friend could watch from CNN and then tell your ass, and you trust your friend. So, you're trusting the fact that he's telling you that ICE is out here disappearing people and never to be seen again, even though no names can be provided. I mean, if people are being disappeared, I would hope you be able to provide names. She said 12,000 people. Where are your 12,000 names? I'm like, this would be a stack of papers in front of you with names on it.
You're encouraging people to interfere with federal law enforcement.
I'm saying that
and
we
people
need to get
are
it on
getting
tape
killed
because the
because of it.
DHS is lying, because ICE is lying, and because people are getting hurt.
I think that
and they're
there is-
disappearing.
And good news early today, the Temu Rachel Maddow was back in her kitchen posting more crazy rants for her followers, who you know are going to be your quintessential awfuls, the affluent white female leftists, often with serious mental health issues. Here, Lee encourages these troubled souls to be even more hateful, more insular, more miserable by ostracizing any family members, friends, even clients that support President Trump.
The time has come to ostracize them. It's time to shun these people, to make MAGA pariahs in our society. Do not welcome them into your home. Do not have them in your restaurant. Ask people what their political persuasion is as they enter your store or your office. Don't make small talk with them at work. Fire clients, silence text chains.
Whoa.
There should be no room or time or
Whoa, sis. Whoa, it's getting real. She said no. She said if she was running the store, she says no. I need to know your political affiliation. Actually, I need documentation. You can't shop at my store unless you have documentation that you are a Democrat. I'm like, wait, yeah. And if you're MAGA, yep, don't even come here. Actually, just go ahead and move out the city. I'm like, wait, what? Yeah, when you take political affiliation this far, you're the problem.
place in a civilized society for psychopaths and their enablers. These people are traitors to our country, to our Constitution,
What do we do?
to our rule of law, and they should be treated as such. I know this is hard. I know it's sad. I know a lot of people are going to say, I can't believe you're going to let politics come between us. But we have to remind ourselves this isn't about politics. It's about morality.
No, it's about politics. I mean, you guys don't like that we're sending illegals home and criminal illegals, and you have a problem with that, and y'all want to stop it. I mean, it's about as simple as that. I mean, let's be real. You guys were protesting this before Renee Good died. You were definitely, I mean, most definitely before Alex Pretty. So please miss us with that. I mean, nobody even died, and y'all was still on this.
Civility and reality.
Morality, civility, and reality. Honey, you have no grasp of those words. You exist in a parallel universe where your truth trumps the truth, you know, the real truth, the facts. These people have just become so used to rationalizing and justifying the most horrendous behavior They can't talk about civility. The left abandoned civility decades ago. Joining me now is RNC Youth Advisory Council co-chair CJ Pearson. CJ, tell me about the reaction to the shooting of this leftist agitator, Alex Pretty. There is an investigation into the fatal shooting. We'll hopefully have a clearer picture soon of what really happened. But what we already know is that these are not just peaceful protests in Minnesota. They're actively obstructing law enforcement. It's organised and often it's violent.
You know, they indeed are. And I think I'm going to follow the lead of the president when I say that I think we need to allow this investigation to unfold before answers or conclusions are jumped to in any way whatsoever. But I think it's important for us to realize that at the end of the day, when it comes to protests, we respect that as a country. But what we do not respect and what we do not allow are for people to blatantly come into, these violent conglomerates of folks and then brandish weapons or have them on their person. It's just not smart. And so what remains to be seen what exactly.
And I know the Dems are going like, oh, what happened to the Second Amendment? Yeah, bro, that's still in effect. The problem is, or we still believe in it. The problem is, though, that let's be real. When you're engaging with an officer, you're supposed to let the officer know that you're armed. I don't even care if I'm about to walk up to an officer for a chat. I'm going to let him know that I'm armed, because if he got to find out that you're armed, it's not going to go well for you. If you get pulled over, let them know. If you're approaching them, let them know. It's just common sense that you will let an officer know that, one, you're not a threat and you are armed, and let him decide what to do after that. But at least you're doing it for your safety and his. And trust me, he's really going to respect you for looking out for his safety. I mean, a lot of officers love that.
Will come from this, but I think that what we will see is that this has all been a result of the violent rhetoric that's been spewed by folks on the left who are actively encouraging their followers to do ICE officers harm. I stand with our boys in blue, our men and women in blue as well, who are defending our country, defending our sovereignty, and simply ensuring that we actually enforce the immigration laws on the book. That should not be controversial. What should be controversial are these left-wing activists who are actively encouraging assault and violent crimes against our men and women in law enforcement.
It's an insurrection is what it is. It's clearly that, and it's curious that it's happening in Minnesota when we've got ICE operating across the country, but it's in this blue state that has been revealed to be a hotbed of fraud. And
ain't that the truth? But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to our guys over here at Pierce Morgan. Let's go ahead and get back to that debate on, of course, the ICE shooting.
Okay, people are looking on completely aghast that this is happening repeatedly.
Yeah.
And no one can quite understand why those who have the power to cool things down aren't doing that. Now, Tom Homan has been sent down there tonight. We know there's a White House press briefing going on in the next hour or so, which may add some more clarity too. But what should happen here? What do you think is the obvious thing to do? To have ICE completely remove themselves from Minneapolis? But then it begs the question, well, where do they go next? Should they continue their work? Is not a lot of what ICE is doing, because I believe...
No, they got to keep it up, because if they let these Dems know, Alex Jones was saying, if the Dems smell blood in the water, they're going to know that, well, all we need to do is get ICE off our backs and just send out a whole bunch of liberals. We'll make sure that one of them dies. I mean, let them do whatever they want. When one of them dies, we'll go ahead and call them the Gestapo and monsters, and they'll remove themselves. And that's just going to be the strategy. And they'll do it. It'll be a pattern. It's going to be a very sick pattern. You're going to start seeing a whole bunch of liberals die due to ICE because, well, these people in these sanctuary cities don't want to provide crowd control and want to let these protesters obstruct ICE, which is going to put them in danger. So, to be honest with you, yeah, I wouldn't want to back down. I would not. Actually, I would do a tactical retreat and come back in 10 times harder and let them know I'm not playing. But if you do a tactical retreat, or if you do a complete retreat on this, then that's the blueprint to get ICE out of there, and they're going to follow it to the T. I mean, the death of a liberal included.
It probably is not a lot of what they're doing valid if they are actually catching and deporting genuinely bad criminals who are in the country illegally anyway. Then they should be allowed to do their job, shouldn't they?
Yeah. So let me build on what James said. So
Look, at this point, the polling is in even before this Alex Preddy shooting, and this one is going to put it way, way over the top. So already over 60% of Americans thought ICE was going too far before the shooting. Over 70% of independents thought that. And now the fact that he was armed and was, exercising his Second Amendment rights just by having a gun, and he seemed to have been killed because he had a gun and was exercising his Second Amendment rights, I think has driven a lot of the right wing to realize, hey, you know what? Maybe we're not supposed to be murdering American citizens in the streets.
Bro.
That is not supposed to be the point of ICE. And now a lot of people are worried that is the point of ICE. And I'm old enough to remember when, James, you remember when...
No, we all understand that's not the point of ICE, but I mean, like I said, the Dems don't ever hold themselves accountable. I hope that Cenk could find it in his heart, but to just be like, you know what, since I actually care about, people, liberals, do not listen to what Jacob Fry and Tim Walz is telling y'all about ICE. Do not go out there and treat these guys as if they're Gestapo. Do not overreact to them thinking that they're going to disappear you, because you're going to end up, one, hurting yourself for no reason, putting yourself in danger, and possibly losing your life. Is there any real Democrat that's willing to say that?
G. Gordon Liddy would tell the right wing about the jackbooted thugs of the government, and if they came to your house, gun them down. Now they're saying if the government comes to your house, surrender immediately and let them do whatever they want in a police state. But you know that the police state is not going to be for the left or the right. It's going to be for the powerful, and they're going to use it against all of us. Yes. But that jury has come in. So what's going to happen next is a lot of Republicans are starting to turn on Trump. He has lost his magic touch that he used to be able to bully and intimidate people. And back in his first term, he did it a little bit more intelligently, one by one, so that it had more power. Now he just blasts everybody, right? We hate Europe. We're going to take Greenland, Venezuela, Cuba, blah, blah, blah. That's on foreign policy. Then he comes back home and he attacks all of the Indiana Republicans. Then he attacks, almost half the Republicans in the Senate. He attacks Marjorie Taylor Greene and calls her a traitor when she's like one of the most right-wing people in the country. He attacks Tom Massey. The point is, now that he's sitting in the 30s and dropping, by the way, like Biden was, he has lost all of his leverage. So you see Republicans abandoning him. Why are they abandoning him? Because of what James said, because the elections are coming. And if they stick with Trump, they're going to get wiped out with the tide. So now people are going to have to turn on Trump on the Republican Party side. So that's politics, and that's important because that takes away his power and leverage. But also, more importantly, for the American people, for God's sake, let's unite and remember, you don't want the government to tread on you. The right wing was right about tyrannical government, so this is the time that you need to stand up against that tyrannical government.
Okay, Clay Travis, just respond to that quickly, and then we're going to move on to Trump and NATO and the issue of the NATO forces.
Look, I think this has to be an extreme. First of all, I don't think Trump's base is going to turn on him. Trump's base has never turned on him for anything. That's not.
Oh, and shout out to Couture Leotard. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, I wonder if the life insurance is paying the claims. I mean, that's actually a good question.
Going to happen, period. It's 90-10, 95-5, whatever percentages. Most people voted for Trump and for ICE to do exactly this. What I think is important here too, Pierce, is it's a huge story that should get more attention. It's actually a super positive, unlike all these details. I'm sure you saw it, Pierce. I don't know how much you talked about it because you were laid up in the hospital. And I hope you're getting well, by the way. 125-year low in murders.
I'm not even gonna lie, like Couture, I'm actually thinking about that for some reason. I'm not even sure if you're joking, but I'm actually thinking about that.
In the United States in 2025. No one alive today, not even Democrat voters on the rolls in Chicago, were able to live in a country that was safer.
And here's the thing, though, is like, Cenk, I mean, real, he doesn't know the MAGA base. I actually wish he would actually start speaking to people in the MAGA base who actually know where we're at with it, because we're not abandoning him on this whole ICE thing, on ICE being, ICE enforcing immigration law. We're not against them on that. Well, honestly, we understand what's going on in Minneapolis. We understand how they're not getting no help. They're being forced to do crowd control. They're being stretched thin while being, impeded on, while being obstructed. So we get it. It's only the Dems over here trying to sell this story to the public, going like, oh, well, no, it's all ICE and they're untrained and they're the Gestapo and all this nonsense. But no, trust me, MAGA and most Republicans understand that, yo, what's going on there in Minnesota is out of hand because of Jacob Fry and Tim Walz. Now, what happened to Renee Good and Alex Preddy is a tragedy and it should have never happened, but it's due to the fact that these guys did not do their job for their constituents.
And
they still ain't doing it. I mean, Tim Walz is planning to do it, but I mean, he had to wait until 2 people died. Well, 2 people and one illegal shot.
1900. You cannot tell me that shutting down the border and beginning to deport violent ICE criminals is not a big part of why we have the lowest murder rate in 125 years in the United States. So again, big picture, there are 10 million illegals here. Do we allow them to stay? And look, this is a real debate going forward that I think is not getting talked about. The 2030 census, what is going to happen with the 2030 census is far more impactful than what's going to happen in 26, what's going to happen in 28, because it sets the stage for a generation of how the electoral college map is going to be set up, for where and how seats are going to be allocated in the 435 House seats. That is really underlying, I think.
Oh no, it is covered. It is covered. It's going to be seen as a what was it? It's like pretty much going to be seen as like a standard life insurance policy. Covers like it's going to be seen as an accident, like basically like you got in a car crash or a homicide or like an illness. It's going to be painted just like that. So there's your answer for you, Couture.
Why this is occurring now, the battle that is going on.
Okay, I want to play a clip. This is the infamous clip already of Donald Trump talking about NATO forces and their contribution to the war in Afghanistan.
I've always said, will they be there if we ever needed them? And that's really the ultimate test. And I'm not sure of that. I know that we would have been there or we would be there. But will they be there? And let's hope that that never happens. We've never needed them. We have never really asked anything of them. You know, they'll say they sent some troops to Afghanistan or this or that. And they did. They stayed a little back, a little off the front lines.
Well, I was trying to think.
I'll be real with you. Look, it's like, honestly, I don't think Trump should have said that. It is a bit disrespectful to pretty much just say that, oh, well, you know, the 400 plus lives that you guys gave up in our war doesn't really mean nothing. It's not like you were really doing anything. It's a bit wild, which he never said that. But I think the real problem is that, bro, the European countries don't work in our interest. They work in their own interest. Actually, they keep our interest outside. They work against us while pretending like they're our allies. I mean, look at Canada. They're one of the best examples, and they're not even a European country. They're our effing neighbor, and they're working out trade deals with China while we're in a trade war with China, while we're coming down on China for all their illegal trade tactics. They're getting in a trade deal with them. So excuse me for looking out for our own self-interest. But like I said, as soon as America starts set tripping, we tripping, right? Wrong. We should be able to look out for our own interests. We should be able to hold other countries accountable for duplicitous trade tactics and get a fair deal. But as soon as we start doing that, we're tripping. So we want to start looking over our hemisphere and pushing people, China and Russia out of our influence, we're tripping. So as soon as we start hemisphere tripping, we tripping, right? Or whatever.
Who best I could bring into this debate now to discuss this? And I realized I had somebody in my own family, somebody who I have regularly mentioned on Piers Morgan Uncensored. I come from a family with lots of military. My brother retired as a colonel. My brother was an army colonel. I've got a lot of military in my family. We've discussed before. I've got lots of military, ex-military in my family. My brother was an army colonel for many years. My brother was a British army colonel. My brother-in-law was a British army colonel. Lots of military in my family. My younger brother, Jeremy, who was a colonel in the British Army. He was in the army for 37 years. He did 3 tours of Afghanistan during the war, and he joins me now from the London studio, which ironically I'm not at today. So Jeremy, welcome to Uncensored.
Thank you. Hello, Piers.
So you were very
This is Don Lemon, the former CNN anchor turned independent journalist. And by journalist, I mean accomplice. On Sunday,
Oh, appreciate that. So pretty much I was going to move over here. We're going to cover this whole Don Lemon fiasco where he came into a church, disturbed a bunch of churchgoers, and well, everybody was asking for this man's arrest. I mean, they wanted this man locked up. And I know, right? Like, not hemisphere tripping. No, for real though. It's like what the gangsters say. Like, as soon as I'm set tripping, I'm tripping, right? Well, that's pretty much what we're doing. And that's what the world is telling us. As soon as we start tripping about our self-interest, oh my God, you're being such an authoritarian, so you dictators. It's like, bro, really? Like what? I can't trip about my territory. I can't trip about my hemisphere without y'all saying, oh, you're acting crazy. Man, get out of here, bro. Especially NATO. Y'all over here tripping about a territory that's not even yours. Like, remember Ukraine? And then you dare want to talk about us in Greenland? Okay.
January 18th, 2026, Lemon joined up with a bunch of protesters led by Nakima Levy Armstrong of the Racial Justice Network.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the program. We just got into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up for resistance and protest.
Reconnaissance? So what are they doing? Why would Don Lemon fly all the way to Minneapolis? Well, it was a secret.
They're getting the operation together again. This is an operation that is secret, so I don't want to get, because they are strategizing, I don't want to get too much of their information in there. But okay, so we're going to go to the operation again. We're not going to give any of the information away. We're doing this clandestine secret operation. These operations are surprise operations. Again, can't tell you where they're going and where we're gathered right now. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show.
So it turns out that the Lemon Gang was heading to a church. And notice how worried Don is about ruining the surprise. Since when does a journalist worry about blowing the cover of the people that they're supposedly just covering?
We are here. Now, do you think if you just have it, I think maybe if you just have it on the church, but if they see me, they're going to know.
If they see me in the camera, they're going to know that they're about to be ambushed. But, if you're just there to chronicle a public event, who cares if they see you? You only hide your face when you know that you're doing something that you shouldn't be doing.
And I'm going to go inside.
Always bet on black.
Always bet on black.
So Lemon slipped inside the church, and it turns out that the activists weren't there to pray. They were there to interrupt the service at City's church. Hands up, don't shoot. In a church.
Bro.
Makes sense to me. What's your problem? So the question is, why target this specific church?
This is a clandestine mission. I think they found out according to them, this is according to Operation Pull Up, that one of the pastors here.
I mean, why'd it have to be named it a ghetto name like Operation Pull Up? It might as well have been Operation Sliding on them.
Is a member of ICE, and so here we go.
So yes, it turns out that one of the pastors listed on City's church's website is David Easterwood, who is also the acting field office director of U.S. Immigrations and Customs Enforcement in St. Paul.
David Easterwood.
Are you sure that he's a...
Yes,
Yeah.
City's church, yes. And that's why we're here, demanding justice for Renee Good and letting them know that this will not...
Honestly, come on now, that's effed up, because you guys could have went to this man's house. I don't know, probably went outside the office and caught in a conversation with him, but instead you went to his church and disturbed his fellow churchgoers. I mean, that's pretty effed up, bro. I mean, really? You didn't have to do that. If you actually cared about journalism, you'd have just went straight to the source and asked him questions. Instead, you're harassing his church, church members, congregation, however you guys say it. Sorry, I'm not the biggest churchgoer, but it is kind of effed up. Like, if you wanted to come after me, I mean, great, come after me, but don't go up to my to the family barbecue and start asking people about me and all this wild stuff, I mean, that's effed up. Or start disturbing that because you have a beef with me.
So their justification for barging into a religious service is that one of the pastors has a day job that they don't like.
I am a rebel.
No, that is funny though. I did see that. Yeah, I find it funny that the leader of Iran condemned the U.S. over the ICE shooting, bro. Hey, nah, Iran is poking at us right now. Like they said that, oh, well, how come you can blame us for, using our police to quell our rebellion? But, like, what do y'all call that? Oh, it's called an insurrection for you guys. So what are you guys going to do? Not shoot the insurrectionists? And that's what the Iranians official was trying to tell us and why we should stay out of their protests. And I was like, all right, bro, chill with the comparison. I see your point, but kind of sucks to hear because he does actually got a good point with that. It's like, I mean, stay out of our politics, we'll stay out of yours. That's all I'm going to say when it comes to Iran, because I'll be real with you. I hate when they speak on our politics because they do actually make a decent relation to ours. When they said, oh, okay, so great. Those people in Minnesota, they get too out of hand and you invoke the Insurrection Act. What are you going to do? And that's a good question. I mean, because let's be real. If they get too out of hand, they get violent and they start shooting back at law enforcement, what are we going to do? Because that was happening in Iran. Well, are we just going to let our law enforcement die? Of course not. I hope we never get to that because then we lose all the ground in the world to ever criticize Iran again. And this is what I'm scared of. When I said it on the live, I don't think nobody heard me. But when I said, yo, it looks like we're about to head towards an Iran situation in Minnesota. But if these guys actually try to go armed against ICE, so we do the Insurrection Act against armed citizens that are going against our immigration policy, how do you think that's going to end? Like, be honest with you. And I mean, hey, man, just like our media was doing with Iran, the left-wing media will frame it as there's just rebellion going on in the United States. And we need everybody to help in. And all of a sudden, we got Chinese money coming in trying to help the rebellion. I mean, this is a real slippery slope we're heading down. But shout out Tove, though. I appreciate that, sis. Doo-doo.
Friend, on top of being a lawyer and an activist, so I come here in the power of the Almighty God.
Wait,
for
what?
Righteousness, truth, and justice.
Whoa. I mean, yeah, you're not supposed to go into God's house doing that. Truth and justice. I mean, like I said, you could go straight to the guy, but disturbing these people who believe the same thing as you, I would hope, the same thing as you, y'all both Christians, you're over there disturbing them like that. I mean, would you do that to your own church? I don't know about that. I don't know. If you did that to a black church, I don't think that worked out so well for my man. Actually, I think I actually have a video right here of a pastor from a black church pretty much saying if Don Lemon would have tried that over here, it have went completely different for that man. So as I'm chatting you guys along, I found it.
Church doing stuff like that. And Don Lemon, don't come here. You roll up in this church doing stuff like that, and it's going to be the Royal Rumble.
Dang. Yeah.
And the funny thing is, I'm not joking.
Yeah.
We have worked hard. We built the church in the name of the Lord. We dedicated it to the Lord. It's built for worship. Our blood, sweat, tears, and finances are in this place. And some people who have never darkened the door of the church and never contributed one dime to it, gonna roll up in here and disturb our service and scare our children and shout obscenities in the church. That will not stand in this church.
Yeah.
Freedom of speech doesn't extend to going into someone else's house of worship. And you know what? Them people know that. That's why you never see them going into a mosque, because they know the Muslims ain't having that.
They ain't playing it.
I'm not a Muslim, but
I mean, bro, they won't even, bro, people know better than to stand outside of a mosque doing that. And Christians need to be on the same thing, in my personal opinion. Like, now, I know you guys are pacifists and all this good stuff, and God bless y'all for that. You know, Jesus does say to love our enemies and all this good stuff. And yes, we get that. We get that. Loving thy enemy and all that great stuff. But in this situation right here, I mean, maybe there do need to be some examples made out of, because I mean, that's the reason why nobody F with the Muslims, because if you was to step into a mosque doing like that, you're going to get mobbed by them. You're going to get stoned by these guys. Joking, of course, joking. Don't worry. You walk in there, Abdul's not going to stone you, but you're going to get kicked. They're going to kick your ass up out of there. It's kind of crazy how they walked in. And I mean, for some reason they chose white Christians, because I'm gonna be real with you, they're the most pacifists. So congratulations on that one. I mean, yes, congratulations to white Christians who are the most pacifist, and that's no disrespect. That's just the truth. Because I mean, look at the black pastor here. He said, "You'd have tried that with us, your ass would have got whooped." He tried that out. That's why Don Lemon went to the white Christians, because they are mostly the pacifists, and they're going to be the ones that's going to try to actually, you know, be reasonable, talk it out with you. And you know what? They're going to walk all over them. So to be honest with you, we do need a couple serious Christians out there protecting those pacifist churches or those people who won't, well, stand up to these people, because I mean, it's kind of effed up that they can just walk in there, have kids crying, cursing in the church of the Lord. It's like, y'all tripping. Y'all tripping, and something needs to be done. Man, I'm not even sure if the law is going to come down on them. So then I'm real with you. Some of these guys need an ass whooping. Not death, but an ass whooping.
We ain't having that. And the Bible teaches that we serve a God who teaches our hands to war and our fingers to fight. That's Bible. And these are the times in which we live. No respect for the house of God. Oh, we want our sisters.
I mean, yeah, even Jesus talked about drawing the sword at the perfect time or at the right time. The man was a pacifist, but he says, shoot, if it's his last resort, hey, man, draw the sword. And and shout out to Couture Leotard. Appreciate it, sis. She says Black church would have locked the doors and made them pay tithes to leave. I could see that they just lock the door and just be like, yeah, $50 a person. And if not, we just beating your ass. Like, yup. I don't care, man. You better call somebody to sell that car out front, because you ain't getting out here until everybody in this church at least got $50 in their pocket. Like, wait, what? Oh, you thought you just gonna come in here and disturb the house of the Lord in this neighborhood? No, sir. No, sir. Oh, man. I can only imagine. But yeah, if he'd have walked into a black church, it'd have been done for him.
To do is just get out the way. He gets ready to throw a punch, don't grab his arm. Let the Lord have his way, and they'll know not to ever do that again. Say amen.
He got a point. Sometimes you do got to teach them one good time, and that's all y'all need. That's all y'all need is one good time. Just whoop their ass one good time, and people gonna know. Like, trust me, the reason why people don't go into a mosque, because they realized the Muslims were serious. You don't think somebody tried to go into that mosque and say some dumb shit and they all just came out and whooped his ass? That's the whole reason why nobody tries the Muslims. They tried them, and what happened? They got their ass whooped. The Christians, I ain't gonna lie, I know y'all pacifists. I ain't saying y'all need to go out there and commit violence. It's just a suggestion. I mean, y'all might need to find the crusaders amongst y'all and have them go out there and whoop some ass. That's all I'm saying. But I do not wish violence upon nobody. Just saying. Which is wild. They didn't do anything though. It's like, bro, like if you was pulling up maybe to an ICE officer's barbecue party for all the other ICE officers, sure, bro, I might be able to rock with you on that one. But you're literally going to people who have nothing to do with this. These group of people right here are not going out deporting people. So, like, what's the point of all this? Oh, whoops, my bad, guys. I forgot to switch it over. Whoops. Thank you. There we go.
Why this disruption is actually a good thing.
This is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution. When you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember what the civil rights movement was about.
Journalism is supposed to be neutral and unbiased.
And that's what killed me. It's just like, bro, these people have nothing to do with ICE. So, I mean, like, it's kind of pathetic that you're going after people who are not ICE officers. Like, if you're mad about ICE, then great. Go up to the ICE headquarters. I'm sure dudes there working right now. Go talk to them. Do it there, but don't go into a house of worship, bro. That's just taking it too far. And they have nothing to do with it. So it's like you're going there for no reason, bro. It's not like you trying to protest a different version of the Bible, like you're protesting the Gospel of Thomas or something. No, you're not giving no religious arguments. No, you're just there for political reasons. It don't make sense, bro. Like, bro, leave religion out of it.
Lemon is doing is advocacy.
For some reason, in our modern era, people think that in order to have protests, you got to be, cordoned off to a certain area, and what time you can protest. Look, there's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest. You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt.
Actually, Don, there are laws about trespassing on private property.
You forgot.
The First Amendment doesn't give you the right to scream in a house of God while people are praying.
Our church had gathered for worship, which we do every Sunday, and we were interrupted by this group of protesters. Yeah. We asked them to leave, and they obviously have not left. So,
what do you think of this?
I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a Constitution in the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
We're here to worship. We're here to.
I'm not on private property.
That's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
In no way was Don Lemon pushed. He's full of it. And he's manufacturing a confrontation here.
We're here to worship Jesus.
Yes.
That's
bro. Yeah, but that's why you should have did it outside of the church, not on private property. Like, did you forget about that part, dog? Like, this is why people was asking this man to go to jail, because it's like, bro, you're just too emboldened. It's like you didn't even think about it. You just thought you were oh so vindicated in this. Like, you're just one of God's gay warriors or something, because he calls himself a Christian as well. But yeah, this is absolutely insane how this man has this type of, the audacity, and it's mainly due to his complete arrogance. Like, this dude is the most arrogant piece of shit I know on television, to be quite honest with you.
Why we're here. Okay, that's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Do you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a
no
Christian?
one is willing to talk.
Okay.
But then moments later, Lemon speaks to a parishioner and is like, why won't the pastor talk to the activists?
I think maybe if the pastor would try to calm things down and say, let's all talk together and make this peaceful, not be so us against them.
How do you sit, bro? They're literally yelling at them. They're not yelling to have a conversation. They're yelling to try to see if they'll apologize. As Monty always says, they're not looking for a conversation. They're looking for an apology. Not looking for an explanation, no debate. An apology is what they're looking for. You're not giving them that. They're just going to continue waving in their arms in your face and screaming at you.
I think that's good to talk, but then why don't we do that, right?
Yeah. Fact check true. They had zero intention of having a conversation.
Literally.
Just listen to one of the agitators, professional protester William Kelly, a.k.a. the woke farmer.
Shame on you. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity? You drink your coffee.
Shout out to that guy.
Jewelry, you have your.
Shout out to that guy, the pastor, because he maintained he maintained the teachings of the Lord. He's like, bro, look, we're in a house of love. We're in a house of God. I just want y'all to leave. He better than me, man. He better than me, boy. I stepped down there and started whooping ass or made an example, at least out of one of them. Because that's all you need to do sometimes. Look, I'm not the biggest. Okay, I'm not a pacifist. I'll be real with you. I try to avert from violence. I try to step away from it at all costs. I'd rather have a conversation with you. But I'll get down. I will get down, especially if it gets a bit too disrespectful. That right there would have made me step down and get real with somebody.
Nice clothes.
To have a respectful conversation.
But what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities?
What would Jesus do in this situation? I know.
Get the whip.
He'd interrupt a prayer service to scream at a random woman for the high crime of drinking a latte.
This is a juxtaposition. This shows you just how divided America is. When you look at the protesters here, and then you look at the people there who are praying, and you know what was the interesting thing? If these two groups could just get together, they might figure out what to do.
Listen to Don Lemon pretending to be the wise philosopher. If only they communicated. communicated. They are communicating, Don. One side is saying, please let us pray. And the other side is screaming about white supremacy. I think the positions are pretty clear.
As you can see, all these pretend Christians, all these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into
You know, so crazy. He's probably also well, I'm not sure about a Christian, but I'm pretty sure he's also a comfortably living white person, or he would be too hard at work trying to be a comfortably living white person to be doing this bullshit right here. Yelling at women who just have their Starbucks in their hands, who just wanted to hear the word of the Lord. That's all they wanted to do. All they wanted to do was worship their God or worship Lord Jesus Christ and sip Starbucks. They should be able to do that without being yelled at with a guy, with a guy looking like this. It's actually like, it's one, he's pathetic, and two, it's actually crazy that Don Lemon was in on this because he should have known better, especially as a journalist, especially as somebody, I mean, who he perceives himself to be oh so smart. So I would think that he'd know to make better decisions than this.
concentration camps. You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No.
He is really fixated on the coffee. Thou shalt not drink lattes.
One of the members,
like, why you're Somali brothers? I'm like, bro, I'll be real with you. So what? Somalis aren't even Christians. You know that, right? They're Muslims. I mean, sure, they're like Abrahamic faith. Yeah, but I'll be like, why are y'all yelling at them about Somalians who are Muslims? And I mean, bro, they're here legally. Some of them are not here legally. There's a difference, bro. Well, most of them were born here, actually. I'm pretty sure most of the white people in there were born here.
to be really upset, a young person, the pastor's trying to calm him down over there. And yeah, so there you go. Hugging his kid. And, you know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but again, careful, it's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery, not kidding. That's what protesting is about. And so
it's traumatic, but that's what protesting is about. Don Lemon admitted that they are inflicting trauma on the parishioners, and his response is essentially, oh, well.
Can you understand why they're angry?
I don't understand any of this because I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man who loves the Lord and is a good father. So this is what we look forward to, is coming, being with our family and praising Jesus. And that's not something that we have to run away from.
Can you understand why they're angry? This man is a victim of an angry mob screaming at his family. Yeah. But in Don Lemon's world, this is the guy that needs to explain himself. Disgraceful. So Nekima Levy Armstrong, aka the alleged ringleader, was invited to go on CNN to make her case.
Yeah, so I want to explain what happened. So we've heard reports that BLM stormed, City's church, which is absolutely not true. We came in a very orderly fashion.
Orderly? We just watched you and your gang shouting down a pastor in his own pulpit.
We did not rush into that church. We actually went and sat down and participated in the service.
Yes, under the guise of being normal people.
Lie again, bro. Lie again, because that was a straight up lie. You sat in there and just watched the service? Please.
Stop the cap.
No, you guys did not sit down and watch the service. You were standing up yelling at churchgoers. If that was the case, then y'all have just been, trust me, the pastor would have been able to preach. He'd have been happy to have y'all because, trust me, if one thing a pastor loves to do is spread the gospel. And if y'all just sitting on his church, that means, well, more people listen to the gospel and more ties for him. So I'm sorry, but I'm pretty sure if that's what you were doing, this wouldn't be such a big deal. And it's on camera. You think we're dumb? It's on camera that y'all weren't doing that.
But in reality, you were just waiting for the right moment to attack.
And after the pastor prayed, that is when I stood up and asked him a question in response to his prayer. And then he responded to me. And then I proceeded to ask him about Pastor David Easterwood and how is it possible for him to serve as both the pastor and the director of ICE for Minnesota. And instead of responding to me, As soon as I said the name David Easterwood, the pastor said, shame, shame.
No, he said, shame, shame, because...
Oh, guys, do me a favor. Make sure y'all like that video, like the video on Rumble. Both of my channels on YouTube. But make sure y'all, and of course, you're on the vertical, make sure you double tap that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
Nakima and her group had stood up and started walking to the front of the church to hijack the service. Wow.
Renee, good! Renee, good! Renee, good!
So I want to clarify that. We didn't rush in. We didn't bust in. We were a part of the service until I got up and posed that question to the pastor.
Stop the cap.
All right. And obviously, I'm not going to dispute your saying what happened.
Bro, y'all gonna... Really, bro? I'm not going to dispute what you said, even though, you know, the footage is right there showing that you did not just walk in there and just peacefully protest. No, or you didn't walk in there and just sat down and just listen to the sermon. No, you didn't do that. Y'all walk right in there yelling. So please.
Obviously, I'm not going to dispute what happened. Why not, Aaron? This is literally your job. You have video footage of these thugs screaming and taking over the altar. But sure, just take the activist's word for it.
I'm not just a lawyer and an activist. I am also an ordained reverend and itinerant preacher. And so for me personally,
and it's even worse that you did this, because I mean, bro, all right, I would ask her this. So if a bunch of Proud Boys, right? Proud Boys walked in, or Patriot Front walked in and started protesting your church, a whole bunch of white supremacists, you lose your shit. Well, nah, Proud Boys ain't white supremacists, but Patriot Front is kind of is though. But they're the cool ones. I know there's cool white supremacists, but yeah, if they came in protesting at your black church, you'll be all over CNN, most likely in tears, most likely really trying to sell it. So it's crazy how you did the same thing in a white church, disturbing them and lying now. Now you're just straight up lying, because we can all see the video of how, well, you guys weren't just sitting down, you know, participating in the service. You were standing up, disrupting the service, and it's on video. But hey, though, leave it to CNN to just let her lie like this while the video is playing right beside them. You gotta love CNN. They're famous for doing that.
Help lead that protest. This was about a reckoning. You know, being able to go into a so-called place of Christianity.
You heard that, right? So-called place of Christianity. And listen to Don Lemon kind of repeat her point.
So there is a certain degree of racism there, and there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, you know, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that...
Bro, you know what? I was about to say something effed up, but there's a lot of gay people out there who are Christians, who are actually pretty good Christians. You know, even though their sexual lifestyle goes against it, it is what it is, man. However as long as you believe in God and Jesus, no, I ain't even mad at you. Oh, shoot, as long as you believe in God, I ain't even mad at you. You can leave out the whole Muhammad and Jesus stuff. As long as you believe in God, we're good. But this guy right here, bro, I'll be real with you. Like, if you were a practicing Christian the same way they were, you would understand how disrespectful that is and how you wouldn't want that to happen to you in your church. You would clearly understand that.
They're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy.
So if you want to worship in peace without being screamed at, you're a white supremacist. Got it.
I mean, my mother is a pastor, and so I grew up in Christianity. I grew up in the church. And one of the things that I remember about Jesus Christ himself is that when things weren't going right in the church, he went in and he flipped tables.
Today we had the honor to protest.
Wrong. No, bro, that wasn't Jesus' church. That was the Pharisees. Bro, y'all don't even know y'all fucking Bible? Wait, whoa. You said you're a Christian, but that was like, bro, I'm not even the biggest Christian, and I know that was wrong. I mean, bro, if gaming was up here, this man would be losing his shit right now hearing somebody say that. No, that was the Pharisees, not the Church of God. What the Pharisees had going on in their temple and the Church of Jesus is two different, the church that Jesus established, two different things. These guys are doing animal sacrificing, usury, and all that wild other stuff. In the Church of Jesus, whole different teaching, completely rejecting what the Pharisees was doing. That's why Jesus walked in there and flipped the table with the whip and start whipping people, which I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't know. Maybe y'all need a whip. Okay. Yeah, maybe y'all need a whip. Just make sure you ain't whipping black people. It's not gonna look optically, it's not gonna look good.
With Nikema Armstrong and the Racial Justice Network. Just like Jesus did, we went into that church and we flipped tables.
Yeah, just like Jesus. Anyway, following the attack, Harmeet Dillon, the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights at the DOJ.
I mean, look, man, if y'all really cared about flipping tables like Jesus, you'd walk into the Federal Reserve and you start flipping their tables. If you really care, if you really want to be like Jesus, great. Walk into the Federal Reserve, start flipping their tables. Walk into all the credit unions and all these guys who are giving out predatory loans and you basically committing usury, flip their tables. Like, please, please. Please do that. People who are doing blood animal sacrifice, which I don't think we got that. Hopefully not. Bro, flip their table. Like, but don't walk in on your own kind and start and saying, oh, I'm flipping their table because of vice. Like, it sounds stupid. Like, if you really wanted to go flip tables over what Jesus was really mad about, please. There's a lot of government buildings you need to kick in first before church.
Jay announced on X that there would be an
throw the IRS in there as
investigation
well.
into accusations that the protesters violated the FACE Act. 18 U.S. Code Section 248, the FACE Act, is a law that makes it a crime to intimidate or interfere with any person lawfully exercising the First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship.
They're going to come at me with charges, and I'm not scared of that. There's no base for these charges. I did not block them from, their service. They welcomed us in. They never asked us to leave.
We asked them to leave
multiple times.
Obviously have not left.
Come and get me, Pam Bondi, you traitorous bitch.
Yep, just like Jesus.
Okay, bro.
Now, given Pam Bondi's Department of Justice record, I was highly skeptical that there would be any arrests into the church attack. And to my utter shock, it was announced that not only was ringleader Nikema Levy Armstrong arrested, but also Chantil Louise Allen, who is a Black Lives Matter leader and a member of the St. Paul's School Board. Also arrested was professional maniac William Kelly. The DOJ is promising more arrests related to the storming of the church, but what about Don Lemon? Where's his arrest? Well, remember, his defense from the very beginning was that he was just being a journalist.
Fake right-wing
He was just following the law.
propaganda news alert from this supposed right-angle news network, that I led a protest into a church this morning in Minneapolis. That is complete BS. First of all, I had no idea who the organization was until I arrived this morning. And number two, that's what every journalist should be doing, exactly what I did. What I did was report, chronicle, and commit an act of journalism, which is what every journalist should be doing.
So first of all, we're supposed to believe that Don Lemon had no idea what the Radical Justice Network was, despite the fact that the leader of the group, Nikema Levy Armstrong, was on his show 2 days prior.
Nikema Levy Armstrong is here. She is.
So they know they in trouble. He knows he did wrong. He knows he's in trouble, and he's just trying to separate themselves. He's trying to separate himself from these people. I mean, but you should have been smart enough not to get involved. Like, yeah, when TDS goes too far, Don Lemon.
Lawyer and activist and the former president of the Minneapolis NAACP. How are you?
Good.
to see you. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you.
Yes, thank you for inviting us to the thing that we have absolutely no idea about. Why are we here?
After we do this operation, you'll see it live. We're doing this clandestine, secret operation.
We are going to this clandestine secret mission after we do this operation. The fact is that Don Lemon knew exactly what was going to occur. And it's safe to say that he was probably in on it. At best, he knew about it and he let it happen. And that's conspiracy.
Yep.
Wow. I kept thinking, seriously, while we were there, I kept thinking, holy crap, they're going to come in and try to arrest us.
Notice he said, I thought they were going to arrest us, not I thought that they were going to arrest the group. Again, This clearly points to Don Lemon not only being a part of it, but he knew that he and his radical leftist co-protesters were breaking the law. So here's the million-dollar question. Why wasn't Don Lemon arrested on the same day as these three? Well, reportedly, a magistrate judge refused to approve the criminal complaint. Why? Well, probably because Don Lemon is a journalist. And after a 4-day investigation, I'm guessing that the judge wasn't provided concrete evidence as to how Don Lemon broke the law. But that could change down the line. Even so, if Don Lemon is charged and arrested, my prediction is that he'll never see a day in prison because journalism.
I went to Minnesota.
Or, Democrat far leftist privilege. If you're just far left enough, you get a certain amount of protection over you. It is what it is. He said, is Donnie wearing makeup? It looks like it. I mean, yeah, I could see him doing that. I mean, bro, yeah, I could see him doing that. He looked like the guy that try to hide his aging all the time.
To report. That was my mission, to report. When I got there, my mission was to report. And when I got there, I reported. And that's what I did as a reporter. I was not part of any protest group. I am not a protester. I said several times that I am not a protester. I am a journalist. And so some people don't understand what that means. Maybe you don't have enough. Well, I know the Trump administration doesn't have a healthy respect for journalism or journalists because they attack journalists at every measure.
For a guy preaching about transparency,
it's just like, bro. Like, bro, you're cooked.
Don Lemon sure did spend a lot of time whispering about a secret clandestine operation so that the victims wouldn't know that he was coming.
I believe wholeheartedly, 100% in the First Amendment.
Just not the part about protecting individuals' right to practice their faith, right, Don? Anyway, that's it for now. Head over to my super cool merch store at don'twalkrun.shop. Make sure that you're subscribed to the channel for more updates. And as always, thank you so much for tuning in, and hope to see you next time.
And all right, now I'm going to go ahead and play this Piers Morgan video as I take a quick little break real quick. And then I'll be right back. We're going to react to some other videos. And then we're going to come back to this one. But, hey, I need a filler while I take this break.
And disrupt a legal federal duty. I don't do that. You know why, Piers? I'm not dumb. You don't do that.
What we're seeing is protesters being demonized, people being criminalized, and innocent people being executed in the streets. This is a horror.
Everything that Mark said is factually false. Unlawful this, unlawful that, Constitution this. Give me a second, Piers.
No one there, including Republicans, voted for what we are seeing. What I saw in Minnesota, Minneapolis, St. Paul, was the terrorization of ordinary Americans.
You're lying.
Could you let me finish?
Lying. Why
Could you let me finish? Have you been in Minnesota recently? Have you been in Minneapolis? Have you watched it? Because I have.
No,
and
why
I can
the
tell
hell
you.
would I want to go to Minnesota?
Right, okay, because you believe what you want to believe.
How do we move forward here? That's what I want to focus on. Is this is awful. Everybody's heart is breaking for a host of different reasons.
Let's just end with a simple question. Should Alex Pretty have been shot? Within weeks of taking office, President Trump had sealed the southern border. It was rapid and effective leadership, ending a ludicrous open-door policy, which even the Democrats had given up trying to defend. Now, 1 year on, Republicans are increasingly struggling to defend immigration action under Trump. A majority of Americans very clearly wanted tougher border enforcement. They also very clearly backed a candidate who promised mass deportations for undocumented criminals. But did they really vote for the detention of 5-year-old preschoolers, as we saw last week? Did they really vote for the killing of American civilians by law enforcement officers? 37-year-old intensive care nurse Alex Pretty was killed at a protest this weekend. Well, I feel the same way about this as I did about Renee Good, who was also killed by protesting against ICE in Minneapolis. You can debate the details, and I'm sure we will. But the crux of the matter is that Alex Pretty was not a domestic terrorist, and he didn't deserve to die. The ICE agents are having a tough time, that much is clear. Protesters have been whipped into a frenzy by politicians who want them to feel like they're under attack from the Gestapo. But branding civilian protesters as dangerous terrorists and attempting to implausibly justify these deaths is now having the exact same effect. President Trump says the administration is reviewing everything. He spoke to Governor Tim Walz and surprisingly says they're on a similar wavelength. Trump will be well aware that if it carries on like this, a very bad situation is only going to get a lot worse. To debate, I'm joined by Vincent Ashana, PBD podcast Angry Patriot, Mark Lamont Hill, host of Bet News, Lewis Goodall, the broadcaster and co-host of The News Agents, and Gillian Michaels, the host of Keeping It Real. Welcome to all of you. Mark Lamont Hill, let me start with you. Like all of these things, none of this is easy. It's complex. A lot of Americans believe that what Trump's done on the border is good, closing it down after the very porous border that we saw under Biden, with millions coming in illegally. That doesn't suit anyone's interests. A lot of people believe that if you're in America already undocumented illegally and you commit another crime, you should be deported. That seems to be general consensus. The flashpoint is about people who may have built their lives in America but came in illegally, who may have been there a number of years, contributed to society, brought up kids and so on. And secondary to that flashpoint is ICE going around urban cities and raiding people's homes, raiding people's workplaces, and getting into now what seems to be constant running battles with protesters, which are leading to people being shot dead. And, you know, I can tell you, looking at this from afar in the UK, where I am at the moment, it's pretty horrifying. What is happening here?
I think you've used the perfect word, and welcome back, Piers. It's really good to see you in good health. This idea of horror and it being horrifying, I think, is right and exact. The government is essentially waging war not just on people who are deemed to be unlawfully here, which is an entirely different conversation that we can have because it's far more complex than just saying Americans don't want them here. I don't think that's true, and I don't think that that's the full story, even if it were. But you're seeing citizens being waged war upon. We're watching protesters being deemed enemy of the states. We're watching unlawful raids at homes and in workplaces. We are seeing an assault on the Constitution. And one of the things that will be seen in court very soon is whether this has been such a judicial or such an overreach that it constitutes a violation of the 10th Amendment right of Minnesota's right to state sovereignty. We'll find that out. But regardless, this is not the solution. This is not the way to solve whatever problem we imagine, because what we're seeing is protesters being demonized, people being criminalized, and innocent people being executed in the streets. This is a horror.
Vinny Ashana, great to see you. I've never seen you looking so smart, which may suggest you're viewing this with a new gravity. So first of all, what's the tie all about? I've never seen one sensitive with a tie.
I just felt, Piers, I had to step up my game. You're always professional, so I want to be professional. And I want to A, thank you, Piers, for always having me on. And number two, that you're healthy and you're a strong man. You'll be back. Piers, I want to say one thing to you. Do you know what I don't? By the way, everything that Mark said is factually false. Unlawful this, unlawful that, Constitution this. Give me a second, Piers. Do you know what I do, Piers? I carry a 9mm Hellcat Springfield gun. It's on me right now. Okay, I protect myself. I protect people that are around me. I was in the military. I was on the Air Force shooting team. I'm that guy, Piers. You want to know what I don't do? I don't take this gun and go to a federal agent's ICE event, which he was on signal, this guy, Alex, purposeful on signal. It's all coordinated to get in their faces, Piers, and disrupt a legal federal duty. I don't do that. You know why, Piers? I'm not dumb. You don't do that. And by the way, Piers, the gun that he had, little fun fact, is a Sig Sauer P3 20. All right, that gun, there's a bunch of lawsuits for Sig Sauer. That gun goes off just unintentionally. The firing pin goes off.
Right, but
so
the thing about, yeah,
for what
Vinny,
I saw,
Vinny, on that point, Vinny, I've seen that report about that gun. We don't know that it discharged itself. There's no evidence that it did at the moment. What we do know from that video.
But Piers,
well, hang on, Vinny, hang on.
Piers,
but hang on. Here's my point. My point before you finish. My point about this is the guy, you know, I've had the complete opposite argument about these situations going back 20 years in America, which is that, you know, I agree with you. I don't think people should be armed to the teeth all the time going to do any things like this, right? And yet this is the very argument used back at me, which is that actually, yes, he had a perfect legal right to carry that weapon and to carry his ammunition. At no stage in any of the videos have I seen him, has he been brandishing that weapon or trying to shoot anybody or pulling that weapon or anything like that. In fact, the opposite. What we see is a pack of 8 ICE officers descend on him. And
yeah, but here's the thing, Pierce, though. We got to recognize what made those officers shoot at Alex Petty. They didn't shoot him because they wanted to execute him. Like, anybody who's telling you that, they lying to you. But what is a reasonable thing to say, and this is what looked like it happened. It looked like when they took the gun off him, the gun misfired, and they thought it was Alex Petty, and they ended up shooting him over it. Because, yeah, when the shot happened, that's when all the other guys started shooting. It just wasn't the ICE officers. Well, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't know for sure, but they didn't start shooting until after that one shot rung out of nowhere. And then they all assumed that it was Alex Petty, and they unloaded on him. So this could have happened because of Alex Petty's gun that might have misfired when it was taken off his person.
one of them very clearly reached down and take this guy's weapon out of his holster on his waist and take it away. And he is then shot with the first shot a second after that when they know he's unarmed. So every part of this fails, but so does the logic. I have to say, to me, there's an hypocrisy on the conservative right, which is that I've always been told right to bear arms.
Oh, and shout out to my man Gaming. He sent the Rumble rant. Shout out to him on Rumble. And shout out to the 9 of you guys on Rumble. Make sure y'all like the video. And yeah, he says, let me up there. I got some stuff to say. I mean, let's see here. I believe we're like, I think we're like $70 away from opening up the call-in line. So we can go ahead and hit that. Go. I got you.
Second Amendment. No one can interfere with that. Yet when this guy does it, suddenly this is wrong. I don't remember that being the way the Kyle Rittenhouse debate was framed, right? I didn't see people on the conservative right then saying that. They said the opposite.
That's right.
Oh, Piers, I'm not. Hold on. You're talking about a military veteran pro Second Amendment. I'm not saying any of that. But if you're going to go there and disrupt and get into effect, because Piers, all of you are watching this slowed down, nice video. It's happening in seconds in real time. And my point about the gun is, Piers, my opinion, when they disarmed him, he doesn't know the gun is gone. It goes off. He's still reaching for the magazines, which he thinks are a gun. But Piers, here's the point. Why is this all happening in Minnesota? Can we stop? In Texas, there's 10 times more illegal deportations. You don't hear none of this, Piers. None of this. You know why it's in Minnesota, Piers? Because Tim Walz, Mayor Fry, Ilhan Omar are pushing for people to get in their faces and do this type of stuff. Under Obama, you didn't hear any of it, okay? And he deported way more people than Trump. He's kicking Trump's butt in deportation. But I want to know something too, Piers. It's funny how all these leftists, all these Democrats, like last week when it was that 5-year-old kid, oh my God, he was detained. No, his illegal father ran away and abandoned him, all right? Nobody here even knows that freaking kid's name. The mother didn't want to take him. I'm just curious, everybody on the panel who's here. Does anybody know who this is? Mark, Lewis, anybody? This is Ivory Smith, 7 years old. She was in her mother's car and a freaking drunk driver, illegal, hit her and killed her, okay? You know who this is? You guys want to talk about Alex being a nurse? This is Laken Riley. She was jogging in school, and guess what happened? A guy raped her, tried to rape her. She fought back for 11 minutes, and then he crushed her head. Why wasn't she on the news? Why didn't you hear about her? And lastly, you know who this is?
Put them all on the
Jocelyn
news.
Nungaray.
I think all of them.
No, I'm curious.
Well, I think they were.
She was strangled. Wait.
But Vinny, they were on the news. They were on the news.
She was strangled.
They were on the news.
Okay, and her throat was slit.
Actually, I don't know about the black girl. I didn't hear about that one. I did not hear about that one, but there was a similar situation that went down in Springfield, Ohio with the Haitians where they're just giving them driver's licenses. And one of the Haitians actually went out there, ran a stop sign because I guess he couldn't read it. And because of that, a bus ended up tipping over and killing a little boy. So, yeah, trust me, I've seen the case. I've seen it happen over here. And well, not seen it happen, but there was a story that came out of Springfield that had happened to this young boy, but I did not hear about it happening to this little girl. But yeah, it makes sense.
Was raped by 2 illegals. All you guys care about is headlines, Piers. You know why? Because Democrats are hemorrhaging votes. At the end of the day, this is all votes. Why else do you want illegals? You're fighting so bad to have them in here to count on the census so that Democrats can keep power, Piers. Plain and simple.
You know the irony,
Stop all this nonsense
Vinny,
that you guys care.
Vinny, the irony is the irony is that the irony is the polls at the moment suggest what's hemorrhaging votes is the activities of ICE, and in particular where it's leading to these deadly encounters. That is hemorrhaging support for the Trump administration, and we're only a few months away now from the midterms.
He's the most popular.
I think
Piers.
Well,
he's the most popular.
You don't think it
what
is?
do you mean? The poll came out last week. He's popular. It's Henry Anton just came out with the poll that Democrats are having the horrible percentage, and it's been the lowest of support. Piers, this is all emotion, and what I'm telling you is all the same thing happened to Obama.
Is a perfect lead way into the next video. We'll come back to this one, but that goes into the next video because these guys are getting elected, like Abigail Spanberger and all of them guys that got elected on November 5th. Yeah, they're getting elected, but they're not fulfilling their promises. And like I said, eventually the Democratic Party is going to get tired of the Democratic Party's game. It's like, you can't keep running on the F Trump agenda. Like, you ran on affordability, but you're making things, more unaffordable. And that's a lot of these Dems. They're talking about affordability when these guys run the most expensive states and cities. It's kind of funny how anybody with, like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not trying to say that the Democratic base lack common sense, but maybe if y'all did a little bit of investigation and looked at, how there's a 30% difference in grocery prices. Yeah, but no, look this up. You're most likely paying 30% more in a blue state for groceries than somebody in a red state. Like 80% chance that's the fact of the matter. So we're talking about how these guys come out here running the most unaffordable states, and then they're over here talking about affordability because Trump's not focusing on affordability enough. So the Dems think, if I come out here and say it, run on it, and win, guess what? Now they don't got to focus on affordability because y'all was foolish enough not to look at the pattern. Like, when has a Dem ever came in and not raised taxes for social welfare? Like, that's what they do. And then they do all these petty taxes as well. So it's kind of funny how y'all thought you was going to get an affordability governor, but you actually got, the usual. The common era Dem. Talk about affordability while making things more expensive. But all right, let's get over here to, Brett Cooper. Shout out to Brett Cooper. Separated from the Daily Wire, got her own thing going on. I mean, man, they just losing all their talent.
All right, so less than a week ago, a Democrat government took power in Virginia, and they are ushering in nothing less than a Marxist hellscape. I mean, I feel like we are watching a slew of cartoon villains with every single bill and amendment they are proposing. And in looking at all of this, you could argue, especially if you're somebody who hates Trump, that, he did the exact same thing. He came into office a year ago this week and immediately made all of these hundreds of sweeping executive orders. So why are we complaining? But there's a big difference. There is actually a huge difference because what is happening in Virginia is policymaking. It is actively changing laws that will directly impact citizens, whereas executive orders, when done by the president, are policy directives. They signal priorities and they guide agencies, but without Congress codifying any of these executive orders, they're temporary. And the next administration just can undo them or make their own. And that's why the election in Virginia mattered so much. It's why New Jersey mattered so much. It's why New York City mattered so much. All of this is further proof that local elections have consequences. And while so many Republicans are sitting on their hands and squabbling, Democrats around the country are running full steam ahead, and you will not believe the insane bills they are trying to pass. Now, before we talk about that, make sure that you like this video, subscribe to the channel if you've not already. And of course, if you don't want to miss one of our incredible, funny, amazing, insightful episodes, make sure that you ring that notification bell so that you can stay up to date. I could very well just sit here and read off all of the bills to you, direct you to a couple of tweets, talk about the amendments that they're proposing in Virginia, and we will do some of that. But I do want to give you a little bit of context here because I do think that is important. So remember, in November, we had huge elections, and a lot of people were focused on Mamdani and New York City, but Virginia was also majorly in play. And Republicans were very worried that with Glenn Youngkin leaving office, they were going to lose their hold over the state. And they should have been worried because there was a major blue wave. The Virginia House delegates retained their Democrat majority. They even picked up more seats. They now narrowly have their state Senate. The new lieutenant governor is a Democrat. Jay Jones, who literally fantasized about Republican children dying, was elected attorney general, which is just great to hear, obviously. And Democrat Abigail Spanberger.
I always just say it's like, bro, they could never talk to us about political violence ever again after electing Jay Jones. Like, he literally wished death on children, and he was still elected to be AG of Virginia. I was like, the people of Virginia, bro, really? Like, that's y'all AG? Okay, good luck with that one. But you know what? Let's just go ahead and cut into a quick shout out from our sponsors over here at Rumble, guys. He's like, actually, my bad. 1775 coffee says, still haven't tried 1775 coffee? Now's your shot. The 1775 starter kit just dropped, only 1,000 units. You're getting the bold dark roast that hits hard, the smooth medium roast, and the vitality mushroom coffee for clean energy and laser focus, no crash. All single origin, small batch, toxin free, and mold free. Plus, you're also getting a golden spoon clip. Hey, dang, that's pretty cool. A gold spoon clip, because freedom isn't scooped with plastic. All right, that's good. I like what they did there. And a frother strong enough to stir up your coffee and your mother-in-law's opinions. And a black 1775 tumbler, $170 worth of coffee and gear, yours for $99. This is for the ones who've been watching 1775 blow up on Rumble, wondering if it's actually worth it. Spoiler, it is. Go to 1775coffee.com/studio and grab your starter kit before they're gone. Bold beans, clean fuel, and a morning routine that stands for something, just like Rumble does. And you can go ahead and hit the QR code right there above there. Appreciate the support. Let's keep it going.
Was elected Virginia's first female governor. And you might not know that name, but I am certain that you know this image from way back in COVID days. Just to take a look at that, that is her. That is Abigail Spanberger wearing a glorified Walmart bag over the top of her head in the name of science and health during COVID-19. And hopefully that tells you why Virginia is in such dire trouble. And unlike most Republicans in office, now that they have this Democrat trifecta in the state government, they are not wasting any time. No squabbling, no beating around the bush, no wagging fingers. They got in and they are actively making Virginia, California, possibly even worse. Just watch this.
Democrats now hold a trifecta in the Commonwealth, and with that, they immediately introduced new bills with new tax increases. I'm going to read just a couple of them for you here.
No, shout out to Tova. Appreciate the support, sis. She says, Dems want a civil war at this point. Yes, that's what they're pushing for. They want to go to war. They don't want to abide by immigration law. They don't want Trump to be the president. They want to go to war over it. And I mean, it's a very small group of them, but I mean, they're getting vociferous enough to actually make us think they're a threat, when no, sadly they're not. But we'll see what this turns into, because it does look like it's about to get like a pretty hectic in Minneapolis. Hopefully, it dies down with the removal of ICE. The protesters are going to go. And then, of course, ICE is going to come right back in, and I will see what happens after that.
Of HB 978, which extends the retail sales tax to things like dry cleaning, landscaping, animal care, home and vehicle repairs, and shipping services. And in that vein, there's also HB 900, which imposes a tax on every delivery in Northern Virginia. That means UPS, Amazon, Uber Eats. Also, House Bill 919 seeks to impose an 11% tax on firearms.
And guys, we're going to talk about this a little later, but what is so funny to me is that, like most of the elections...
No, that is crazy. Like I said, remember, she ran on affordability. Let's never forget, she ran on affordability. These Dems are talking about, yeah, if y'all don't focus on affordability, this was going to happen. And Dems, if you let these people trick you into thinking that they care about affordability, you're next. This is what's going to happen to you every single time.
Took place in November. The candidates who won, they ran strongly on the economy and affordability. Mamdani was talking about free this, free that, free childcare, free housing. And Abigail Spanberger did the exact same thing. She ran on affordability. So it's incredibly ironic that, 48 hours after being installed as governor, everything that is happening under her watch is increasing costs for Virginians, is raising their taxes. But anyway, moving on from that Fox clip, that is not all. And those are far from being the most extreme measures that they are taking in Virginia, because the proposed bills range from, yes, massive tax increases to eliminating the minimum sentencing for crimes like rape, manslaughter, and possession of child pornography. Just take a look at this. Democrats in Virginia have introduced a bill to eliminate mandatory minimum sentencing for rape, manslaughter, assaulting a law enforcement officer, and possession and distribution of child pornography, and all repeat violent felonies. And the Virginia politicians who are trying to push this through, the activists who are in support of things like this, they always say that this is just common sense. You know, this ends
it's not funny, but it's funny. It's only funny because they were like fooled into thinking that these people were going to give them affordability. And not only are they not giving them affordability, but lawlessness as well. I mean, that's tough. But y'all voted for, remember that. Y'all had a chance to vote for the Republican, and it was a black lady too. So y'all Dems could have felt comfortable with that vote, but no. Y'all let Abigail Spanberger feed you sweet nothings. But then again, I'm gonna be honest with you, Virginia was getting taken over by Democrats already. So to honestly vote in a Republican governor, I'm gonna be real with you, she wouldn't have much pull because honestly, council Democrat. I think what was it? They're like this. Their whole setup is Democrat. I mean, the AG's a Democrat, and that man wished death on children. He still got voted in. I mean, at a certain point, this is where I say the Dems don't hold their politicians responsible. Like, y'all don't. I mean, the fact that a guy can say that, wish death on children, y'all still let him get AG? I mean, okay.
Fits all approach for the judicial system. This is in favor of experienced judges deciding in each individual case. Like, excuse me, if I have lived through the last 6 years and I now do not trust a hyper-politicized, experienced judge anymore because I've watched sentencing, I have watched unfair sentencing, and I am now in favor of a lot of these minimum sentences, especially in cases of, you know, rape and manslaughter. Somebody said this kind of law is why elderly people get killed or beaten up in San Francisco and the perp gets a few years. Super evil policy. No, Andrew, it's common sense. It's about rehabilitation. You should be in support of that.
I'm weak. Shout out to O. She says Dems think they control all the clean water because their state is blue. That is funny. And you know, it's actually funny. We have a good amount of clean water here, over here in Lake Superior. Like, we live next to the Great Lakes. So shout out to being over here in Ohio.
That common sense. Now, on top of that, and this is just particularly hilarious to me, while all eyes are obviously on Minneapolis and the explosion of Medicaid and Medicare fraud in this country, Virginia decided that, you know, they too were going to do something about this because all of their constituents are, you know, watching Nick Shirley's videos. They are seeing the testimonies that are happening in Congress. They are going to take action. And so obviously, they have decided that they're going to try to make it illegal for anyone in the Virginia government to request verification or proof of eligibility from a nonprofit receiving state funds. So what that means is that somebody in government, if this passes, will not be able to say, hey, I don't really trust that you have 150 kids in this empty daycare building. Could you show me proof of that? No.
I mean, shoot, look, you remember what CNN did? They was like, yeah, y'all supposed to have 40 kids, and they only showed them 12. And they was like, all right, guys, nothing to see here, man. No fraud being done. Nick Shirley's a liar. Hey, it says 40 kids are supposed to be here, but he showed us 12, guys. At least he showed us something. And apparently that was good enough for, what was that? I think it was ABC that actually did that BS. I mean, CNN was worse. I mean, they literally called the daycare, was like, so yeah, this is a CNN correspondent. Are you guys committing fraud? Like, bro, really?
It's oppressive. That's probably racist.
That's how y'all
we
doing
cannot request that. I mean, guys, that is not just turning a blind eye. That's not a, oops, we lost some money. That is not even getting bullied by threats of racism and cowering like they did in Minnesota. This is straight up enabling fraud as a middle finger to Republicans. And it really does seem like they want to usher in fraud in many ways. Like another bill that they are proposing would prohibit the hand counting of election ballots for any reason. Not at all. Decoy, who has a great YouTube channel, by the way, I love his stuff. He commented under this post and he said, can't convince me that this is for any reason other than fraud. Yeah, I mean, it reminds me how fraudulent everything in our country is, even down to the cell phone companies, but not my friends over at Pure Talk. Now, do you know what Pure Talk's favorite holiday is? It's President's Day, because they believe that stellar wireless service should only cost you.
Nah, you ain't gonna lie. Those cell phone companies can't protect your data for shit. So always a data breach. Always a data breach. AT&T. But I ain't gonna beat up on them too much.
Start taking control of your health today. Now, back to the story and the fraud that Virginia is obviously trying to enable. Somebody else commented and said, it makes any serious audit of an election process nearly impossible. Well, I think that's probably kind of the point. Like, let's not count ballots. Let's not verify where our tax dollars are going. It'll be great, guys. And the Republicans are going to be so mad, which is why they're doing it. I mean, in their minds, I'm sure they're thinking, well, there can't be any fraud if we're not tracking anything to begin with, just like we can't have issues with our education system when we are just handing out high school diplomas to non-passing students. And no, that's not—
Yeah, I know. I remember like when I was in high school, like when I went to Independence, and if you're in Ohio, if you're in Columbus, Ohio, you know where Independence is at. So these guys, there was a scandal that my principal got caught up in, and it was called the D up. So pretty much we're talking about people who barely showed up to school, pretty much got Fs, we're getting pretty much a bump up. So if you got an F, you got a D. If you got a D, you got a C. And that's how they were passing these guys along to have a high graduation rate, or else they'd have just been screwed. Like, I mean, apparently Independence actual graduation numbers would have probably been somewhere in the 70s or 80s. And that ain't and that's gonna look bad on the teachers. So what he did was he D'd him up. We took him from an F to a D. Some people that ain't had no business walking across that graduation stage was walking across that graduation stage. But I'll tell you this, I mean, he was a cool guy. I met him a couple of times. I worked in the office. He was a cool guy.
Not something that I'm just making up. That is another bill that they are proposing, removing normal standards that are inhibiting students from graduating. And obviously, this is being done to promote more equity so that we can have more graduates. And it's just so ridiculous. Like, rather than trying to address our failing education system, rather than addressing the fact that tens of thousands of students in every major city are leaving the public schools in favor of private schools and homeschooling and co-ops, rather than addressing what's going on there, let's blame homeschoolers. Let's tell parents that homeschooling is actually abusive, and let's make it easier for non-passing students in this failing education system to get diplomas. Doesn't really make sense to me. I'm not going to waste your time showing you each and every piece of proposed legislation, so let's just kind of go through and read this summary and prepare to be mind blown. This is from
honestly, people used to just do homeschooling. I mean, honestly, like when they want to give their kid a religious teaching. I mean, that's what they used to do back in the day. Now they're doing it to actually give their kid a chance at a real education, because apparently these schools ain't giving them an education. They're trying to just indoctrinate them. So the smart parents, the parents that are able to take it upon themselves to educate their kids, and actually give them an actual education where they have a chance, instead of these schools who are leaving your kid illiterate all the way up to the 8th grade. I mean, but hey, man, the Dems actually wanted us to continue sending taxpayer dollars to them, though, for some crazy reason.
that same account, Christian Hines. I'm going to reference him a lot in this episode because he's been reporting on this a lot. But he said, here is what Virginia Democrats have introduced so far. This list is truly insane. Automatic restoration of voting rights for felons after they're released from prison and the mentally handicapped. Allows for votes to be cast electronically through the internet. Public funding of political campaigns at the...
Hey, nah. It's the word, like, well, they're trying to steal the next election. Like, they don't even want to have a Republican to have a chance. They said, look, Abigail, when you come in, bro, we're about to lock it down. Like, bro, there will be no such thing as a fair election in Virginia. It's Dems forever. Like, and I mean, that's what they're doing with this. And shout out to my man Gaming. He says they will vote for a guy who wishes death on children because they love killing their own. God damn. I mean, man, well, you ain't lying. They do love their abortions.
Local level. Abolishes all mandatory minimum sentencing for rape, manslaughter, assaulting a law enforcement officer, possession and the distribution of child pornography, and all repeat violent felonies. Makes it harder for judges to deny bail, even in the cases of things like aggravated assault, armed robbery, and drug trafficking. Gives convicted murderers, rapists, and terrorists a chance to get out of prison early. Drastically reduces the criminal penalty for robbery. Bars prosecutors from mentioning a criminal's prior convictions during the guilt phase of a trial, even if it's for the same crime. Reduces the amount of time that the Commonwealth can compel a convicted criminal to pay court fees from 60 years to 10. Taxpayer funding for transgender surgeries. Bans most discretionary state contracting under $10,000 from going to businesses owned by white men in favor of women.
Wow. What? Ban most discretionary state contracting under 100 grade from going to business owned by white men, and allow states to award contracts to women or minority-owned firms that are 5% more expensive than a bid from a business owned by a white man. So the white man is giving you a good deal, and you're still trying to throw my nigga under the bus? Like, bro, what? Like, so even when they give you a good deal, y'all still trying to throw him under the bus? Hey, nah, that's crazy. That's wildly. Yo, if you're a white man in Virginia and you do contract work, bro, just get up out of there, man. They don't love you no more. Actually, they never did. But I mean, now it's just in your face. This is racist. Like, no, this is literally racist policies right here. Are we serious? Like, bro, Virginia, you're looking like a bunch of racists right now.
or minority-owned firms. Abolishes all.
Like, what are y'all, the Black Panthers or something? Like, what are y'all? I mean, like, this is wild.
Confederate-themed license plates. Eliminates the tax-exempt status for all Confederate history groups.
Petty.
Renames
Petty. Now they're just petty.
Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. Makes it illegal to approach within 8 feet of somebody within 40 feet of an abortion clinic. Enshrines a leftist narrative about January 6th and teaches it in public schools. Allows localities to adopt rent control measures.
Whoa, hold on now. So somebody within 40 feet of an abortion clinic, you can't get 8 feet within them because why? That don't even make sense. So what, we're social distancing 8 feet at the abortion clinic now? Or are you doing that to prevent, you know, the anti-abortion people from walking up and trying to convince them not to do it because there's a business model y'all making money off of? I mean, come on now, what is it?
Increases the sales tax in Northern Virginia, allows localities to outlaw gas-powered leaf blowers, imposes a new personal property tax on electric-powered lawn vehicles, limits the ability to use self-driving or autonomous vehicles, assault weapons ban, strips gun rights for anyone convicted of a misdemeanor or hate crime.
Whoa! Nah, that is all right. All right, y'all going too far, bro. Y'all is going too far. Damn! Strip gun right from anyone convicted of a misdemeanor or hate crime. Yeah, I mean, bro, a misdemeanor, like, bro, you could have got hit with speeding, like reckless driving, and now you can no longer hold a gun. I mean, there's a lot of misdemeanors out there that are pretty small that like doesn't say that you're a violent person. That's why we kind of only left it for, you know, the felons. You know, even if it's a non-violent felon, we still only left it for them because, you know, it's a pretty egregious crime. Now, for a misdemeanor, that's really petty. Like, what? This is Virginia, by the way.
It makes it illegal to shoot a firearm on lot sizes less than 5 acres, even if you own that 5 acres. Shrinks concealed carry, holds firearm manufacturers liable for gun deaths, imposes an 11% sales tax on all firearms and ammunition, imposes a $500 sales tax on firearm suppressors, dramatically raises the physical requirements to operate a firearm store, makes it harder to obtain a concealed carry permit, creates a new taxpayer-funded state propaganda center for the sole purpose of promoting gun control, establishes the State Propaganda Commission to publicize the supposed negative impacts of ICE raids in Virginia, creates a state-mandated playbook on how schools must respond to ICE showing up on their campus, and ban school employees from assisting ICE, unlimited taxpayer-funded home purchases for government employees, mandates mental health screenings for all public school students between 6th and 12th grade.
Mandate mental health screening for all public school students 6th through 12th grade. You know, you know, that could have actually been a good one. To be quite honest with you, that could have actually been a good one. I'm actually not too much in a disagreement with that. I mean, if it wasn't a blue state, I would trust it. Like, actually give these guys some real, I don't know, mental health and mentorship. That would help these guys out. But knowing these blue states, they're going to try to tell them that as soon as you're born, you walk in there, your mental health screening is going to turn into I don't know. They're going to try to turn you, bro. They're going to try to trans you out. You're going to walk in there, man, and then walk out thinking you're a girl. And that's going to be your mental health screening because you're denying your identity. And if you don't accept it, you'll kill yourself. It's like, I know it's crazy because that's actually what they tell people.
Drastically curtails homeschool and private school independence from the Virginia Department of Education, raises the salary of school board chairs and vice chairs, free public school education for illegal aliens, of course, lets students graduate high school despite failing grades, eliminates nearly all academic.
Oh, yeah, they just want stupid people out here. Okay, yeah, got you. They just want stupid people out here, guys. They just want you to be stupid, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, because
stupid.
Like, really? That's what they want you to be. Eliminates all academic benchmarks for college students to continue receiving financial aid. Oh, damn. Eliminates all academic benchmarks. I mean, that's not a good thing. So basically, you could be a failing student in college and still receive federal aid. And let's be real, these are, but I ain't gonna lie, one of the best definitions of predatory loans, but that's crazy. Because I know, but you have to keep you have to at least keep a 2.0, at least a 2.0 to keep your federal aid. Like, come on now. If you below that, then maybe you just need to be out of college.
Benchmarks for college students to continue receiving federal aid, mandates all localities to adopt an environmental justice plan, mandates unconscious racial bias trainings for nurses to retain their license.
Wow.
I'm tired. I just read off so much. I don't even know if we're going to be able to include all of that in this episode. Like, I kind of feel a little lightheaded after going through all of that. And guys, all of this has happened in mere days. And what is even more egregious,
and this is all going down in Virginia. After this girl, Abigail Spanberger, ran on affordability, all she did was, well, make Virginia all the way woke, pretty much solidify its future as a blue state, and make things more expensive for people. Oh, yes, and if you got a misdemeanor, your gun rights, cooked. It's cooked, bro. I don't know what to tell y'all, bro. If you're over there living in Virginia, bro, God bless you, man. I'm praying for y'all. I'm praying for y'all, bro, for y'all to come to y'all senses. Like, bro.
On top of all of this is that, yes, there was a blue wave in Virginia. But here's the thing. Abigail Spanberger was hailed by the media and by her own campaign as being the moderate candidate. They went out to voters who were not paying attention, who are not, doom scrolling on X every single day like most of us. And they said, look here, this is a moderate. This is a centrist Democrat, an anti-Mamdani. Yes, that is a headline that was featured on her campaign website from a Wall Street Journal article. Her being the anti-Mamdani.
I mean, yeah, they use the fact that I think she's Jewish. Yeah, I think she's Jewish. Like Abigail Spanberger. I mean, no, it sounds. But all right.
And that article talks about how she thinks that this, leftist extremism, that it's a distraction, that it's not healthy for the Democrat Party. She is bipartisan. She pushes back on Joe Biden. She is not crazy like the Mamdanis of the world. So people vote her in. They think that they are maybe getting the Democrat equivalent of Glenn Youngkin, who was a more moderate Republican. The Dems take that trifecta of power and boom, welcome to Cali, Virginia. It honestly is incredibly impressive, the rug that they pulled over the eyes of so many Virginians. And all of this should be like alarm bells going off for Republicans everywhere. And I think that this is going to force people to reckon with very significant ideological questions. It certainly has for me. Democrats, they wield power because they love authority. They aren't shy about that. The politicians, the voters, they want government involvement and intervention.
Oh, my bad, guys. My bad. But what I was pretty much trying to say here was that, I looked up Abigail Spanberger and, she's Jewish. She was recognized by the Jewish Democratic Council of America. I know there's a Jewish Democratic Council of America. I know. But, they actually endorsed her for her. They actually did endorse her, not Republican, but Rep. Abigail Spanberger for VA Gov. So I ain't gonna lie, they mainly do back their own. And then, yes, Abigail Spanberger was, let's see here, a former intelligence officer for the CIA. Yep, for the CIA, working there from 2006 to 2014. So yes, from 2006 to 2014, she's working with the CIA. Crazy.
In everything, it does not matter if it is overseas or in their bedroom, they are happy having the government intervene. Now, Republican and conservative and libertarian voters, by and large, we want limited.
Sorry, guys. I just caught the mute.
Government. We do not want the government meddling in our businesses or our home lives, our families. The less legislation, the better in our books. And I think a lot of us, including me, we pride ourselves on being so consistent on that front, and that is important, and that is a good thing. But I think that the question that we are forced to address right now, how does that kind of consistency work out for us in the end when our opponent is the modern left? When we are dealing with literal democratic socialists, people who love the, warmth of collectivism, literal authoritarians, people who pride themselves on that. Now, that same account who posted that apocalyptic rundown of all the proposed bills said, conservatives treat power as inherently illegitimate, while leftists treat power as the mechanism by which reality is made. And we wonder why one side never wins while the other seemingly cannot lose. And this is what so many people wanted and hoped for Trump to combat, that he would come in and he would wield power in ways that Republicans had been too afraid or unwilling to do because he knows that the threat is so severe. He was in office before, he was able to take time off, he knows what he's fighting against, he was going to come back and he was going to do it the right way. And obviously, he has done a lot looking at the last 12 months, especially through those executive orders at the top of his term. But again, if our Congress, if our Republican majority cannot even codify those, then we are back to where we started in a lot of ways. And I think that that is why a lot of Trump voters are getting restless, why they are frustrated, why Trump himself obviously seems very frustrated by the state of the country. In another post, that same user, Christian, said, those who are afraid of power will inevitably be ruled by those who are addicted to it. And I kind of talked about the same idea last week when we were talking about James Fishback and the OnlyFans sin tax that he's proposing. And again,
bro, that was hilarious. He said he's gonna call it a thought tax, like, well, an acronym for these hoes owe taxes. That was freaking hilarious, bro. A thought tax, aka these hoes owe taxes. And god damn it, he ain't lying. My boy ain't lying, bro. Shout out to that man Fishback. And a lot of people don't like him because, well, he speaks on the whole, Zionist takeover of our government. I mean, once you start speaking on that, you don't really become the party favorite at that point. But I mean, he is a voice of reason, and I kind of like where he's going with stuff. And it looks like he's about to, but he's about to take Florida in a whole new direction if he gets elected, because Florida, bro, that shit done turned into mini Israel. To Israel at a certain point. But they literally got anti-Semitism laws over there. I'm like, bro, what y'all doing? I mean, I'm glad y'all economy's working great and all that, but anti-Semitism laws in Florida? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Didn't they just get done banning that kid Sneeko and Andrew Tate and them like out of a club for playing a song? And out of every club, it's like, bro, in Miami Beach, like, who knew? No, isn't it kind of crazy how they say it's anti-Semitic to say that, Jews control everything? Then they kind of prove that they have like some pretty crazy pull. I mean, you're able to get a group of people kicked out of every club in a city in a high-end area, and you tell me you don't got no pull? I mean, bro, they could have went in there and played the most racist song against black people, and they wouldn't have got that treatment. So it just kind of shows something. I ain't trying to say nothing out loud. I'm just saying it's just a bit weird.
We can and should be consistent, but I think you have to merge that consistency, that philosophical consistency, with a healthy dose of reality with the political landscape that we are currently living in. Because as just one example, we have conservatives, clutching their pearls over whether we should tax something that we almost objectively deem as a net bad on society. Meanwhile, we are watching these libs who got into power 48 hours ago, banning assault weapons, holding gun manufacturers liable for gun deaths, imposing taxes on the purchase of firearms and ammunition, funding transgender surgeries through tax dollars. Within 48 hours, not looking back in the slightest.
That was an insane list, though, that she read out. I was like, yo, like Virginia, man. I was trying to warn you guys. I told you that you do not want to vote for a liberal or a Democrat running on affordability. They are lying to you. Look, all I knew is that she started raising taxes on their asses, started adding a whole bunch of petty expenses that's going to make things more expensive for them. So that's all I knew. I didn't even know about all this other stuff, transgender surgery being covered by taxpayers. I mean, you lose your gun rights if you got a misdemeanor, literally racist laws against white men who are contractors, saying that, oh, well, now we got to give it to the ones owned by women and minorities. So, yes, if you're a contractor and you're white in Virginia, bro, get your ass up out of there. They're trying to make you go broke. They're trying to make you go broke, my friend. Get your ass up out of there, please, bro. Please, my white friend, leave. Because they want you broke and you need to go somewhere where they don't want you broke. Come to Ohio. We're actually pretty close. We'll treat you right over here. Because according to Virginia, you don't deserve that business because you're a white man, and it should be given to the people that you've oppressed for thousands of years, right? That's how they frame it, but really only a couple hundred, but it's whatever. It's whatever. I personally don't care like that. But to be quite honest with you, yeah, you need to get up out of there. Because why? They don't want you to do well in business, and it's because you're white. And they say it out loud. I mean, bro, for them to just say it like that is crazy. Don't give business to white contractors. Give it to the women and minorities. So I ain't gonna lie. If you're a black contractor, or if you're a woman who's a contractor, bro, move to Virginia, because all the business, they're leaving it open for you. But if you're white, a white man, bro, get up out of there. You might take your family too, because they don't care.
It's not wondering if Republicans would do the same thing to them when they got into power. They're probably going, hey, we can do this because the Republicans will do nothing. Now, taking account of my values and what I believe, I would prefer that no taxes were raised. I would prefer that none of that we just discussed were taxed. I would prefer that we were not using any of our hard-earned tax dollars for our neighbors' elective medical procedures. But that is simply not the world that we live in. And that is what I personally am really having to think about. So because that's our reality, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to sit around and complain? Are we going to tweet about it? It's funny. I posted something on my Instagram story a couple of days ago, and it was this guy on TikTok, and he was making a joke, and he was like, this is what the Democrats are doing about ICE. And it was like, don't. Stop that. F off. Don't do that. And mocked that. And I put it on my Instagram story. And then a couple of hours later, I was looking at it and I was like, Republicans kind of do the exact same thing. Sit behind microphones, tweet about it, and not codify anything that Trump is trying to do. And I guess the benefit here is that you can argue that we are, consistent, we are fair, we are balanced, maybe more moderate, like the former Governor Youngkin was. But that just results in us getting walked over time and time again. So I guess we have to wonder, is this going to be the wake-up call that Republicans really need for the midterms?
Yeah, because they got too comfortable with Trump. They think, oh, well, Trump won in a landslide. We're a shoo-in. We can just ride off that popularity. Yeah, no, buddy. Nope, that's not how it's going to work out. Not at all. You Republicans need to try harder, make things more. And here's the thing. I mean, Republican states and cities are more affordable to live in than Democrat states and cities. So y'all winning on affordability, but you just need to do better. And actually, it's crazy. I don't know if you noticed, but the mortgage rates are now at a 30-year low. What was it, like a 30 or 40-year low? Let me see if I can make sure I get the fact on that one. But yeah, I was reading up on that, and mortgage rates are at a record low. I mean, shout out to my boy, that man over there at HUD, and he's a black guy too. So shout out to that guy. So yeah, for what was it, housing and urban development? Yes, those guys over there at HUD, they're doing their job. So they need to actually put that out there more, because I ain't gonna lie, that guy needs a medal or something because he's actually doing his job in the back, and he really don't get a lot of recognition. But somehow, and due to what Trump and due to him and Trump's plan to make Fannie Mae and them start buying up a whole bunch of mortgage stocks, that dramatically brought down the mortgage rate, which is now at a record low.
Just to vilify them, anything that will suit the fun of.
Hey, shout out to the lunatic libertarian. He says, make tar and feather great again. I mean, bro, some of these people really do need it, though. I do agree with you on that. And shout out to Toe. She says, I wonder if white male business owners can sue the state of Virginia over these laws. Pretty sure that goes against the Civil Rights Act. Like, me too. I hope that, well, honestly, I hope that they're catching on, because that is crazy. They really sit there and say, yeah, we're no longer giving these government contracts to white male contractors who's giving us a better deal. Like, so even when they give you a better deal, you're still going to say they're evil. Like, they're giving you a better deal than the minority or than the woman, and you're still going to give it to the more expensive, party. Why? Because they're not white. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, because they're not white. I'm sorry, I just never seen it written out like that in a bill, though, just up front and blatant like that. Like, they didn't even try to hide it. They're proud of it.
Mental interest,
and it's crazy. These are other white people writing this,
which is to vilify those who criticize Israel. For example, they came up with this term woke right, and I believe you're right. It's James Lindsay, which is funny because James Lindsay is a new atheist.
Right.
He comes from the new atheist movement.
Yeah, I mean, his early adulthood, his chief goal was to tear down Christianity.
Yes, in the same vein as Christopher Hitchens.
Let me go ahead and move this along a little bit. We're going to get into Islam, Judaism, and America. Let's go ahead and get right into it.
I think it's worth asking why, and as I've delved into some of that, it's like, do they really hate America because of America in and of itself? Like, what are we, what are we doing, that's affecting them, that's hurting them? And the reality is, like, well, they kind of hate us, not all of them, but some of them really do hate us, but it's because of our meddling. It's because of our involvement. It's because of our intervention that is, it's regime changes that make things worse, and cause this and cause that. And so much of that is because of our being allied to Israel. If America didn't have any partnership with Israel, I don't know if the Middle East, if the Muslims would hate us as much as they do, so I feel like, to say like,
hey, nah, bro, got a point. I always did say a lot of people take that element out when it comes to this whole like problem in the Middle East. It's like, you understand that if we'd have never backed Israel up the way we do, they would never be chanting death to America the way they do. It's not because, bro, they didn't just wake up one morning and just say, bro, F those guys over there in America. They woke up, well, for about 10 years straight and realized, bro, why is these Americans always effing with us? And why are they always backing Israel? Who is effing with us? It's like, that's pretty much it right there. But a lot of people in America, well, they don't see it like that. They just see these guys, well, a lot of them, as just these authoritarian Islamist regimes that just want to come and destroy America if they had the opportunity.
Well, Muslims, you know, because that's the justification that they give, is like, you don't think Muslims are the chief enemy? Like, look at this video where they're burning the American flag. You know,
I'll give it to you. Yeah, there's a lot of people who say, well, you don't think Muslims is the chief enemy? You don't think they're the number one threat to America? Nigga, what? Bro, China's the number one threat to America. And they're mostly atheists. I mean, I'm sorry, but Muslims, no. And we have such a small amount of Muslims here. And in the fact that they're an Abrahamic faith, and so is Christianity and Judaism, and they all reside in this state. I mean, no, I'm sorry. And then and here's the thing. I do love the guys who want to be like, you have not read the Quran. I look at that boy like, no, you haven't read the Quran. You go off what you see on X and think that you actually read the Quran. I actually looked it up in context and see what book it comes out of, the story behind it, and why it was said. Not just sit there to just fuel my hatred for religion, which I don't understand how you can hate a religion that has the same ending as yours. But that's a debate for another day.
Whatever. But if you go just a little bit further and say, okay, but why the animosity, not for all, but some Muslims in the Middle East towards America? And if you really start to dive into that question, a lot of the conclusion is because of America's partnership with Israel.
I agree with that. And I would take it a step further and just say that, because this is where they always get you. They say, well, you love Muslims. That's what they say to me.
Right.
They say you're an apologist for Muslims. You want to ally with Muslims.
Same here.
And I would say that we just simply cannot look at Islam and the way it's talked about outside of the context, which is that Israel's at war with the Muslim world. And so they want Americans to be preoccupied with Islam and Muslims because they are the Jews' enemy. And so if there's this intense animosity towards Muslims and the Muslim world from Americans, then we're sympathetic to the war against the Taliban, the global war on terror, the war in Iraq, all these.
I mean, yeah, it gets down to the point where they get you to dehumanize Muslims. And then when you start bombing innocent women and children, I mean, I seen a lot of the chats. Trust me, the main thing they were saying was, oh, they don't care that they're women and children. Oh, they're Palestinians, they're Muslims, they hate Christians. It's just like, whoa. And like the whole hate Christians part wasn't even true. That's not even true. The only true part was that they're Muslims, and if for some reason they just been dehumanized. And when I seen that, I was like, oh man, this is some real hateful stuff right here. Because as soon as you start dehumanizing people, trying to rationalize the killing of women and children, I mean, bro, you're going down the wrong path. Like, you are not on the right path. Trust me, I'll say that right now. If you're out here literally wishing death on people because of their race or their religion, I mean, come on now.
Different
Really
things.
need to tell you that
I would
wrong?
say I don't want Muslims to come here, and I don't like Islam, but what exactly do they have to do with America? There's not many of them here, actually. They're a problem in Europe. There's way too many of them in Europe.
True.
And they're a problem in some cities in America where they've overrun, like Dearborn, Michigan, or in Minneapolis. There's a lot of Somalians. But by and large, they're a tiny fraction of the population here. People talk about Sharia law. I want to say we're living under like the Noahide laws. Like Reagan passed something that said that we live under the Noahide laws at the behest of the Chabad Lubavitchers under Schneerson. And you go to like a grocery store, look at how many of the products on the shelves are kosher. And look at how much of our society is built around sensitivity to the Jewish community.
Right.
The Holocaust education. It's like Sharia law. We're mandated to learn about the Holocaust. It's like we're practically mandated to celebrate Hanukkah on some way. We're eating kosher food at the grocery store. And look at our elites. Look at who donates the money to the campaigns, who owns the media companies. So you cannot divorce it from the context, which is that Israel is in a civilizational war with the Muslims. And that is reflected in the Jewish ownership of the media when you see this fear-mongering about Sharia law in America. It's something that doesn't exist.
And if Muslims really are the enemy, and I think spiritually speaking, there is a lot of reality to that. But I'm talking about your Josh Hammers and guys like that, the way that the rhetoric that they use.
I mean, I don't know. You know, people will love to overthink it, in my opinion. This is just my opinion that people like to overthink the difference, but it's just a recognizing of prophets. I mean, what? The Jews stop at Malachi. We see Jesus as the Messiah and God and all this good stuff. And, well, the Muslims, well, they see him as a prophet and the Messiah, but they believe that the last prophet was Muhammad. So it's just a recognition of prophets. All of them believe in the same God. All of them believe in the same prophets. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's pretty silly to be like, oh, that's a Muslim, they're a Jew. And it's like, bro, y'all believe in the same history. I mean, and here's the thing, though. I mean, you would think that the Christians and the Muslims would be the most together because they believe in the same ending, that Jesus will come back and return. I mean, Jews don't believe that. They're still waiting on their Messiah. But according to the Muslims and the Christians, the Messiah already came. Y'all just waiting for them to come back for this fight against the devil. I mean, I really wonder where the beef is, because it's kind of funny how the two people who have the same ending is beefing harder than the people who says, oh, well, yeah, well, your God, Jesus Christ isn't real. He was a charlatan. Like, y'all more aligned with the Jews than the guys who believe that they're going to have the same ending as you. And nobody thinks that's weird. But hey, I'm just thinking out loud. Don't mind me.
If there's such an enemy, then why do we resource Israel with our tax dollars so that they can fight wars with Muslims to displace them, and then Jews in America with their policies vote to open the doors for them to come as refugees here? If Muslims are, the greatest enemy, then surely we wouldn't want more here.
Right.
But when you think of how Judaism and Islam actually, they're certainly at war with each other, but how they work in tandem, in concert to disrupt America, I think the formula is rather simple. Muslims invade and Jews hold open the door.
Yeah, 100%. There's no doubt.
So my point is like, okay, I'll concede your point. Islam is a problem. Okay. But it's not as much of a problem here as it is there. And as far as it is a problem here and not wanting more Muslims in America, I don't know how to have that conversation without at least including as a line item in that conversation. Shouldn't we identify which people in politics and in media and among our elites in America keep opening the doors for the Muslims to come? Because you look at that, and it's like it's disproportionately Jews.
Major. Well, and
I mean, yeah, people complain about Muslims, but then will also want a regime change that will bring more Muslims into this country. I mean, that's the wildest part about it. It's like, yeah, we say, oh, we don't want no more Muslims in here, but then yet we'll go attack Muslims, and then we'll go work with them, and then we'll bring them back when the fighting's done. I mean, that's what we did in Afghanistan. So it's like, yeah, we literally complain about the problems that we create.
And I would even go further and say, they want us not to like Muslims, okay, but we don't like Jews anymore. If we have a problem with Muslims and say we have a problem with their faith and their ideology, and maybe they're here in opposition to Westerns.
I personally don't have a problem with neither of them, neither religion. I don't got a problem with Jews, Muslims, Christians, whatsoever. I just, like I said, as an outside observer, I just sit there and I just kind of just wonder what the beef is. I just look at y'all and be like, all right, man, it's petty. The infighting is petty among Christians. The infighting is petty among Muslims, among Jews, all this different messages and all this wild stuff. And nobody can really get along. Nobody. I mean, y'all act like y'all unified, but not really. I'm saying, but y'all want to pretend like y'all unified to bring people in. But I mean, I'll be real with you. I step into Christianity, I got to worry about different denominations. I step into Islam, I got to worry about Wahhabism and the other ones, and Sunni and Shia and all that other good stuff. And I step into Judaism, and well, I got to decide if I'm rocking with the Torah or the Talmud.
Civilization.
Oh, so divided.
Are the Jews any different? I would say they're about the same to me. And the only difference is at least Muslims and Islam represent an overt challenge.
Correct.
Because we have
it's
it.
visible.
Right. And we have a history of warfare. They're here to conquer. I don't think they even hide that in Europe. I mean, they're imperialists. The way they play their call to prayer, the way they gang up in these European countries. But the Jewish people put the hyphen in and say it's Judeo-Christian. We're your closest ally. We're your best friend. And I always like to do as a thought experiment, you know, think about how the Jews talk about the Palestinians. Hatred. Hate them. There was a piece in First Things magazine, a Catholic magazine, that said there's a virtue in hating the Palestinians. And they hold them collectively guilty. And they laugh about the famine, about the dying innocents. They say there are no innocents.
Yeah. And like I said, like, this is where when the whole Gaza situation was going down, I'm hearing my Jewish brethren talk about, F them. They're just some evil Muslims. We don't care. I was like, bruh, I mean, you know, if people were saying the same thing about you guys, there'd be a rapid increase in anti-Semitism. So why y'all think it's okay to disregard life like that? I mean, y'all cry about when somebody don't believe that there was 6 million Jews who died in the Holocaust. That's not me, but y'all start crying about that. So you're telling me that when people start going like, yo, like these Palestinians, like women, innocent women and children, most of them are the ones being killed and not Hamas. You're telling us, they're just a bunch of dirty Muslims and you shouldn't care. I mean, and they're telling you that as a Christian. And your teachings tell you that all things are a creation of God and should be loved the same. It's like all life is created equally. And you got these guys over here telling you, no, just forget all that, man. Forget all that, bro, except for these Palestinians. Like, what?
What crime did the Palestinians commit? Specifically, they opposed Israel. And you look, the Israelis treated the survivors of the Nazi regime in the exact same way, hunted them down years after the fact, Israeli spies.
Yeah.
Do you think for 1 second that if America turned on Israel, that they would not have the same animosity for us, the way they do with Gaza, the way they do with the survivors of the Nazi regime, the way they do with whoever they consider to be their perceived adversaries? And the way that they talk about their history, they say there's something in the way and their manner of speaking where they say, everyone tried to stop us. The Babylonians, the Persians, the Egyptians, where are they today? They've all been destroyed. We're still here.
And it's kind of crazy because they tell that story as if it's some type of triumph story. And it's like, that was because you guys were tripping. Like, God seen you guys were tripping, you were sinning, you were idol worshiping, and kept, damn near you was a cheating girlfriend on God. I'm like, y'all was unfaithful to God. Y'all would be praising God in the church and then walk out, or praising God with Moses and then walk out and go praise Bali. It's like, what the fuck? And the God told you, if you keep doing that, I'm going to bring some people to conquer you. And he kept his promise. And then they frame it as if, look where they're at now and all this. Well, like, that's part of the story. I mean, it's kind of crazy how they don't kind of know the context of, the reason why the Babylonians and all those guys attacked is because you guys were committing sins and not being faithful to God. And now you're over here bragging about it like what? Like it was trials and tribulations? Like, kind of, but let's not forget why that happened. And then, of course, as God does, turn around and punish the Babylonians and them as well. Kind of shows God's mysterious ways in the Bible of how he can use your enemies to destroy you, then destroy them on the back end.
Do you think they feel any differently about America on some level? They're friendly to America for now. But in this context of the war in Gaza, they have been very clear. Gad Saad said this. He's in Canada. He basically said, the future is in China if the West doesn't support Israel.
Bro.
And this is like a guy who's made his
and honestly, that's a lot of, Canada showed us that. Canada said, look, if you won't let us fleece you in the trade, we'll go to Canada. My bad. Canada pretty much said, if you won't let us fleece you in trade, we'll go to China. And they signed a trade deal with China. And now Trump has threatened these guys with a 25% tariff to get out of that deal with China. But it does seem that, they kind of use working with China as a threat against us. And here's the thing. We're actually a democracy. China's not. AKA, they're telling us straight to our face that we don't give a damn about democracy if it means you guys getting a better deal. We'll go work with an authoritarian regime such as China. I'm like, okay. All right, don't ever talk to us about democracy since you're so eager to go work with a dictatorship. Please save it.
Owns being pro-Western civilization. But the second that the West doesn't support their war, then they say, you know what, maybe it's over for the West. Maybe it's time to go east. They're completely indifferent fundamentally. And that's where I get back to these guys like a Josh Hammer, Mark Levin. They spin these tales. The way they frame the argument, it needs to get to a point where Christian, whites, Americans need to look at that and say, we're just not listening. You're not one of us. You clearly don't have our best interests in mind. You're pushing for something else. And, you know, on some level, I don't hate them for that. It irritates me deeply. Like, I hate that they're doing it, but it's like the scorpion and the frog. You know why they're doing it.
Because it is my nature.
It's their nature and they can't help it, but we just can't.
And with that, it's self-preservation.
Right.
If I was a minority, and I mean, the leading cause of anti-Semitism, of course, is in large part Jewish behavior. But if I
was a minority and a contractor, I'd be moving to Virginia. Like, I'll tell you that right now.
I was a minority and I had a bunch of, and I was surrounded, with a bunch of people around me that hated me. Like, I would do whatever it takes to survive. So I don't even necessarily fault Israel for, some of the stances and even some of the tactics that they've taken. But I do sometimes get frustrated with my own people, with fellow Americans and heritage Americans to, they have an obligation to try to be self-preserving. But why can't we? Why can't we be self-preserving? Why can't we say, I get that you want to survive, and I get this and I get that, but so do we.
Right.
When are we gonna say that?
Yeah, and I would go further even and say, I had did a podcast with Dave Smith recently.
Yeah.
And I like Dave.
Yeah.
He's a brilliant guy.
Visibly Jewish, I believe is what you said.
He is visibly Jewish.
Visibly Jewish.
But that's okay. He's one of the good ones. No, but he's a good guy. He's got a good heart and he's an honorable person. I have a lot of respect for him. But I said this on my show, and I even told him when we did the show, I don't know if I said in exactly this way, but his debate with Josh Hammer at Turning Point in July of 25
destroyed him.
I'm just going to say it. At the end of the day, it's two Jewish guys debating about Israel. And I just think, is that really what America needs more of? Is two Jewish guys debating about what is best for America in relation to Israel? And I feel like...
Yeah, kind of, because everybody kind of feels like, Jewish people are just some hive mind group that all think the same. They are all going to follow this off the cliff, when no, there's a lot of them that actually disagree with what's going on in Gaza or disagree with Zionism altogether. So, yeah.
Like, when they went after Tucker Carlson, because they hate him. And that makes me like him more.
Dave Smith doesn't like him?
Oh, no, not Dave. I mean, the Israel lobby and many of the Jews in America, he's the number one op for them. Used to be me. Now it's him by far, by a long shot. Tucker Carlson is an American, whatever you want to say. And I have my criticisms, but he's a white American, blue-blooded, been here forever. Who dared to try to enter this conversation about America and Israel. And it is for that reason they're punishing him. It's the Josh Hammers of the world saying, you dare, a white American, a Christian, to enter into this conversation. You have no place. This is a internal debate among the Jews about what will be done for America. And my message is, I love Dave, but the only thing that I came in, not even to criticize him, but the arrangement was to say, I think it's...
Oh, and shout out to says, Set, you're already halfway there. Wait, where am I halfway to? Because I do not know. But shout out Tove, though. Appreciate it, sis.
It's time for some white people to enter this conversation.
Yeah, instead of just two bookends selectively chosen, who are both ultimately beholden to. And I'm not saying that Dave Smith, sits on a Sanhedrin, or in a formal, civil sense that he belongs to, but it's still his people. Natural affections run deep. That's the way God made the world. I have them, you have them, he has them. And to pretend that there's not any...
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Like, I'm going to be real with you, and I forgot who said this, but I think one of the most high IQ things you can do is be able to look at your own community and call them out on BS, and be able to criticize community, even though it comes at your own detriment. or even though it don't make you look good, because I think a lot of people have their pride caught up in their community, and well, they can never criticize them because of that pride. It's like all of their identity lays into them being black or something, right? And if you criticize the black community, you feel like you're attacking them personally. Well, me, I'm more than just a black man. So if you attack black people, then trust me, that's not my whole identity. So I'm not going to think that you're just attacking me personally and deeply. But a lot of these black people will think that. And that's kind of how it is with this situation right here.
You know, civil sense that he belongs to, like, but it's still his people. Natural affections run deep.
And yeah, and I get that, but you got to be able to criticize your own community for there to be any change in your community. If you're always going to be a hive mind with your community, then don't complain about it because you're with it.
That's the way God made the world. I have them, you have them, he has them. And to pretend that there's not any kind of bias there, you know, is naive. Real quick, since you mentioned Tucker Carlson, like, I mean, you went uber viral, you know, when you responded to him. I'm curious though, like, if like he called you out.
Oh, that is true, man. You know, maybe I need to go get my LLCs over there or something. Yeah, I need to go over there. I need to go to Virginia. Yep, you're right. I'm already halfway there. I just need to sign up. I'm already a business owner and I'm black and I'm a minority. I'm going to Virginia, guys. Getting that contract.
Right, is the first time he ever named you. Like, he's kind of referenced you before, but without using your name and stuff like that.
Shoot, I ain't gonna lie. The way Virginia makes it sound, it's like the easiest place for minorities and women to live in. Like, if you don't have a job in Virginia and you're a black woman, then you're retarded. Like, that's the way they made it sound. I'm sorry, but am I wrong? They just made it sound like, bro, if you can't get a job when we're like literally undermining white men for you, then you must be retarded. It is what it is. Yes, yeah, go set up our reparations set. Oh, wait, what? Man, I'm good on that. I'm good on the I'm good on the whole reparations. Oh, man, look, man, I already got into that debate way too many times, and my FBA brethren do not like me for it. And so be it. So be it. Because, yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. It's the whole reparations thing. Like, you see how close to the heart people hold reparations? Like, it's literally part of their identity to be a black person who wants a handout from the white man. That's their identity. And when you attack it, you try to go outside of it, they take it personally. Hey, and shout out to my man, Big Wave Dave. But shout out to you said, when you said if you were a minority and owned a business, you would move to Virginia. You're right. You're right. Actually, you're right. Yeah, I said, yeah, if you're a minority with the Big Wave Dave, that means not you. You cannot go to Virginia, bro. They will take all your business away from you. They hate white guys. But if you know a black woman, a Filipino woman, really any woman in general who's a contractor, send their ass to Virginia. They got all the jobs opening for them. They're going to undermine the white man. And they, guess what? They could charge more, and they're still going to undermine the white guy. I just want to let y'all know this. It's like the perfect cheat code over there for y'all over there in Virginia. So I don't know why you wouldn't go there. It's like you could charge more, and they're still going to pick you over the guys who are charging less if they're white.
Or at least it seems like he was talking about you.
The white part.
But I'll go on record and say, like, I have nothing to hide. Like, I like Tucker. I like him. I've had a couple friends who have been on his show, and I think he's doing a lot of good, and I like him. And so,
and shout out Couture Leotard, appreciate the support. She said they broke every other civil rights law. I mean, at this point, this is just pure racism at its finest, and because it's white people, they sweep it under the bus. And it's funny because this was written by white people, so it's, I mean, the craziest self-hatred. It's such a substantial amount of self-hatred is actually sad to see. It's like, wow, y'all hate yourselves that much so you're willing to undermine your own people? Really? I mean, bro, that's like crazy. When I found out that there were black slave owners, I'm like, damn, like your own people. Oh, shout out to my man Dave. He says, I'm American, piss off. All right, F it. He said, nah, F white, I'm an American, white American. But all right, and shout out to Couture Leotard. She says, yep. It's like, since they hate themselves, perfect timing. Yep. All right, well, we both on the same wavelength, sis, on that note. Like, the self-hate is just too much for them, to the point where they're willing to undermine their own. And the thing is, it's like, damn, I mean, don't you got kids that might be contractors, like family, friends? You're just gonna do this to them? But F it, man. If it's all for the women and minorities, I guess, crash out for them. It's never a wrong thing to do, I guess.
If he hadn't called you out, do you think, like, you responded, and I mean, you made a compelling case. I'll say this, not necessarily compelling, and don't take this the wrong way, but like when it was all said and done, I didn't walk away like, yep, Tucker is an op. But I don't even think that's what you were doing. I think you were doing.
Oh shit, we're only like 49 away from opening up the call-in line. Appreciate the support, guys. Oh, let's make sure we like that video too. Double tap that screen if you're on the vertical, and if you're on the horizontal, make sure you guys like the video, guys. Let's beat the shadow ban by just keeping up the engagement. That's all we can really do. Just keep up the engagement.
He's going to call me an op. Let's just, hypothetically, let's just say, which would be more likely? The guy with, the mailman for a father who, hit his stride, into the public sphere at 17, or the guy whose dad was a part of the CIA?
Right.
Right. I mean, and you made a compelling case. I don't think that Tucker is an op. I really don't. I like him. But it was enough to make your point.
Yes.
Because your big point wasn't so much Tucker's an op. I took it to mean, I'm not an op, and I'm the one who was put on trial by Tucker.
Right.
And so I'm just making an argument from the lesser to the greater. Probably.
Dang, Chase, my bad, bro. Chase, I accidentally missed one of Chase's super chats because he was actually talking about the shooting of Alex Preddy. He said it was he said he was lawfully carrying right up until he started interfering in a lawful ICE operation. The rest is irrelevant. He committed a crime in possession of a firearm, and that is the facts. Sorry, I had to make sure I get that. So, shout out to my man Chase on Rumble. He sent it in as a Rumble rant. And make sure you guys follow me on Rumble as well, man. I want to build up the community over there just in case anything crazy happens on YouTube.
Neither of us are, but if anyone was, he would have the higher likelihood.
Yes.
So all that being said, I like Tucker. If he hadn't done that, do you think you would have blasted him?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Absolutely not. And it goes back a little ways with him. I don't know what will happen between now and when this releases. I'm open to being.
I don't know about that, bro. I don't know about that. I think he'd have still went after Tucker Carlson. I don't know what it is about Nick Fuentes, but this man does an interview with somebody. The next thing you know, he's berating them on the show like a week later. I don't know about that one. He'd have found a reason. He'd have found a reason to start hating on him. I don't know why. That's how Nick Fuentes operated in my eyes. It's like, dog, you always find a reason to get mad at somebody and starts grilling them on your show for 45 minutes straight. And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave for the baller alert. Appreciate the support, my brother. Let me go ahead and give you your shout out. Appreciate the support, man. And he says, he's like, fine, but I'm not calling in. I'm a disruptor. I'm a disruption. Every now and then. I'm just playing. Well, when you start cursing and start hopping on the liberals' asses, I ain't gonna lie. It could be a distraction, but it is funny.
Being friendly with him.
I got a feeling you'll go on Tucker's show eventually.
I think
so.
that might happen, but
because I think he's genuine.
Yeah.
Like, now, actually, that I have to specify. I think he's actually not genuine, but in the best of ways. So I think, like in the true sense, I think he is genuine. But the dude. I mean, he's like basically has been a news anchor, from birth. And so he's good.
He is good.
He's good. And so like what he did with Tel Aviv Ted,
Yes.
The Bible said, really? The Bible says that? Where does it say that? And he's got the face that like looks like genuinely befuddled.
Yes.
Like he often does that. Like I'm genuinely just I'm just confused, or he's not.
Mm-hmm.
He's sharp.
Yes.
The dude's a shark. And he's like, where does the Bible say that? And the moment that Ted can't answer, well, actually it's in Genesis chapter 12.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah.
And so there are points where he like legitimately is not genuine, but not for a nefarious or malicious way, but to get him. He's a good interviewer.
Yes.
That's what you like. If you ever watch
I ain't gonna lie, that's one thing I learned from Tucker Carlson. Like, if you actually watch how Tucker Carlson's grills people, it's perfect. And this is why I say, look, this is why I don't interrupt people when they talk. I let them hang themselves. Sometimes by interrupting your opponent too much, you let them be able to correct their position. Sometimes you gotta let them explain their faulty position all the way out, and you let them hang themselves. You just cook them on the back end, just like Tucker Carlson did. He let him cook. He was like, all right, go ahead, say your bullshit. And then after you let him do his spiel, he's like, hold on, where was that at? Oh, you don't know? Okay, all right, well, it's in Genesis. He's like, just let him cook himself. Just let them talk. That's why I always say when Sid talk, y'all get a note. I'm like, no, let him cook. Let him cook. Sometimes Sid will make a good point. Sometimes he'll cook himself. But you gotta let him cook.
I can't endorse it. It was, it was degenerate and filth. But the movie, The Interview with Kim Jong-un, and he's like, and he's playing the part. And then at the very end, he gets him. He's like, why are you starving your people? And I feel like that's what Tucker does.
Yes.
Like, oh, we're best friends. And I'm Tucker Carlson. Hello, fellow Americans. I fly fish, and I'm wearing the plaid shirt and my cabin set, and like, or he'll often say like, and I'm not rich. And I'm like, you are rich. I know you're rich. Of course you're like, who believes that?
Right.
But again, I think in the truest sense, he is genuine. I think he genuinely loves Jesus. I think he's genuinely a Christian. I think he's genuinely trying to do good, but he does it strategically.
Yes.
He does, like, he knows exactly what he's doing. He'll put on like kind of like a Hugh Grant, like, like the,
yes.
And it's like, no, dude, you're a shark. You know exactly what you're doing. And I'm here for it because I think in the big scheme, it's in the right direction. And you just got caught up in that, which was unfortunate.
Well, I don't know what to make of him because I've never met him and I don't have an interaction with him, but I would say I reserve the I'm open to the possibility, let's say, that it's a misunderstanding.
Yeah.
Because
that'd be great.
There does seem to be like there's a generational thing. He's older than me.
Yeah.
And he comes from
I mean, bro, you gotta be able to play nice with somebody, Nick. I mean, yeah, you got to do Sneeko and them, but it seems like everybody you did a mainstream interview with, you didn't came out and start grilling them. I mean, shoot, Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, PBD. You did hit pieces all on them later. So I don't know about that. Yeah, you gotta play nice with somebody. But you can't. I mean, Piers Morgan. Okay, never mind. Piers Morgan. Yeah, that was already confrontational from the get-go. But speaking of our guy Piers Morgan, let's go ahead and get back over to him real quick. In his whole Alex Petty shooting.
Because Piers, all of you are watching this slowed down, nice video. It's happening in seconds in real time. And my point about the gun is, Piers, my opinion, when they disarmed him, he doesn't know the gun is gone. It goes off. He's still reaching for the magazines, which he thinks are a gun. But Piers, here's the point. Why is this all happening in Minnesota? Can we stop? In Texas, there's 10 times more illegal deportations. You don't hear none of this, Piers. None of this. You know why it's in Minnesota, Piers? Because Tim Walz, Mayor Fry, Ilhan Omar are pushing for people to get in their faces and do this type of stuff. Under Obama, you didn't hear any of it, okay? And he deported way more people than Trump. He's kicking Trump's butt in deportation. But I want to know something too, Piers. It's funny how all these leftists, all these Democrats, like last week when there was that 5-year-old kid, oh my God, he was detained. No, his illegal father ran away and abandoned him, all right? Nobody here even knows that freaking kid's name. The mother didn't want to take him. I'm just curious, everybody on the panel who's here. Does anybody know who this is? Mark, Lewis, anybody? This is Ivory Smith, 7 years old. She was in her mother's car and a freaking drunk driver, illegal, hit her and killed her, okay? You know who this is? You guys want to talk about Alex being a nurse? This is Laken Riley. She was jogging in school, and guess what happened? A guy raped her, tried to rape her. She fought back for 11 minutes, and then he crushed her head. Why wasn't she on the news? Why didn't you hear about her? And lastly, you know who this is?
Put them all
Jocelyn
on the news.
Nungaray.
I think all of them should be on the news.
Curious.
Well, I think they were.
She was strangled. Wait.
But Vinny, they were on the news. They were on the news.
She was strangled.
They were on the news.
Okay, and her throat was slit, and she was raped by.
Nah, Chase. Oh yeah, you must have left for a second there, but I did get to it actually. But I know what I'm gonna read it again for you though. So shout out to my man Chase. Said he was lawfully carrying right up until he started interfering in lawful ICE operations. The rest is irrelevant. He committed a crime in possession of a firearm. I mean, and that's the truth. I mean, like I said, all you have to do is just let the ICE officer know, look, I'm trying to help up the lady and I'm armed. And honestly, like I said, the officer could have been like, all right, cool. Thanks for letting me know you can help her up. Or be like, nah, just back the F up. Really, no, actually, I really need you to back the F up. I need you to step back actually twice as far. In either way, that'd have been the proper way to go about it. Even if he got the results or not, at least he'd have been alive. Or the results he wanted or not.
Two illegals. All you guys care about is headlines, Piers. You know why? Because Democrats are hemorrhaging votes. At the end of the day, this is all votes. Why else do you want illegals? You're fighting so bad to have them in here to count on the census so that Democrats can keep power, Piers. Plain and simple.
You know the irony,
Stop all this nonsense
Vinny,
that you guys care.
Vinny, the irony is the irony is.
Oh no, you're good, Chase. I owe you that one because I missed it and we was on a whole different subject. So I got to at least read it out. And now that we're on subject. And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. How's it going, bro?
Yo, bro.
It's all good. Now, wait.
Yeah,
what are your
you
thoughts
gotta
on?
you gotta love this selective criticism. Like they didn't do it during Obama. I think even Clinton deported a bunch of people. Then they turned the Obama cages into Trump's cages. And then again, that 5-year-old boy that was abandoned by his illegal father. I think it was a legal father, but abandoned his kid.
His father was illegal, and the mother didn't want to accept him after they found out where he lived because she was afraid she was going to get, caught up in the ICE operation too. So she didn't take back her son and let him go into Child Protective Services.
Yeah, but it's funny. But I was watching this other YouTuber that she's pointing out like all these other people that have died to illegal immigrants that have been in this country, like person with a DUI head on freaking collided with this car, killed other children, but it's only beneficial to their narrative. Otherwise, they don't care.
Yeah, I mean, look, and that's what kills me about it because he has a point. Now, yes, some of them did get coverage. Like, trust me, even though we had to force Lincoln Riley, like, let's not pretend that they was willing to cover this. Like, we had to put it in their face so they would finally cover Lincoln Riley. And after that, you still got to force them to cover every time somebody dies from an illegal immigrant that's not supposed to be here. Look, you still got to force it in their face because they don't want to cover it. It don't go along with their narrative. And this is why they over here plastering Renee Good and Alex Pretty all over the place because it goes along with their narrative. ICE is Gestapo. They're evil. They're coming for you.
Yeah.
And we need to fight back against them.
And Seth, the other thing too is like you have these people that are like blasting people over this, but they don't care to know the truth of anything else. They just want to hear what the news tells them and go along with it like fucking sheep.
Literally, like I said, bro, like with their naked shooting, bro, immediately murder.
Oh yeah, I saw that too. I was watching the CNN things, like it had literally just happened. I'm watching like people watching CNN. They're like, "Oh, do you believe this? Do you believe this?" Like clutching their pearls. I'm like, "Are you freaking serious? You're gonna go by this? You're not gonna wait for all the information to come out?" And I bet you when you do, you're probably going to feel a little bit differently about it. But no, now everybody's just trying to defend it. Like, no, she was turning her car away or she was doing that. Well, why didn't she just stop and get the fuck out?
Exactly. Like, it has just been that easy, but they're giving her all the excuse. Like, here's the thing. They love to skate past that part as if that wasn't like a defining moment for her. Like, bro, she'd have been here today if she just did that and not listen to her lesbian wife. Like, she'd be here today.
Drive, baby, drive.
Exactly. I was like, are you effing serious? Like, and now y'all just want to blame ICE? Like, as if, Tim Walz's rhetoric about, they'll disappear you and take you to a foreign torture dungeon. Like, what, you don't think that went through their head? And they're like, oh my God, if I let them capture me, I'll never be seen again.
Right.
Like,
and the other thing too is like that dude just mentioned earlier saying about Texas, like there's what I think a 23% amount of Texas that have ICE raids going on and only 3% of Minnesota, yet it's all coming out of Minnesota. And again, where do you think that comes from? Like, he's not lying. That's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Like, they think they can just like that, like Alex, even though, okay, he shouldn't have been shot, but at the end of the day, you're an idiot because, as a gun owner, I'm not going to go have a gun on me and go stand in front of law enforcement. Like, you got to be a freaking moron.
Like crazy. All right, I would say this like this. Like, all right, look, I would give you this scenario like Dave. Let's say an officer, I say like push like, I don't know, your woman friend or one of your best friends down. Now, you would go over there to help them, but you wouldn't just walk up in there and try to get in front of an officer. You would at least try to make, and let's say you're armed too. Let's say you're armed, you got your strap on you. I'm pretty sure you wouldn't just go over there and rush in there without letting that officer know that you're armed.
I wouldn't rush in at all if at that point, like, exactly. I mean, I would stand back, and if the officer is wrong, I would probably film the shit at that point and be like, look, this officer stepped over his bounds and, you know, violated somebody's rights and get that dude fired. And you hear about that all the time too, is like these people that get officers fired because they're egomaniacs and go against the law. Like, do that part of it. Don't step in front of them, especially if you're armed.
And things, they want to get caught up in emotions of it because they don't want people to see the common sense of it. It's like, yeah, well, you know, common sense, she'd still be here, you know, if she didn't, like, not
common sense is not common these days. So, you know.
Yeah, I would say common sense say that Alex Petty would still be here, you know, if he didn't try to get involved in law enforcement scene. Like, it's just
you know, like he's been involved in other things like this.
Oh yeah, bro, he got his rib cracked by ice like a week before his death.
Yeah, and he still wants to get involved in that. Now he wants to be armed at the same time. Like, you gotta be freaking dumb, dude. Like, don't stand. Like, you want to record them? They can't do anything about that. Record them, but don't get in the way of what they're doing. Okay, record them, post it on the internet so it can't go anywhere because, you know, the internet remembers, and make sure it's out there. Other than that, don't stand in front of federal law enforcement doing their freaking job. Like, you got to be freaking stupid. But if you put it out there and it's actually wrong, then, you know, I could see something happening, but you don't be an idiot martyr either.
Exactly. And I mean, here's the thing, like, I don't mind, bro. Me and you, we both don't mind these guys protesting. Like, go ahead. We think you guys look stupid doing it, but we support it, freedom of speech and all this good stuff. But it gets to a point where you guys cross that line, you go up to obstructing law enforcement, and for some reason your leadership or the politicians don't want to, like, you know, pull you guys back, let you act with impunity, and then they'll flip it around and say, oh no, ICE is the one acting with impunity. I'm like, whoa, no, they're the ones being overwhelmed. The protesters are the one acting with impunity, and this is why ICE is getting overwhelmed. But hey, all right, though, let's get back to it.
The irony is the polls at the moment suggest what's hemorrhaging votes is the activities of ICE, and in particular, where it's leading to these deadly encounters. That is hemorrhaging support for the Trump administration, and we're only a few months away now from the midterms.
He's the most popular.
I think
Piers.
Well,
he's the most popular.
You don't think it
what
is?
do you mean? The poll came out last week. He's popular. It's, Henry Anton just came out with the poll that Democrats are having the horrible percentage, and it's been the lowest of support. Piers, this is all emotion, and what I'm telling you is all the same thing happened for Obama. And you know why, Piers? You're across the pond and you're seeing it because you're watching CNN.
Yeah, I always did say, it's like, bro, I'm not gonna just give it straight to the Dems just because we're having a questionable, like, well, first year and a half by the time we get to the midterms. I'm gonna be honest, like, they still got to show some type of, like, well, policy, some type of progress, because guess what? Abigail Spanberger and Zoran Mondani is about to make y'all look real stupid because things are already. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Seth. Was Pierce just like siding with Democrats at that point?
Yeah, I mean, bro, come on now. You know how Pierce is. Like, he doesn't like our whole Second Amendment and all this good stuff.
Well, that's because he's from the UK, and look what's happening to them.
Yeah, I know, but you know, every time though, he'll love to sit there and be like, "See, you know, if you guys didn't have all these guns everywhere, this would never happen." You see. It's like, bro, shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Okay.
I have actually. This is the first time I'm hearing him. Like, I'm gonna have to look him up further. I know he's been like, especially people like Destiny. Like, he thinks Destiny's an idiot.
Yeah. Should we all?
But to hear him like side with the people in Minnesota just because this dude had a gun, like, that sounds kind of dumb to me. But
I know, but Pierce is petty with his points. With this point right here, when it comes to the gun point, he is so petty with it because it's like any situation that involves a shooting in America. Oh yeah, he's ready to make that gun point right there, front and center. And I knew he was gonna do this. Bro made three videos, 3 panels already on this topic. I was like, bro, okay,
all right.
You're watching MSNBC, and that's their agenda. Plain and simple.
Actually, Vinny,
useful idiots.
Vinny, I watch a lot of Fox News, and I watch a lot of the PBD. I watch a lot of PBD with a guy called the Angry Patriot. So you have no idea
Very
what
good
I'm
taste.
consuming
You
here.
have
And by the
very
way,
good taste.
since I broke my hip, I have nothing else to do but watch you. So don't mischaracterize me. I do watch the others too, because I like to watch what they're all saying. But I appear on Fox all the time, as you know. I don't take a side in this. I just want to try and get to reality. Small businesses drive our economy, but securing.
Yep, skip that nonsense.
Yep. I go for a little bit longer.
With vast funding.
Let's just
Lewis Goodall, welcome back to Uncensored. One of the really weird things about these two shootings in particular is that we're all watching them on videotape. So we can all see from multiple angles what's happened. And yes, we should wait for the investigation. Yes, there might be new things to emerge which change perhaps the narrative. But I know what I saw with Renee Good. And I know what I saw with this latest incident too. And there is no amount of person in authority anywhere in the world who's going to convince me that what I saw was a justified murder or a justified killing. Let's not call the word murder. Let's wait and see where the investigation takes us. But a justified killing. It just seems to me.
All right. I'm assuming this is old, yeah.
Actually, this is bro, Pierce, I think he's like 3 days late, bro. Because honest, this was like, a day ago.
All right. Well, we were told that a firearm went off before he got shot, yeah?
Yeah. But we don't know. But we still don't know if it was Alex Pretty's gun or if it was.
Oh no, I'm sure it wasn't, but he was still armed and in front of federal law enforcement officers trying to block them from doing their job.
Yes, this is true.
Now, again, I don't think he should have been shot and killed. However, you're an idiot standing with a gun in front of law enforcement officers.
Yeah, like thinking that's gonna work out well for you.
But I don't get it.
Well, let me see here, because I know I have the video beforehand, before everything was going down. I think it was Steven Crowder did a video on it, and he was pretty much showing everything he was doing beforehand. He was in the middle of the road. He was already got pushed by ICE officers one time before he got sprayed. So the reason why that ICE officer sprayed him is because that was at least his second time getting in, putting hands on Alex. And he's like, bro, get back. He still came back. He said, get back, bro. Came back again to get the woman. He's like, all right, since you don't want to stay back, obviously you need to be well, not really put down, but pepper sprayed.
Yeah, but again,
immobilized.
Look, you can have a gun on you, but if you're going to have a gun on you and stand in front and impede federal law enforcement officers, the common sense is out the fucking window at that point.
Yeah, I get that one. But all right,
ridiculous overreach, probably by ICE agents who are not trained properly in crowd control of this nature, because the Minnesota police should be getting involved, and that is a whole.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Because I keep saying that, bro, these guys are not trading crowd control, and neither was the Border Patrol agents. They was there because the Minneapolis government the Mayor Jacob Fry won't provide no type of crowd control, won't give them the local police. Tim Walz won't bring the National Guard to provide any type of crowd control, and this is what's getting these protesters killed, is the fact that nobody is backing these guys up. I mean, if they had crowd control, honestly, Renee Good would have got arrested by local police. And I'm be real with you, imagine if that problem would have been with local police instead of ICE.
I think she still would have been shot at that point.
Huh?
I think if there's a local cop in front of that car and she pulled off the way she did, she still would have been shot.
Yeah. That's sad. But that's what I'm saying. If it was the local cops that did it, we wouldn't have to be dealing with this. It'd be Minneapolis having to look themselves in the mirror at that point. Or if it was let's say if it was a National Guardsman. I mean, bro. Drive a car towards a National Guardsman. Whew, that might end up worse than she might have got shot in the head twice.
And Seth, the other day too, that one dude was like, oh, well, they should have had proper training, never to stand in front of a vehicle. I'm sorry, but you can Monday morning quarterback all you want. Hindsight's always 20/20. Police officers are always going to make a decision at that moment. You can't expect even the most well trained, like they're going to like try and protect their friends, or not their friends, but their coworkers, and try and diffuse the situation. When somebody makes it worse, then it's going to be made worse.
Man, I mean, sadly, the only people who are making it worse is the Trump administration. Like, I mean, what was it? Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem trying to call these guys domestic terrorists with no proof. Now, they may be able to connect Alex Preddy, since he was caught up in signal chats and all this good stuff, but these signal chats were designed to try to stop ICE and obstruct them and all this good stuff. So that he might get caught up on domestic terrorism for that one. They might be able to prove that, but Renee Good, no, not at all. You won't.
Oh, she was doing that beforehand. You didn't know that?
What, Renee Good?
Yeah. She
Damn,
was on ICE patrols.
Okay, that makes sense. But did they find her? And I mean, they did her investigation to her, but they never said, "Oh, well, she was in the signal chats and this and that."
Oh no, but she was as far as I'm aware, from what I've seen before, she was documented prior to like going out on ICE patrols.
Okay.
Whole different area about federal v state and how they deploy the law enforcement, and about the politics of a blue state and a red administration and so on. But you're a fellow Brit like me. When we try and get into anything gun related in America, it's a hot potato. They remind us they kicked us out of America with guns.
Hey, Seth, one more thing.
Issue
Sorry.
for America.
Go ahead.
But again, like, you want to go out there and obstruct federal law enforcement, like, go out there and record them. Don't obstruct them. Record them. If you're recording them, they're not going to do anything, or they're going to try not to do anything wrong. But if they do something wrong, then you have them on video and you can upload that to the internet.
Yeah.
In fact, if you live stream, that's there forever.
Oh yeah. Shoot, I mean, at this point, you got a clip or a nice little video and post it on X is there forever. So they don't really need to be doing all this. But here's the thing, though. This is the only way they can catch ICE or make ICE, like, catch them up. This is the only way they can make ICE act out, or I would say get them to make a mistake.
But the problem is they're not even like making mistakes at this point. It's the people that are getting in their way that are making mistakes.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Actually, you're right about that. The thing is, though, is that this is what the Dems wanted. They wanted to get the ICE to either severely harm somebody or kill somebody, and they got that. So they can go ahead and spend this and take no responsibility whatsoever about their lack of crowd control, but just push it all on ICE, and they're Gestapo, they're acting out of control. They try to lie and say, most of them are untrained and they're illiterate. It's like the craziest lies ever about these guys. And you wonder why people like have this fear towards them, because they truly believe the lies.
Again. So you remember I used to say this in the past, like, look at the shiny thing over here and not this over here.
Yeah.
So the whole Minneapolis fraud thing.
New shiny thing.
We got a new shiny thing. So you're not focusing on that. So you have, they're trying to say, how did Ilhan Omar go from being in debt $65,000 to being rich for over millions of dollars in a short time frame? I don't know if you've heard the other things about the amounts of money that were being let through the TSA. In Minnesota.
In that Nick Shirley video. But bro, actually, I predicted it. Now everybody was focused on Ilhan Omar's brother. Oh, she married his brother. And I looked that up and I'm like, look, guys, that's not right. She didn't marry her brother, but I'm gonna tell you what looks crazy. She's on her third marriage with a political consultant who also they both own a winery that has very little business done.
A white guy who she proclaims are the worst people ever.
Bro, literally. And then here's the thing. She cheated on a Somalian man, which was her second husband, for a white guy, which is supposed to be the worst people ever, by the way.
And that winery, you can't buy shit from.
Nope, you cannot. I mean, shout out to Benny Johnson. He did the deep dive.
Yes, I saw that too.
Bro,
and he looked up the address.
People like, look, this whole brother thing is a distraction away from the real point. Because I remember when I brought up her third husband, people didn't even know she was married to a white guy. I was like, you see the distraction. That's why she was over here laughing at y'all about, oh, you guys think I really married my brother, when really, I did some real scamming with my husband, and y'all too focus on, I might have married my brother.
Dude, I told you, the shiny thing over here.
You're right. It was and that was the thing. The brother was the shiny thing over here as she got off with her third husband, basically doing, basically fraud, because she was serving out kickbacks during her political campaign to his political consulting company.
Oh, also, the other thing I thought was funny, I think it was that same video, or no, I think it was a comment in that video. It was like, oh, look, a Muslim investing in a alcohol company.
Yeah, that is a bit wild.
And one that doesn't exist. So, I mean, come on.
Well, I'm not
and
sure.
the returns from that company. Like, I haven't actually looked that up, so I'm not going to say it's true. But if that is freaking true, wouldn't surprise me, because look at what's her name, the one that just retired.
What was it? Pelosi?
Yeah, Pelosi.
Oh yeah. Pelosi was more than trade though. Ilhan Omar is like, now they did the shell company finance, like the shell company finesse is like these companies that are set up making money, but it's actually money being laundered through, and they're faking it as business, even though this company that somehow has money going through it has did not 1 ounce of business in years, but somehow pulled in a couple mil.
And not even that, all those Minnesota companies that Nick Shirley did kind of like shed light on, like all these people going like, look, there's 60 healthcare places in this abandoned warehouse. Like,
Wait,
how does that happen?
Oh, Tove, go to the horizontal stream. I went and posted the StreamYard link in there, and let me see. I can go ahead and post it to the main page as well, so you can get on here as well, because I'm about to like head off in like 15 minutes. So
no,
come
you're
on.
not.
Why not? Besides, I got places to go, Dave. I got places to go, sadly.
Well, I can't I can't give you money while I'm in here.
I know, and that's the blessing. That's the blessing of it. So you can't hold me hostage.
You're such a dick.
All right, then I'm gonna go ahead and do it in the post tab. I got you, Tove.
To talk about. We also, when it comes to immigration, we squeal about 40, 50,000 people coming over our southern border when it's estimated 10 million came over in 4 years under Biden. You know, massively, massively larger number of people. And a lot of Republicans say to me, I think with merit, that because Biden made the border so porous, and that there may have been a political aspect of it, because
all right, check the post tab now, Tove.
By doing so, he may have then had people in the country who might be more inclined to vote Democrat, and as ever trying to shore up support going forward. I don't know, but that's the theory. It makes some sense to me. These are huge numbers we're talking about, and something has to be done. And if ICE don't do what they're doing, then how do you actually identify and remove people who are there in America illegally, and particularly the ones who
Sorry. Another one I saw was like, I forget who it was, but he was like, how about you offer all these illegal immigrants, like if they say they'll vote Republican, then they can stay. Watch how much the Democrats want them out then.
Bro, it would be the craziest switch up in the world, bro. We actually started hearing Democrat use racial slurs at a certain point.
Honestly, like, you think that wouldn't happen? I think it would.
Bro, that would be so freaking funny, bro. They were like, no, we need to get him out. It's against federal law. Whoa. Wait, when they'll vote for you, it was all good though, right?
Right? Bro, I think that would be a genius fucking move to do. And now he doesn't have to honor that either, because fuck off, get the fuck out, but he could say it.
It'd be hilarious. Well, hey, Tove.
And I guarantee you, the minute that he said that too, you would have all these Democrats instantly pivot and just be like, no, you need to get out.
But Tove, how you doing, sis?
Oh, I'm dandy. Been fighting a really bad headache and migraine.
What's up, Tove?
What? Hold on. Okay, never mind. This is old, but what was it? Trump just fired Kristi Noem. Oh no, this is Benny Johnson.
He put her on the bench. Homan's in charge.
Dang, put old girl on the bench is wild. She said, Noah,
Oh,
you
wow.
done effed up enough. I'm done with you. Just sit down. You're cooked.
I thought he would have done that to Pam Bondi before Christy. I mean,
You would think so.
You would think, honestly.
because as far as I'm concerned, Christy Noah's been doing a decent job.
And I agree with you on that.
Yeah,
I think
honestly,
Pam
she
Bondi should
has.
have been sat down long before.
Yeah.
And now you have Dan Bongino coming back and starting to show again. I said on one of his posts, like, Dan, I hope you redeem yourself because right now you are a fucking pariah.
Bro, he's cooked. It's like, bro, you came in there, Epstein files this, deep state that, walked in. Oh, he killed himself. Oh, those are all the files we got. That was proven to be a lie. And then, oh, yeah, no deep state's arrest as well. But, oh, you're going to come back here and chastise us about how we're just not loyal enough to Trump. Like, bro, kiss my ass.
You know, I'm not a fan of Pam Bondi. Should be. I didn't even like Pam Bondi in the first place.
The Comey and Letitia James case. I was like, this dumb. I'm like, Bimbo, why? Why, Pam? It was so easy. It was like a layup, and she missed it.
Yeah.
And then it was something. It was over something as stupid as, oh well, you didn't actually appoint the prosecutor. They wasn't confirmed by the Senate. And I'm like, you're AG. You're supposed to know this stuff. But it is what it is, man.
No, I wanted to pop in and say, I don't know if you heard this, but one of the Ice Watch organizers came out and said that Renee Good was trained in how to watch for and protest against ICE, and she was out there doing her job when she was unmercifully killed, when she was murdered.
Well, I said earlier she was doing like that was her job to do.
Yeah. So she had been. They said, and the head organizer, whatever, when she was talking about how they are specifically trained for this job. So they're training them to go out there and get themselves killed.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get over to the video. And I mean, now, guys, I know you guys have pretty much ignored this, and I'm not talking to you guys, but there is a way to open up the call line a lot faster through the Venmo. Remember, I always do double any type of support you guys throw through the Venmo. Remember that.
I didn't know
That's
that.
offset.
I know. I know. So if you send in $2, it's $4. If you
I get
50,
Google Play points that
100.
I can give you for in YouTube. I can't do that in Venmo.
Oh well, I understand that. I get that.
So you're
so,
basically telling me that my Google Play points are worthless to you. Okay.
Google Play points, bro. Who has that much Google Play points?
Oh,
wait,
bro, you don't
never
understand.
Never mind, Dave.
He had to explain. He had to explain it to me the other night, and I realized that that night I had to use them or I was going to lose them. I had 2,500 points,
which is $25.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I like to try to forget about them as well, and all of a sudden, like probably like 6 months in, I'll probably have maybe like only like 10,000 or so.
Piss off, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, man,
that's chunk change.
All those in-app purchases, Dave.
Yeah. Well, look, thanks to you, sir.
Hey, man, no problem. I help you get those points up.
All right. So then when I give them back to you, don't be mad about it.
Of course, I ain't mad about it. I'm not mad about it. I'm just trying to give the guys another way. Like, look, man, if you want to reach the goal faster, you can always try the Venmo option. If not, please
you
go
just
ahead.
want more money.
Keep it on here. I ain't tripping. Look, any way you guys want. I just like to give out options here.
Hey, S.E.T. You're a grifter. No, I'm just joking.
hey, man.
I'm kidding.
Gotta pay them bills, boy. It's like, nah.
Yeah, we all got bills, bro.
Hey, look, man. When I start telling you guys to start protesting ICE and go out there and sacrifice your life for the cause, then I'll be grifting.
All right.
Like, don't you love your Somalian immigrant brothers? Like,
maybe if they didn't take all my tax money.
Definitely not. Right.
That was well, that's what those church guys are saying. But all right, though, let's get into it. Our guy Benny Johnson.
I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving. The show goes on. They're gonna need a wrecking ball to take me out of here.
Wait, hold on.
What's
Pause
up,
that.
Benny?
Go ahead.
Was that Betty's face on Leo's face?
No, I think that was Bovoni's face. Bovoni. It's the
Mamdani?
No, not Mandani. Bovani is Bovino. That's that's the chief. That's the chief agent. That's the chief officer for damn it, Custom and Border Patrol. Yeah, Border Patrol.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's that guy. Let me see. Was that his face? Yeah, that is his face.
Okay.
They're gonna need a wrecking
Terrible
ball
face to put on
to
that
take me
speech.
out of here.
Right.
What's up, guys? Spenny. I would argue that one of the worst elements of Trump's first term was that he would read a lot of the New York Times, Washington Post, Wall Street Journal. That President Trump would
I'm going to protest that.
and other corporate media channels so they could manipulate him and they'd influence him. And that would mean that.
Go ahead.
The worst part of this second term is Pam Bondi, and I'm going to agree that with Tove, that should not have been Kristi Noem, but obviously she wasn't. I don't think she was handling the situation well. She should have gone after Walls and all of them much better.
Yeah,
but just saying.
No, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tove.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, I kind of agree on that one. But that to me, this was the first, I guess, mistake she had made, because they're not having any issues in any other states like they are in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's why I was a bit surprised. But go ahead.
But we had. I wish I would have known where they were at, but they were here in Toledo not even a week ago, and no one even knew that they were here. The only reason why I knew is because of my friend, the Juan, who works down at the Nature's Nursery. He's one of the immigrants that's here on a work visa, and we were talking. He goes, "Yeah, we called ICE on the one guy, and they ended up getting leads on a few other guys over in Toledo. So they went and got them. And no one knew. And because the police and everything actually worked with them.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, the immigrants over here, sadly, the Hispanic community has gotten in the bad side of most of the people in Columbus due to the way that they've dominated in certain not fields, but in certain workplaces, pretty much making I would say not indiscriminate, but discriminating against non-Hispanics basically in the workplace and all that. And they got caught up on doing it, and they always put in these illegals. So trust me, when ICE came to Columbus, oh man, it was I heard their line was off the hook, and it was shutting down like restaurants left and right.
Oh yeah, I believe
we have a lot of them over here, and of course most of these guys aren't legal.
You two want to hear something funny?
What's up?
Always.
The Brazilian ex sent me a bunch of videos of people getting arrested and taken by ICE. And I forget what she said, but kind of like, how do you feel about this? I'm like, I don't know, nothing to do with me.
Yeah. She probably said, so why you want to care if it happened to me or your son? Like,
yeah, my son's a legal American, so she can fuck off.
Yeah.
Hey man, that's how they be. Oh no, she probably wanted to know where you stood on that. Man, trust
she
me,
knows where. Look, we were married. She knows where I stand on that.
Shoot, I've had
turn her ass in. Well, I mean, did I? I said turn her ass in. He's like,
no,
shoot, I shouldn't have said that out loud.
Look, technically, she's a criminal for coming here illegally, but she did, after she crossed illegally, she did go and file for asylum. So,
yeah, it was a good way, mostly.
Yeah,
It was
not
just
the most terrible way. I told her she's an idiot. She should have crossed over a border of entry at that point, not crossed illegally. But anyway, but she's not a criminal like some of these child rapists that the people of Minnesota want to defend.
Yeah, but all right.
Good people would get fired when the press would decide to attack them. General Flynn's a good example of this. And Donald Trump lost some good people and some really strong allies because the media decided to do a savage attack on some of the best people around Trump. And one of the best elements of Trump's second term is that he doesn't do this anymore. He's realized this game and this con. And so in spite of some really ruthless, vicious lies that have been printed and smeared people like Pete Hegseth's a great example of this, and Trump is stuck with his Stephen Miller is a great example. I mean, how hard did they go after Elon Musk and Stephen Miller and Pete Hegseth? And they've tried so hard to break Trump away from his core of power, people that had his back. And they're trying it now with Border Patrol because they're terrified what's about to happen to the nation when we don't count criminal aliens, when we deport 20 million criminal aliens. And it's going to be a real problem for the Democrat Party. They're going to have a real numbers game. It's going to make it impossible for Democrats to win an election nationally. It's just a matter of fact. You can go look at what the census is going to do to the electoral map. Anyway, so they're going all in on trying to rip apart this industrial level deportation machine that is scaling up. Greg Bavino loses his job. Did they finally get their scalp from President Trump? Did President Trump finally relent and fire Greg Bavino? We happen to be big fans of Greg Bavino. Greg Bavino is the dude who appears in this kick-ass Border Patrol jacket. He's in charge of the Border Patrol. He's the man who marched directly into the mob in Minneapolis, ordering protesters to leave the premises. Guys got.
I mean, the problem with bro, he was too no nonsense. Too no nonsense.
Look, no, he comes across as like some asshole at that point. Like, stop.
Man, I respect it, but apparently that's what the main criticism is, that they couldn't talk to him. He wasn't negotiating with the government or nothing. He said, "Look, I came here to help out ICE and to provide crowd control, like it or not." And he did it, and he low key he did what Trump brought him in to do, and it went bad. But hey, that's why they weren't supposed. That's why they're not called crowd control and they're called border police.
Yeah, and again, I agree. They should have brought in local police to keep the crowd under control and let ICE agents do their fucking job. But this is the way the shit's going, and
apparently
it's fucking terrible. Huh?
They're not gonna. Go ahead.
What did you say, Seth?
Oh no! Wait, sorry, I kind of forgot. Wait, what
you said? Something about racist?
Oh yeah. I was about to say, yeah, that's racist.
What's racist?
Yeah.
To sit out there and ask him for him to start deporting people. Like what? How you not know that was racist, Dave? Like, bro, as soon as you ask for the deportation of any colored person, is racist.
Well, look.
You're supposed to be there for your Somalian brothers, Dave. Like, come on.
Why do I got to be white, Set?
Because, bro, if you don't claim to be white, I can't use collective guilt against you.
Oh, okay. I love you, Set.
Do we need to get Dave, or do we need to get Dave his white privilege card for you too, Set?
I mean, shoot, at that point, I don't know. I think Dave might have lost his white privilege card. He lost it somewhere. He forgot.
Oh shit! I'll tell you right now, my credit score is like 536. It's fucking terrible right now.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. You're right. You a little bit mixed. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah.
What? All right.
Do you drive a Cadillac?
Fuck no.
Fuck no.
No, but you do drive us like a fast car, so.
All right, look, I got a big ass fucking 4-wheel drive pickup truck, and I have a sports car.
Ah, there it is. There it is.
There it is.
It was a sports car. Yep, there you go. That
Yeah, it's
had a
been in my
little bit of color
garage,
to
and
it.
I got to change the spark plug in it. You know, it's beeping at me.
So I kind of thought of something. What do you with him benching, or I guess benching or firing Christy Nome? What do you think of the possibility of it actually being kind of like a psyop?
Honestly, I'm not really sure because you never know with Benny. We didn't even finish the video, so I'm not even sure if she's actually going to fire Chrissy Nome, because it would be crazy. Like I said, she's doing well in other places. It's just this one situation that's pretty bad. And to be honest with you, I think if he did fire her, it's because of her rhetoric after it. How she was completely trying to cover, called him assassin. Their life was truly in danger. He was brandishing a gun. I'm like, no.
At the end of the day, she's benched from Minnesota. And Tom
and I think
Homan comes in.
Yeah.
Tom
Which
Homan
is
got a
really-
medal from Obama. So
Which is crazy, it's hilarious because under Obama, doing the exact same thing, the exact same way, for the exact same reason, under Obama, he was praised, he was loved, he was given a medal.
Here's
and
the wild
now,
part.
he's a Nazi.
And here's the wild part about it. Like, there's only it's like almost the same rhetoric they used as well. The only thing that was different was how Obama would talk about going after employers, which has never been done. I mean, still sadly. But Trump, he talks about it, but he never really did bring up, going after employers who employ illegal immigrants, because we'd have to go after our farmers, admittedly.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true.
But they do need to stop that, though.
Yeah.
They
The other
do,
thing
but
that-
at the same time, you have the Democrats in Congress. Like, who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to, give food to our tables?
It's the same thing they said back in, back
Slavery.
before the Civil War. The exact same questions.
Yep, it is. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of crazy how like the Dems really don't see it. And you know what? Like, wasn't the same thing done for segregation and all that? Like, didn't Democrats didn't like segregation either? And they kind of, was strong out on that one. And here they are. Well, and they held out strong for slavery as well. And here they are once again protecting slaves of corporations and of farmers. I mean, way to go, Dems. You did it again.
Well, what's even worse is they have like these people believing like they need safe spaces now too. Like I think this was like years ago that they were like asking like black college students like, "Oh, well, do you believe you need safe spaces?" I'm like, yes, we need places just for us. Like that's like if you're gonna call racism against white people reversal racism, I think black people calling for segregation against white people reverse segregation at that point.
Yeah.
Like that's fucking insane. Like, oh no, we don't feel safe around white people while in college. Like, are you fucking serious?
Man, lie again.
Yeah. That gets me. And it's like, wait, so do you want to be segregated again? I mean, we can,
right.
if you really want that, we can figure something out, my guy.
You want whites only or blacks only water fountains? Like, come on.
I mean, shoot, they can go do it. Isn't that what a bunch of white people did in, like, I don't know, Missouri or Arkansas? They made a white only community and now they live in happily ever after. I mean, they could do it.
And actually, that even after during segregate or after desegregation or after with desegregation or after the Civil War, the majority of them stayed in the South and did not take up that, the acres and the mule offer and all that shit.
Yeah, if you ask them, it was never offered. It was all a lie. Yeah, I know. But for some reason, y'all realized that was a lie. And here you guys are again asking for the same thing, not realizing that's a lie.
Just like Ku Klux Klan wasn't full of Democrats, all right?
Yeah.
Right.
But they want to forget that part. And like I said, here they are again protecting, well, basically slaves. It's funny, like they don't learn their lesson.
Which is, and it was. I was gonna say what's even funnier is that not only did what is the vice president that became president after Abraham was assassinated.
After Abraham was assassinated,
Abraham Lincoln, yeah. Who was his VP again?
Wasn't that Andrew Jackson?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
So
yeah, go ahead.
he wanted to reinstate the South Union of the South without protection for emancipated people, and then two other Democrats ran for president also wanted to reinstate indentured servitude.
Oh, it was Andrew Johnson, not Andrew Jackson.
Johnson, yeah, Johnson. But either way, when they were campaigning, they campaigned on the idea of bringing the South back, and instead of slavery, indentured servitude, where they would have certain rights and they had certain protections, and the people that they were employed by had to provide adequate housing, clothing, food, and everything. But it was basically just slavery dressed up to look pretty.
Yep, with extra paperwork.
Yep, and they obviously never got through, but there were a lot. Johnson almost won because the South really wanted that back.
Yeah, I can understand why. But all right, though, I'm gonna go ahead and close it down on this one, guys.
No, you're not. I still have
support.
I have some more comments speaking to that.
All right. All right.
So you have the reason why our country has gone down so far is you can go ask people on the street, what party was Abraham Lincoln part of, and they would say Democrat, right?
Right? No.
No, he was definitely Republican.
Yeah, but they all say, "Oh no, he was a Democrat," because they're led to believe these things. And in fact, you could ask them who was his vice president that became president, and they would not be able to tell you Andrew Johnson. Now, I understand I said Andrew Jackson the first part, but hey, it was an A and a J, so I get that.
The Andrew right.
Yeah, right. So I'm not a complete idiot,
also,
but half these people couldn't tell you who the first president was because they don't know, because they don't teach that either. They only want to teach all the bad parts about American history and how you were oppressed and how you are this and you are that, instead of, oh, well, this is how things went and this is how things are now.
So you want to hear something really funny about that whole can't name the first president thing? I asked this chick if she knew who the first president of or when the United States of America was founded, and she said
1776.
She said the Civil War. I was like, well, what about 1776? And she goes, oh, that's when America was founded. The United States was founded by Abraham Lincoln.
Wait, what? Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, and we're gonna go ahead.
You can ask them too. Right, like I've seen these videos too. Like, what ocean does California border? And they're like, oh, the Atlantic. Oh, what two countries border United States? Canada and South America. Like, are you fucking retarded?
Bro, some people can't name 3 countries or 3 states.
Again.
That's all right. One chick they were asked, what is the name of the line that circles the middle of the globe?
The equator.
Equator. Her answer was nothing, because if it can't be seen, then it cannot be named.
I mean, man, if you was asking her like what was going from north to south, I could understand, because not a lot of people will remember the whole prime meridian thing. But come on, the equator.
Yeah, and a kid asked her, so air is just not a thing?
I guess. But all right, guys, now I actually do got to close out now. So I do appreciate y'all, man. Shout out Big Wave Dave. Shout out Tove. And damn it, Gaming, if you'd only shown up soon enough. If you'd only shown up maybe like 30 minutes ago. But, man, shout out to you guys.
So, yeah,
go ahead. All right, see you, my man. I'm gonna go ahead and close it down on this one. I'll see you guys later. This is Set with Set Media. I'm gonna go ahead and leave out on this informational little video.
Hey, Set. One more
Yo,
thing. You got to start doing that jazz thing at the end. It was kind of calming.
Know what? I got you. I got you.
Appreciate that, bro.
No problem. Know what? We're gonna take it back. We're gonna take it back, guys. All right, guys, man.